In the Shinobi world I have a group of Kekkei Genkai daughters. 001 The strongest salted fish system. 48th year of Konoha. In the land of tea. On a small slope covered with green grass. A handsome and heroic young man, tall and strong, wearing a wide robe, with long flowing silver hair. He was sitting here leisurely in a Yasuo sitting posture. The only difference is that the young man did not have any sword in his hand. The protagonist is 186 centimeters tall. Well, the plain scenery of the land of tea is pretty good. The young man's name is Wuma, a time traveler. As a time traveler, like his predecessors, Wuma naturally has a cheat. However, his cheat is a bit weird. Strange. Congratulations, after 5 years of hard work, you have successfully gathered the necessary energy to activate the system. The system will officially start in 20 seconds. Hee hee. Wuma, who was originally in a good mood looking at the plain scenery. As soon as he heard the system voice that sounded, Wuma, who knew exactly what the effort meant, suddenly had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Don't think that the system said something like congratulations. But in fact, only Wuma himself knew how he had spent the past 5 years. Haha, 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I spent the past 5 years? On the first day of crossing the ninja world, Wuma got a response to his cheat, and he was very happy at that time. With cheat. Knowing the high degree of danger in the ninja world, Wuma suddenly felt in his heart. Hey! I feel that I am very good. At least I am not a loser. But I didn't expect. His system left him a basic ability of language communication in a long-term task, and then disappeared without a trace. As if it had never appeared. The task left by the system is not complicated, and the whole can be summarized in 2 words. That is, to live. Survive independently and live in the ninja world until this day 5 years later. At that moment, Wuma was in a state of numbness, a state of double numbness of mind and body. But fortunately, in addition to being a time traveler, Wuma was a business scholar, camping expert and senior kendo enthusiast in his previous life. Without the system, Wuma did not degenerate into a state of living a life of idleness, doing nothing every day, and then waiting to die. Instead, he arranged his 5-year plan in an orderly manner. Wuma knew very well that he, who had no chakra and no strength at all, was more than a gap between him and the Konoha genin. So in the first and second years, Wuma stayed in this unknown vast forest to hone his physical fitness and swordsmanship. The training method was also very simple. Morning, 5 kilometers running / 500 push UPS. Afternoon, 1000 sword swings. For this reason, Wuma also specially used the wood in the forest to make a specially suitable wooden sword for himself. At the end of the second year, Wuma, who had lived alone in the vast forest for 2 years, unexpectedly met a group of tea pickers who came to the forest to look for a certain type of tea. Through some communication, Wuma learned where the vast forest he was in was located. Located in the tea country. Adjacent to the southeastern border of the fire country. At that moment, having fought wits and courage with various beasts in the forest, eating fish, fruits, and vegetables, Wuma, who was almost killed by a group of wild boars, made up his mind at that time to start a new life for himself. Snap! Very quickly. Without any hesitation. After leading the group of tea pickers to find the tea they needed, Wuma followed them out of the forest. Following the tea pickers, he came to a small town with people. After that, Wuma also officially began his last 3 years of life before the system was activated. A life with the smell of fireworks. The first year and a half of the 3 years. With his handsome appearance and peaceful way of treating people, he likes Wuma, who is willing to help others. He quickly gathered and woven a favorable network for him in the small town of Fujida, where he lived for a long time. Gradually, Wu Ma became the most famous and popular outstanding young man in Fujida town. To put it simply, Wu Ma has a favorable impression of everyone in Fujida town. This young man is very crooked, cat thumbs up picture. So, Wu Ma acted based on goodwill. The first thing he did was to integrate all the tea pickers, tea gardens, and tea shops together. The tea industry in Fujida town has entered a new stage of centralization, scale, and unification. It is no longer like the previous scattered Fujida town. The sales of tea are naturally open. The number of caravans from various countries and ninja villages is increasing in an orderly manner. This is the best explanation. He led the people of Fujida town to work hard and get rich for a year. After accumulating a sum of money, in order to not be limited to the tea industry, one day, Wu Ma offered the 3 basic killer weapons of the new industry: chess, 3-person poker, and beast chess. Compared with those flower cards in the ninja world. For the people in the ninja world, these 3 basic killer weapons offered by Wu Ma are undoubtedly 3 new versions of the ship that have never been played. Through the birth of the Fujida Entertainment Street, A&D. Through the spread of those tea-buying caravans, 3 new entertainment techniques were born from Fujida town. They quickly became popular in various countries and villages. By the last year, Fujida town had become rich by relying on the tea industry, entertainment industry, agriculture, animal husbandry, and clothing industry. Wu Ma, who was almost making a fortune every day, used a strong fund of 500 million. With the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, he integrated all the fishery resources of the tea kingdom and bought the ownership of the 4 ports, small fishing villages with docks, of the tea kingdom. It seems very glorious from top to bottom. But in fact, in the last 2 years of this new life, Wu Ma encountered thousands of battles of all sizes. The tea kingdom is a country without its own ninja village. Because Fujida town is already a golden chicken with huge economic output. So what wandering ninjas, rebellious ninjas living in seclusion in other towns, bandits, thieves, etc. came here for money. That is naturally the most normal thing. I don't know if there really is none. Or it's just luck. These guys who came to Fujida town with malicious intent. Whether it was a group of 2s or 3s, or an individual, none of them had or exceeded the Jonin level. Wu Ma relied on his ordinary Jonin level swordsmanship, and the 2 major chivalrous groups of the Wasabi family and the Mustard family that he brought in with money. During the 2 years, it was not too troublesome to solve those guys who bothered Fujida town. System startup completed. The strongest salted fish system is dedicated to serving you. It's been 5 years, system bacteria, you made me wait so long. Host, according to the information, your life was not bad in the last 2.5 years of these 5 years. Nonsense. These are all me. Forget it, skip this topic. Now that the system is completely activated, Wu Ma doesn't care about the past. Actually, the main reason is that Wu Ma is too lazy to argue with this evil system that abandoned him without saying a word. The strongest? Salted fish. Can you be more specific? What are your specific functions? Wu Ma asked. Sewing, salted fish, A&D selection. Sewing? Salted fish? Selection. In his previous life, Wu Ma was a complete internet addict. Although the system seemed to be very concise, as if it said nothing. But to Wu Ma, these 3 words are clear enough. System, what do you mean by sowing? Planting crops? If so, it's not too difficult for me. Farming is very good. I used to farm. No, it's not. Hey. Listening to the flat and straightforward negative answer, Wu Ma couldn't help but ask a question in his heart. Sowing is not a side meaning of planting? What else could it be? Host, do you need the system to accurately introduce the true meaning of sowing to you now? Wu Ma was curious about why the system denied his guess, and nodded. Go ahead. The real meaning of sowing is Wabi babu balu wu cdsi. What are you talking about hitting the target? Crossed out. Hey? Making a woman with a bloodline limit out of thin air. What kind of operation is this? Wuma was stunned after listening to the system's explanation. Now, he finally understood why the system just denied that sowing is not planting crops. It turns out that the sowing the system is talking about is completely different from the sowing he imagined. Out of thin air. So outrageous. Is this something a human can do? Wuma, who imagined that scene, was horrified and complained. Oh, I forgot. You are not a human. But on second thought, it's not too strange, the system is cheating. It's normal to do something that a human can't do. Ding! The gift package for 5 years of living has been produced. Do you want to open it now? Hearing the first 4 words, Wuma's mouth twitched as if salt was rubbed into his wounds. After coming back to his senses, Wuma immediately responded. Start now. Phew. It seems that this is the real full start of the system. Accompanied by the opening of the gift package. A virtual screen as big as a 32-inch TV screen flashed and appeared in front of Wuma. On the screen, many information pop-up boxes began to appear in the center. Ding! The gift package of 5 years of living has been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the sword, steel cutting sword, with picture. Congratulations, you have obtained the permission, 1 opportunity to sow seeds. Congratulations, you have obtained the permission, 1 initial choice right. When Wuma saw the first item in the third information pop-up box, he felt that the system seemed to have some misunderstandings about him, and immediately said, Hey, what do you mean by giving me a steel-cutting sword? I'm not a wind man. And I don't want to be an orphan. Host, Ning has no parents in this world. Don't have any concerns. Don't have any hesitations, and don't have any explanations. Yes, there is no suspense, Ning is an orphan. Wang Chao Li Ma. 002 The First Blood Limit Daughter. In order for you to get the salted fish style reverse enhancement in strength, please start to release the authority now. Just when Wuma was speechless, the system gave another prompt. Salted fish style, reverse enhancement. What is this? Puzzled Wuma immediately spoke. Salted fish style reverse enhancement means, after the selected blood limit woman is blessed, the child born will be a child who completely inherits the blood limit of her mother. In other words, the blood limit ability possessed by the mother is equal to the ability of the child and its own source. Well, I just heard you say this. Then what? A man who has already died once. And he traveled to the world of ninja, which is very deep. Even if the system's incredible setting is a bit too scientific, Wuma quickly accepted it. And Wuma, I am not an orphan, crying cat picture. After the child is born, its behavior will feed back to the host to a certain extent the corresponding level value and bloodline limit proficiency reward. Including self-growth, doing good things, doing bad things, fighting, etc. But not limited to these. Hey, Kaihudu Made, what the hell is this level value? Wuma, who noticed the keyword, asked in confusion. Host, didn't you notice that there is a long bar value in the upper right corner of the screen? What? Wuma, who didn't understand, looked at the upper right corner of the screen and his pupils slightly enlarged. Wow, it really is there. There is indeed a long bar value. Current level, Janin 0/20W. Next promotion, Quasi Shadow. This is where the level value is needed, and the bloodline limit is different from it, and the promotion requires proficiency. The source of proficiency comes from your bloodline limit child. When you start using and releasing moves with your bloodline limit, and when your bloodline limit grows and sublimates, you, the host, will gain the same proficiency growth as your bloodline limit. All of this means that as soon as your child is born, you will automatically obtain the corresponding bloodline limit, although it is just the initial one, not the high-end model. If the bloodline limit is Sharingan. Wuma, who seemed to have thought of some interesting pictures, was shocked. Good guy. According to this, I can get Rinnegan even if I lie down in the future. This is an inevitable and foreseeable result, host. Since you can become stronger by lying down, then why bother to practice by yourself? You have to refine chakra, learn some ninjutsu, and do other things. Isn't this degrading yourself? Yoshi. Starting from today, I, Wuma, start to be a slacker. Hey. It's about 3 o'clock. Let's drink tea first. With this in mind, Wuma said to the system, in that case, let's start the authorization distribution. As soon as Wuma finished speaking, on the originally empty screen, a large message pop-up box appeared. Please select the gender of the bloodline limit child. Male. Female. Once confirmed, there will be no chance to change. For this, I choose ... Wuma chose the second option without any hesitation. The reason is actually very simple, a bloodline limit daughter should be very cute. Ding! Selection confirmed. Tip: the daughter's identity is bloodline limit. Start the next step. Soon. The next message pop-up box of the system appeared. Host, please select the background identity of the daughter's mother. Only one selection can be made. Small family. Ninja. Prestigious family. Noble. It's just such a precious opportunity. Who would choose an ordinary small family for no reason? What if the environment is not good, and the bloodline limit is not welcomed? Won't my daughter suffer disaster as soon as she is born? Weighing the pros and cons, Wuma made his choice in a short while. I choose ... Successfully selected the mother's identity. The training process begins. The training time limit, 180 days. After waiting for a minute, the system stopped responding. Wuma couldn't help but ask, hey, please tell me who the mother of the child is, or give me a hint. It's so hasty to end it, are you polite? Politeness system, you are so hasty, crossed out. The system has no right to directly reveal the mother's identity to you, host, but as the training time gets closer, you will gradually know it later. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll just continue to do what I can do, anyway, my daughter will be born in 180 days. Wuma murmured in thought. At this time, a girl's voice calling him suddenly came from behind. Master Wuma. We should go back. On the flat dirt road not far behind. A gorgeous carriage stopped here at some point. Beside it stood a long-haired girl wearing a sakura-colored maid's dress, and she was waving at Wuma. I'm coming. Waving her hand in response, Wuma stood up and walked towards the carriage. At the same time, in the ninja world, because of Wuma's choice, and the sewing that was sprinkled from a distance, it fell into the belly of an unknown female ninja silently and began to take root and sprout slowly. At the same time, from this moment on, her life will also undergo a huge change with this seed. The kingdom of Winsunagakur. A training ground somewhere. Clang clang clang. A young female ninja wearing a unique backless outfit swung the kunao in her hand very easily to deal with the girl in front of her holding a kunao and attacking her. Clang! Clang! In the crisp sound of metal collision, the kunao in the hand of the attacking girl was knocked away. Wan, your speed is not enough. Put down the kunao in his hand. Kekkei, with a calm face, said as if commenting. Ha, ha. Understood. Teacher. I will continue to work hard to improve myself. Wan, who was a little out of breath, supported his knees with both hands, half bent over, and admitted his shortcomings. Well, I can't keep up with the speed. This is a big impact in the battle, this is not okay. In that case, then next. Saying that, Kekkei planned to arrange the next training for Wan. But before he could say anything, Kekkei felt that his stomach seemed to move a little. He lowered his head. Seeing that Kekkei didn't say anything, Wan looked up in confusion. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Maybe I ate too much at noon. Teacher, it's okay, come on, let's continue our training. Thinking that he might have eaten too much at noon and his stomach was digesting, Kekkei waved his hand disapprovingly. Wan, cheer up, and start exercising next. Who? Wan took a deep breath, stood up straight, and responded enthusiastically. Yes, Teacher Kekkei. P.S. Please give flowers, urge for updates, and reward for the new book. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. 003 The third Kazekage disappears. The land of tea, Fujita Town. Come and have a look, have a look. The latest Fujita white tea, today's first sale, only 800 taels per 50 grams. Limited stock. Hurry up if you want to buy. This is a tea shop. Tap, tap, tap. Saleswoman, please give me 20 kilograms of this Fujita white tea. A fat businessman dressed in luxurious clothes and full of wealth rushed to the door of the store, took out a stack of banknotes from his collar, and shook it generously. Also, give me 100 kilograms of black tea and green tea from last time. Enough money. To the left and right of the fat businessman, two young men wearing green ninja vests looked around. Well, I didn't expect that there is such a prosperous village in the land of tea. Who said it wasn't? Although it's still a lot worse than our Konoha. A companion shrugged and didn't comment. Across the street, a chess and card store was also soliciting customers. Today's chess and card sale. Anyone who comes to our store to buy chess and card equipment, supplies, tables and chairs, decorations, etc. for more than 100,000 taels will receive a deck of poker. As soon as the carriage entered the town, Wuma, who was sitting in the carriage, heard the salesman in many shops on the street outside. Raised his hand and moved. Lifted a corner of the curtain. Wuma looked out through the window screen. Although such people came and went, it was a very prosperous scene, which Wuma could see every day. But when he thought of this prosperous scene, it was all planned and created by himself. No matter how many times he saw it, Wuma still felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Hey? That is. While looking around the street scene, Wuma's sharp eyes found two very familiar dressed figures in the bustling crowd. Two Konoha shinobi. Judging from the forehead protector and vest style, it should be Chinen. He glanced at the fat middle-aged man in front of them who was handing over money with the tea seller. Wuma understood. He thought it should be Chinen who was doing tasks such as escorting merchants. Konoha shinobi. It is now the 48th year of Konoha. Although Wuma is not sure what time period it is. But the Third Ninja War. It should have broken out in this year. The cause of the war is actually very simple. The third Kazekage is missing. Because of the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Tsunagakure is leaderless. The Lightning Kingdom, which advocates military expansion, learned of this news and decisively took advantage of the fire to raid the Wind Kingdom, and declared war on the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom at the same time. Then, Rock Shinobi and Konoha declared war on each other and started a war. By then, the ninja world became a pot of porridge. Interesting, but, the third war has nothing to do with me. You guys fight, the more exciting the better, so I can have more time to grow up. Put down the curtain. Wuma, who was sitting in his original position, had a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. Although the apparent controller of the Tea Kingdom, he is still the daimyo of the Tea Kingdom. But now the actual weight of the entire country is actually tilting towards Fujita Town and the Fujita forces headed by Wuma. You know, the original tea kingdom was so poor that it didn't even have a decent small ninja village. The famous forces in the tea kingdom are the two major chivalrous groups of the wasabi family and the mustard family. In terms of rich resources and fertile land, the tea kingdom is not to mention that it can compete with the fire kingdom, but it can compete with the wind kingdom and the earth kingdom without any problems. Unfortunately, it seems that no one in the tea kingdom knows how to plan and develop. Before Wu Ma entered Fujita town and officially began to integrate, plan and develop, the entire tea kingdom was filled with a wind of poverty. The average wealth level of the people in the tea kingdom, not as high as the wind kingdom where the whole country is desert. Is this okay? This is definitely not possible. In the previous life, as a Skyline player for 3,687 hours, with hands behind the back, silent and pretending to be a master. Attached picture. In order to make himself live a comfortable life and establish his own power, Wu Ma started his own plan. After a series of integration, planning, and development for 2 years, the people of the Tea Kingdom, Fujita Town, have more small money in their hands. The taxes received by the daimyo of the Tea Kingdom have also increased. In the Tea Kingdom, there are also the most prosperous villages and towns that are growing at a visible rate every year. In summary, it is natural that the actual power of the Tea Kingdom is tilted towards Fujita Town. Back to his own house, Wu Ma sat leisurely on the tatami in the hall. Well, I should be idle next. Wu Ma raised his hand and said to Yaki Yuji, who was kneeling beside the hall. Yuji, make me a cup of tea. Okay, Lord Wu Ma. Yuji bowed, stood up neatly, and walked to the tea room on the side. Hiss. It's really enjoyable. Just when Wu Ma was drinking tea leisurely and struggling to think about how to live a lazy life next. On the other side, Konoha Hokage Building. Swish. Behind the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen was skillfully reviewing various documents on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, he was in his prime. He was still full of energy and spirit, not as old as he was later. Swish. An ANBU member appeared in the office. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even raise his head and continued his work. Third generation, the border has sent a message. The third Kazekage of Tsunagakure seems to be missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then raised his head, puzzled. The third Kazekage is missing. The third Kazekage is a cage-level strongman anyway, how could he suddenly disappear? The ANBU member shook his head, I don't know. Thinking secretly, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately asked, do you know where the third Kazekage disappeared? Border intelligence personnel said that it seems to be in Sand Shinobi's own village. Hearing this, the experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly realized that something was wrong. How could a cage-level strongman disappear just like that, and in his own village? Okay, I got it. You go down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who frowned for a while, waved his hand. Yes, third generation sir, I'll take my leave. Bang. The ANBU member disappeared in a puff of smoke. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose brows were relaxed again, looked at the Hokage rock not far from the window. I hope there won't be any big trouble next. P.S. Please give flowers, urge for updates. And reward for the new book. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 004 Yekang's ineffective bloodline limit. It's a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to gain more growth time for the younger generation of Konoha through a peaceful situation. It was destined to fail. Because often what you don't want to come, it will come. The Land of Lightning, Cloud Shinobi Village. The third Reikage, AI, was very excited when he learned the news because of the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The shadow of a big ninja village disappeared. Such a good opportunity. It would be a pity not to take advantage of the fire. In the spirit of absorbing, plundering, resources from other villages to strengthen oneself, the vigorous Third Reikage immediately organized people to rush thousands of miles, broke through the border of the Land of Wind, and launched a war against Sand Shinobi. At the same time, he secretly sent people to meet with Kirigaku's 4th Mizukage Yagura to form an alliance. In just 1 week, the Third Reikage, AI, declared war on Iwagakure and Konoha village at the same time. The Land of Wind. Tsunagakure, Kazekage Sando. Still can't find the whereabouts of the third generation. In the hall, an old woman, Cho, was sitting in the office that originally belonged to the Kazekage. Chiyo's younger brother, Tsunagakure's advisory committee member, and a veteran figure, Ebis, stood quietly aside. As an advisor to Tsunagakure and a Sand Shinobi elder, Cho. When his own Kazekage suddenly disappeared. Naturally, he had to take charge of the overall situation temporarily. Yes, Cho-sama, we have exhausted all our means, and we can't find the third Kazekage at all. The 3 Sand Shinobi-chinen lowered their heads, waiting to be questioned. Shua. When Cho looked sad, a figure appeared in the hall in an instant and knelt on one knee. Cho-sama. Urgent report from the front line. What happened? Cho looked at the Sand Shinobi Jainin with her eyes full of vicissitudes. The Third Reikage has led a ninja unit to break through the border and is now rushing towards our village. What? Chiyo's pupils suddenly dilated. After thinking for a while, Cho said in a heavy voice. It must be the Third Reikage. Seeing that our third Kazekage is missing, he wants to take this opportunity to rob us. Cho, what should we do next? The Jainin raised his head and asked. Immediately let Yekeng and Luo Sha lead a ninja unit to meet the enemy, and at the same time let the Anbu teams and the remaining troops to defend the village. Yes, I'll go now. When Chiyo's order. When the Sand Shinobi Jainin conveyed it to Yekeng and Luo Sha's ears. The 2 people who knew the crisis of their village at the moment. Without saying a word. Immediately, each of them led a ninja unit, left Tsunagakure, and went directly to the front line to fight. But in the situation of defending the enemy, some people have extra thoughts. On a sand hilltop, Raza, with short brown hair, wearing a brown ninja suit lined with a mesh underwear, was looking seriously at the many cloud shinobi ninjas running towards them not far away. Lord Raza, the enemy's number is more than twice ours. Should we wait for Lord Yekura to arrive before? On the side, Yusu, a Sand Shinobi Jainin and also Raza's capable subordinate, spoke with some concern. There's nothing to wait for, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Raza disappeared in an instant and appeared on the road where the cloud shinobi ninjas were moving forward. Waiting for Yekura to help? Raza would never do such a thing as sharing the merits of war with others. Not to mention, this person is also his competitor for the next Kazekage. Now the third Kazekage is missing. The village's cage position is naturally vacant. Although the old woman Cho did not say it clearly, Raza knew in his heart that the third Kazekage was more likely to die than live. And the one who is most qualified to be the next Kazekage. Besides himself, the only other one is Yekeng. Let's test through this war who is the most qualified to sit on the position of Kazekage. After saying that, Luo Sha squatted down, his hands went straight into the sand, and his eyes looked at the cloud shinobi in front of him. Magnet-style gold sand burial. Not far away. Your life ends here, cloud shinobi invader. Scorch-style oversteaming kill. Seeing his body motionless after he made a seal, Yekeng was stunned. What happened? Is the release of his bloodline limit ineffective? At this moment, the cloud shinobi Jainin Dori, who almost thought he was going to die tragically under the terrifying scorch style. After finding that Yekeng's scorch style had no reaction at all, he immediately rushed forward and attacked Yekeng with both hands. Didn't you say that it was a bloodline limit ninja? I think Yusu Nagakure made it up. Lightning style lightning ball. What? Puff. Even if he subconsciously dodged immediately, he was affected by the thought that the bloodline limit could not be released just now. Kekkei, who was barely able to dodge it completely, was deeply shocked by the lightning ball that brushed his arm. Phew. Holding a white cloth tube, she used a set of cloth binding techniques to wrap an enemy. Glancing at Kekkei's situation, she immediately shouted worriedly, "Teacher!" At the same time, Fujita Town. The lobby of the mansion. 3 figures dressed in different styles are playing a very exciting, 3-person poker game. 3 fours with a check. Bomb. It was the landlord's turn to play. Yakyung Yuji moved her jade hand and threw out 4 threes directly. Pass. Wuma was suppressed by Yakyung Yuji's bomb. He glanced at Wasabi Jiriko, who was sitting beside him with some regret. "Jiriko, you won't slip again, right? If you keep going like this, we peasants will have a hard time winning. What kind of teammate is this bubble teapot? The 14th time. Every time we form a group of peasants, and then kneel down. Muma, my luck is not good, and I can't do anything." Hearing Wuma's words, Wasabi Jiriko scratched the back of his head with his free hand and smiled embarrassedly. "Forget it. It seems that I have to turn the tide. This 15th time, we will definitely win." Confidently cheering himself up, Wuma smiled, then drew a card and threw it on the table. "You're the only one with a bomb, hehe, I have one too. Watch this." Snap. 4-2s. "I only have 1 card left, Yuji, be prepared to lose money." "Ah-ha-ha-ha." Looking at the only preserved egg left in his hand, Wuma laughed triumphantly. "Lost 14 times in a row. The 15th time is finally going to see the rainbow. P.S. Please give flowers, urge for updates, and reward for the new book. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 005 rewards for choosing opportunities. Master Wuma, the actual result may disappoint you." Yuji raised her eyebrows and smiled, and drew a card with her jade hand. King Bomb. 3 sixs with a pair of A, it's over. Ah. Hey. Master Wuma, I won again this time. Miss Yuji's card skills are still as superb as ever. I admire you. Wabi Jirojo took 5 1,000 tael notes from in front of him and put them in Yuji's hand. "Oh. I lost again, and 5,000 yuan is gone. How can I fix it? What kind of luck is this little girl? 12 draw a king bomb, and every draw has a plane, and the remaining cards at the end are either a pair or a straight. No. FK him, next time I have to find someone who really knows how to play cards, someone who can lose, and pull him over to play cards." After paying the money, looking at the stack of notes in Yuji's hand that was put into his lapel, Wuma couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly beside Wuma's ears. Ding! Your first blood limit daughter has officially entered the fetal period. Due to the mother's combat behavior at this moment, the birth time limit is shortened by 30 days. Host gains 5,000 level points. Congratulations, because the mother's buff is triggered for the first time, you get 2 choices. Choice: you can choose 2 from the following to strengthen yourself. The Way of the Wanderer revised. 1 state of mind, will not be affected by any illusion below S level. 2 invisibility, every breath you take is constantly increasing your own chakra limit. Infant living lightning cloud. Attached picture, can grow, need to feed and upgrade by yourself. Random otherworld items. I choose and dot. Compared to the last uncertain option, Wuma is more willing to choose the first 2 options. In addition to the practicality of the first 2 options, there is another most important reason. He doesn't want to bet on the third option, It's okay if he draws something good. If he draws something useless, such as kun-style basketball, photo albums, stockings, etc., then he will cry to death. Yakura, Tsunagakur, Wind Country, a powerful female Jainin who is proficient in the bloodline limit Scorch style. At the same time, she is also a good teacher. Even if she is very tired after just finishing a mission. But most of the time, she will agree to the request of her apprentice Wan and accompany her to practice seriously. However, such a powerful bloodline limit ninja is now at a disadvantage in the hands of the enemy. What bloodline limit ninja? I hear them say be careful every day, ha ha ha. It really makes me laugh to death. You are just an ordinary Jainin with your miserable appearance. Looking at Yakura, who is keeping a distance from him, but with varying degrees of injuries on his body and arms. The Cloud Shinobi Jainin named Dori laughed disdainfully. That was it. Dori quickly formed a seal, then waved his hands. Lightning-style thunder net. Humph. Even without using the bloodline limit, I can still subdue a scum like you. Puff. Looking at the wide thunder net rushing towards him, Kekkei quickly formed a seal, waved his 2 fingers, placed them under his lips, and exhaled quickly. Fire-style multiple balls. Swish swish swish. Dozens of apple-sized fireballs flew out. They hit the thunder net directly. Bang 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 bang. Explosions rang out in succession. While the thunder net was blocked, Kekkei, who was covered in smoke and dust, jumped away from his original position in an instant. He came into the air. Kekkei made a seal again. 1 second. Kekkei opened his mouth and released the prepared ninjutsu directly, wind-style continuous cutting. Phew phew phew. In an instant, several huge curved, sharp-looking airflow wind blades passed through the smoke. They fiercely cut through the stunned duelai. However, the imagined bleeding and broken limbs did not happen. Bang! A puff of smoke. Duelai, who was stunned on the spot, disappeared. Body replacement technique. Humph! Seeing this scene, Kekkei snorted coldly, fell to the ground, and alerted the surrounding environment. Rustle! Here it comes! Hearing the movement behind him, Kekkei turned over and took a step back, made a seal in the air, and put his 2 fingers together. Fire-style Great Sea of Fire. Boom! A sea of fire carrying rolling heat waves hit the ground where Kekkei aimed to release the ninjutsu. For a moment, the fire swept across. Flowers and plants turned to ashes in an instant. You've been fooled. It's just a shadow clone. Give me Nishiyuki. A fake bloodline ninja. As Kekkei continued to release the sea of fire, behind her, a disdainful voice sounded. At the same time, there was also a sharp kunai that pierced straight into her back. Swish! The sharp kunai pierced Kekkei. But the expected death, Duo Li did not see. Bang! What? Shadow clone? When? Seeing the scene in front of him, Duo Li's pupil shrank, as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What last words? Wait until you die, you can think about it slowly. A female voice sounded. An equally sharp kunai, under the swing of a hand, slashed Duo Li's neck sharply. Puff! Bang! The moment the carotid artery ruptured, a large amount of blood spurted out. Duo Li maintained a shocked expression and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. After dealing with Duo Li, Kekkei immediately came to one side and assisted her in killing the other bound Cloud Shinobi Chinin. Teacher, the enemies here have been dealt with. What should we do next? Wan looked at Kekkei. Let's go back to the village first. See if there is anything in the village that needs our help. On the front battlefield, I believe the old woman has sent people to meet the enemy. Kekkei thought for a while and said. If it were normal times, she might not go back to the village, but would continue to move forward to secretly investigate the location of the enemy's frontline base and gain some intelligence. But now, some abnormalities in the body. Kekkei had to give up such an idea. Unable to use blood limit. Her strength is undoubtedly much lower than before. Enemies of the same level can be dealt with. But now, unable to use bloodline limit, she obviously can no longer face the same level Jainin with ease as before, or even fight two alone. Because she is not a medical ninja. So now Kekkei really wants to return to the village and let the medical ninja check her body to see what is wrong. Why can't her bloodline limit be used? P.S. Please give flowers, urge for updates, and reward for the new book. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 006 The candidate for 4th Kazekage, surprised face. A few hours later. Tsunagakure, Medical Department. Dr. Shanna, what happened to my body? Why can't I use my bloodline limit suddenly? In the consultation room. Kekkei, sitting on a wooden chair, looked at the woman in a white coat in front of him and asked. No big deal. Suddenly not being able to use the bloodline limit may be caused by fatigue symptoms. In the past, there were ninjas in the village who suddenly couldn't use the bloodline limit because of overwork. Since I can't make an accurate explanation for the current specific situation, I can only give you this answer. While explaining, Dr. Shanna looked at Kekkei, smiling and happy. But I still want to congratulate you. Huh? Congratulations to me? Kekkei, who didn't know what was going on, couldn't help but look puzzled when he heard this. Dr. Shanna, what are you congratulating me for? Hearing this, Dr. Shanna put away his smile and looked surprised. Don't you know the big changes in your body recently? No. Kekkei shook his head straight. To say that there is something abnormal, it is a little bit, but it happened when she was training with the accompaniment. She didn't care at the time. Later. The biggest abnormality was that the Scorch style suddenly became unusable in the previous battle with the Cloud Shinobi Jainin. As for the big changes, she really didn't feel it. After all, there was nothing wrong with her body. After taking a look, it was found that Kekkei really didn't know what happened to her body. Dr. Shanna immediately gave the answer after the diagnosis. In fact, you are already pregnant with a baby, so this is why I want to congratulate you. Ah! As soon as Dr. Shanna spoke, Kekkei was shocked, and stood up instantly, looking at Shanna in disbelief. Dr. Shanna, you are wrong. I don't even have a boyfriend now, how could I be pregnant? Dr. Shanna has been practicing medicine for many years, although she is not the most powerful medical ninja in Tsunagakure. But regarding the judgment of new life, she is definitely well prepared for diagnosis. After all, most of the newborns of the villagers in Tsunagakure are basically diagnosed and delivered by her. Lord Kekkei, I will never deceive anyone on this point. The facts are indeed correct. You are indeed pregnant now. Shanna said seriously with a firm face. Listen to Kekkei's words. As for how she could be pregnant without a boyfriend, she was also very confused. On the other hand, look at the person involved. Kekkei, who stood up at this moment, seemed to be struck by lightning, and the whole person fell into a state of numbness. On weekdays, whether she was on a mission outside the village or living in the village, she always adhered to her duties. She never did anything dishonest. Moreover, she behaved very coldly and aloofly, which made most men give up the idea of approaching her. As for other male ninjas, she was a Jainin, and with her bloodline limit Scorch style, she was very powerful. Most of those male ninjas were only at the Chunin level. They naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts about her. It can be said that from childhood to adulthood, she had no physical contact with other men except her father. But the more she thought about it, the weirder it became. She had never had contact with other men. So how did the child in her belly come from? A child suddenly appeared in her belly. This undoubtedly completely rewrote and disrupted Kekkei's entire life. And more importantly, she didn't know who the father of the child in her belly was. Just when Kekkei was extremely shocked and confused about the child in her belly. On the other side, on the front battlefield, the Sand Shinobi Defense Force led by Luo Xia successfully prevented the Cloud Shinobi attack force from entering the Wind Country and launching an attack on Tsunagakuer. After repelling the attacking forces of Cloud Shinobi, the war on the border of Wind Country has come to a temporary end. Because for Tsunagakuer, there is one thing that is more important than the current Third Ninja World War. The third Kazekage is missing. And the 5 major countries are at war. Special period. As one of the major ninja villages, Tsunagakuer naturally cannot be without a leader for a long time. No matter what happens next. Whether the enemy will appear in Tsunagakuer again. At this moment, Tsunagakuer must first select a Kage, a 4th Kazekage who can lead the overall situation. Kazekage Tsunaro. In the huge conference room, Cho, who is temporarily in charge of the overall situation, sits in the main seat, and around him are the important members of the Tsunagakuer elders. The third Kazekage has been missing for a long time, and Anbu has not found any clues until now. I think we should establish a new Kazekage. Cho put her hands together, supported her chin, and looked at the elders carefully. Hearing this, the elders nodded. I have no objection. Me too. Me too. Although she is only a Kazekage consultant. But Cho is the widow of first Kazekage Ritu after all. On major decisions, the elders will naturally not oppose her opinion. However, the resolution to establish a new Kazekage was passed. But the candidate is another problem at the moment. Master Cho, since we are going to establish a new Kazekage, who do you think should be the candidate? Soon. An elder asked a question. Cho hesitated for a few seconds. But not for long. She opened her mouth and said the 2 best candidates she was going to propose. My best candidates are Luasha and Yekara. The new Kazekage will be born from these 2 people. Hearing the name, the elders nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Speaking of which, in the whole village, Luasha and Yekara are indeed the most suitable people to serve as the new generation of Kazekage. Yes, who says not? Rosa is currently the best among the new generation of Sand Shinobi ninjas. He has the bloodline limit magnet style. Not only can he freely control things containing metal, he can even freely control the gold in the sand. And his special physique can also convert highly condensed chakra into magnetism. The unique sand gold can be arbitrarily transformed into various forms for attack and defense. Once it invades a person, puppet, or organism, it can basically completely paralyze itself. In addition, because Luasha's chakra is magnetic, so, any magnetic weapon cannot cause any effect or harm to him. A body of strength. Not to mention the standard cage level. At least there is a quasi-shadow. And Kekkei, similar to Luo Xia, although she is a woman, but she has mastered the blood limit scorch style. The scorch style ninjutsu produced by combining wind attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra. It can instantly evaporate the water in the opponent's body, making the dead look like mummies. His own scorch style oversteaming. There are many ways to attack. Not only can he control the spheres created by scorch style ninjutsu, through manipulation, and attack with physical skills. And he can also condensing the spheres created by scorch style ninjutsu, so as to achieve a large-scale attack. The effect is similar to a big explosion. Even can freely control the number of fireballs and use fireballs as long-range unguided weapons. And the fireballs can be big or small. In addition, Kekkei's physical skills and IQ are also very good, and his skills are also very flexible. It can be said that he is both civil and martial. P.S. Please give me flowers, urge me to update, and give me rewards for my new book. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 007 Kekkei gave up the position of Kazekage. The industrial development of Fujita Town. Both Raza and Yakura are the best of the new generation of Sand Shinobi ninjas. Each has its own unique features. Now that the candidates have been determined, then the next thing to do is how to choose and what method to choose. Soon. From Kazekage Tsunaro. The letters personally issued by Cho and the Sand Shinobi elders arrived in the hands of Raza and Yakura respectively. Is this the decision of the old woman? After reading the contents of the letter in his hand, Raza looked at the Anbu member in front of him with half certainty. Yes, Lord Raza. Knowing that the person in front of him is one of the candidates for the future 4th Kazekage, the Anbu member also gave the greatest respect while speaking. Hearing the answer, Raza's surface is still as calm as water. But in fact, his heart has already broken the waves. Raza knew that there would be such a day, but he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Okay, I got it. After I finish dealing with the frontline defense forces, I will go to the Kazekage sand house in the afternoon. Rosa put away the letter and said lightly. Seeing this, the Anbu members did not stay. I will take my leave. Bang! With a bang, the Anbu members who bowed their heads turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Tsunagakuer, Kekkei's residence. A new 4th Kazekage. Tell Cho-chan that I give up. The position of 4th Kazekage will be handed over directly to Raza. At the open door of the residence, Kekkei, who showed no emotion, calmly answered the Anbu members in front of him. Hearing this, the Anbu members were shocked for a moment. Because giving up the election for the 4th Kazekage on their own initiative was absolutely unheard of. Ah? You gave up the election on your own initiative? The Anbu member asked. Yes. Kekkei reaffirmed his answer. Is that so? Okay, I got it. Lord Yakura, I will report it to Lord Cho truthfully. Yes. Swish. Watching the Anbu members disappear in front of her eyes, Yakura calmly turned around, closed the door, and walked to the inner room. After entering the bedroom, Yakura with lifeless eyes, sitting against the wall, covering her stomach with one hand, curling up her legs and burying her head in them. But after a while, Yakura's whole body trembled slightly, accompanied by a faint cry. Why? Why is there? Which BD is it? Exactly. Woo. Election for the 4th Kazekage is important, but it is really strange that Yakura can have the mood to participate in the election when she suddenly knows that she is pregnant. As an elite Jainin with strength close to the Quasi-Kage. As a woman, Yakura, no matter how strong her heart is, at this moment, all she can feel is fear and helplessness. In her opinion, it is impossible for a person to have a good fortune out of nothing, so her situation will eventually have only the worst answer. Damn you! After crying, Kekkei raised his head again, clenched his hands into fists, gritted his teeth, and a cold light flashed in his hazy eyes. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely don't let me find you, otherwise I will definitely cut you into pieces. The land of tea, Fujita Town. Achoo. Ryuma, who was inspecting the town and preparing to plan a new industry, suddenly stopped and sneezed. Seeing this scene, wearing a martial arts maid's uniform, with a lacquered bow on her back and a full quiver on her back, Yaki Yuri was closely accompanying her. Immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Ryuma-sama, what's wrong with you? Why did you sneeze suddenly? Are you sick? I'm fine. Ryuma stretched out his hand and pinched his nose, and continued, maybe there was some dust that made my nose itchy just now. Oh, that's it, okay then. Yuri nodded in belief. Maybe the sneeze was really caused by the dust. Let's keep going, Yuji. The west gate of the town is almost in front, and this is the last one. Then we can go back. Try to finish before the sun sets. After all, I want to have dinner on time. Today, you have to try Yuji's fried fish flavored pork shreds, fried small yellow croaker, teriyaki pork chops, and hot and sour beef shreds. Have you improved? Wuma smiled and looked at Yuji. Hearing this, Yuji smiled. No problem, Lord Wuma. The area of Fujita town today is not too large. The diameter of the entire town is only 4 kilometers. Although it was a bit slow along the way. But there was still more than an hour before the sun set. Wuma and Yuji returned to the mansion. I'm going to cook, Lord Wuma. Well, go ahead. Back to the mansion. Yuji bowed first, and after receiving the latter's response, he walked along the blue brick corridor to the kitchen. As for Wuma, after taking off his shoes, he walked straight to his study. He came to the bamboo rattan chair. After sitting down, Wuma picked up the pencil on the table and began to write and draw on a large white paper. Shashasha. For a long time, Wuma finally completed the draft of the industrial plan for the next stage of town development. Putting down the pencil, Wuma looked at the industrial plan draft drawings on the table, frowning in thought. The current Tengzi town. There are tea industry, entertainment industry, agriculture, animal husbandry, clothing industry, and fishery industry, with a total annual output value of 4.253 billion taels. The first contribution is the tea industry. This year's total output value is about 1.6 billion taels, accounting for 37.6% of the total output value of the town. Among them, the output of Tengzi black tea, green tea, and white tea is 135,000 catties, 132,000 catties, and 91,000 catties respectively. Excluding tax-free and discounted sales, the terminal total output value is 600 million taels, 300 million taels, and 700 million taels respectively. Domestic consumption, 31.5%, 504 million taels. Foreign trade, 68.4%, 1.094 billion taels. Entertainment industry ranks second in contribution. This year's total output value is about 1.32 billion taels, accounting for 31% of the town's total output value. Among them, chess, poker, fighting chess, chess and card utensils, supplies, and decorations. The output is 45,000 pieces, 17,000 pieces, 9,500 pieces, 30,000 pieces, 22,000 pieces, and 65,000 pieces respectively. Excluding duty-free and discounted sales. The terminal total output value is 500 million taels, 130 million taels, 60 million taels, 400 million taels, 30 million taels, and 200 million taels respectively. Domestic consumption, 10.5%, 140 million taels. Foreign trade, 89.5%, 1.18 billion taels. Reading books every day is fun during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 008 New Industrial Plan. Luo Sha's resentment. The third largest contributor is the clothing industry. This year's total output value is about 1.24 billion taels, accounting for 29.2% of the town's total output value. Among them, cotton, linen, cashmere, cowhide, duck down, and goose down. The output is 25,000 pieces, 10,000 pieces, 20,000 pieces, 15,000 pieces, 5,000 pieces, and 10,000 pieces respectively. Excluding duty-free and discounted sales. The terminal total output value is 100 million taels, 40 million taels, 200 million taels, 400 million taels, 100 million taels, and 400 million taels respectively. Domestic consumption, 75.2%, 930 million taels. Foreign trade volume, 24.8%, 310 million taels. The fourth largest contributor is agriculture. This year's total output value is about 43.95 million taels, accounting for 1% of the town's total output value. Among them, the output of economic plants, cotton, flax, grain crops, rice, wheat, soybeans, buckwheat, corn, oil crops, peanuts, vegetable crops, cabbage, fruits, blueberries, cranberries, pears, and feed crops, forage, are 200,000 jin, 1 million jin, 20,000 jin, 15,000 jin, 2,500 jin, and 300,000 jin respectively. Excluding tax-free and discounted sales, the total terminal output value is 7 million taels, 9.5 million taels, 3.2 million taels, 150,000 taels, 100,000 taels, and 24 million taels respectively. Domestic consumption, 34.2%, 15.03 million taels. Foreign trade volume, 65.8%, 28.92 million taels. The fifth largest contributor is animal husbandry. This year's total output value is about 29.26 million taels, accounting for 0.7% of the total output value of the town. Among them, mutton, beef, duck, goose, cashmere, cowhide, duck down, goose down. The output is 32,000 tons, 27,000 tons, 2,700 tons, 1,800 tons, 900 tons, 600 tons, and 550 tons respectively. Excluding duty-free and discounted sales, the total output value of the terminal is 4.22 million taels, 4.91 million taels, 120,000 taels, 210,000 taels, 5.4 million taels, 2.7 million taels, 5.7 million taels, and 6 million taels respectively. Domestic consumption, 98.2%, 28.73 million taels. Foreign trade, 1.8%, 530,000 taels. The sixth contribution is fishery. The total output value this year is about 21 million taels, accounting for 0.5% of the total output value of the town. Among them, fish, shellfish, and shrimp. The output is 280,000 tons, 30,000 tons, and 50,000 tons respectively. Excluding duty-free and discounted sales, the total output value of the terminal is 11.2 million taels, 3.3 million taels, and 6.5 million taels respectively. Domestic consumption, 91.1%, 19.13 million taels. Foreign trade volume, 8.9%, 1.87 million taels. The annual output value is 4.253 billion taels, and the town's annual income is 750 million taels, of which 40% is to be paid as taxes to the daimyo, and the remaining amount is only 450 million taels. After a simple calculation, Wu Ma realized that his town still has a long way to go before it can become economically prosperous. Damn it! So far, the annual income of Fujida town is barely comparable to that of a small ninja village, or even less. If this is told to others, Wu Ma is afraid that the 5 major countries will laugh at him. But there is no way to do it now. After all, the Tea Kingdom has not had a core economic development area of its own since its founding. The state of the entire country. It is a completely primitive handmade economy. At present, the total population of the Tea Kingdom scattered throughout the country is only a little over 60,000, of which Fujida town accommodates 1/3. Because the development in recent years has been good, And the three characteristics of the town: high salary, good treatment, and good environment. Fujida town has attracted many poor fishermen and villagers living in the coastal areas of the Tea Kingdom to settle down. The rest did not come. Basically, they are the local villagers who have lived in the southern Tea Kingdom, Damingfu City, all year round and are unwilling to abandon their homes and businesses and travel through mountains and rivers to settle in Fujida town in the north, as well as the local villagers scattered in other settlements in the Tea Kingdom. Wuma's next industrial plan for Fujida town: add industries first. Expand original products. Then build more workshops and workshop areas. Improve the living standards of the people in the Tea Kingdom, and at the same time surpass the 5 major countries in economy, industry, and weapons research. Want to talk about vision? In fact, Wuma does not have much vision. With the existence of a system, you can improve your strength in a salted fish style. So for Wuma, at this stage, build a prosperous town of your own to provide a high quality of life. It is quite fulfilling. Not to mention, Wuma knows that sometimes the role of a powerful force is not inferior to that of an individual. The next step is to add education, wine, tobacco, medical, and transportation industries. Well, some related talents are very lacking. It seems that we have to find a way to recruit some people. Wuma stroked his chin. When the demand for something reaches a certain condition, a new industry will take shape. What he is doing now is to formalize and standardize the industries that have already taken shape in Fujida town. Because if it is not formalized and standardized, in the long run, industries like wine and tobacco will gradually form an underground black market trading chain in Fujida town. If the amount is large, it will be an astronomical loss of output value. Everyone loves small money. Wuma is no exception. Master Wuma, you can eat. Just as Wuma lowered his eyes and thought about what means to use to recruit relevant talents, a soft girl's voice suddenly came from the restaurant of the mansion not far from the study. Hearing the voice, Wuma put down the pen in his hand, left his seat, walked out of the study, and responded at the same time, "I'm here." A few days later, the Kingdom of Wind, Tsunagakuer. Because Kekkei, one of the only 2 candidates for the new Kazekage, voluntarily gave up the election plan. Another candidate, Luosha, naturally became the 4th Kazekage of Tsunagakuer and sat on the seat of Kazekage. Logically speaking, this should be something to be happy about. But Luosha was not happy about becoming the new Kazekage, but unhappy. Because inside the village, the villagers were talking about how he became the 4th Kazekage because Kekkei gave way to him. Regardless of whether it was a rumor or not. These were the words that were spread among the villagers. Any superior who heard them would definitely be unhappy. Not to mention Luosha, who was closely related and had just taken office as Kazekage. Becoming the 4th Kazekage, he did not receive the worship of the villagers, but instead enhanced Kekkei's prestige in the village in disguise. This undoubtedly made Luosha extremely resentful. Giving way to him. Ha 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 ha. You like being the hero of the village, don't you, Kekkei? In that case, I will let you be the hero of the village forever. In the Kazekage Sand Tower, wearing the 4th Kazekage's divine robe, Luosha stood alone by the window and looked at the interior of the village, with a sinister look on his face that made him laugh in anger. Obviously, Luosha is planning a conspiracy. As for what this plan is, I am afraid that no one knows except himself. 1 month later. Tea Country. Fujida Town, Mansion Hall. Ding! Congratulations on owning a town and territory of your own. Unlock the achievement first step. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the title of Shadow. Unlock the achievement name of Shadow. Congratulations on obtaining a level value of 30,000 points, obtaining an acceleration card 1, and a chakra ball, a small amount, 1. Hearing the system voice coming from my ear. A few hours ago, Wu Ma, who had just received the imperial edict from the daimyo of the tea country and officially became the full power manager of Fujida town and the tea country Chang. With a thought, opened the system interface. Ah! Are there any more achievements? Wu Ma looked at the system interface in confusion. After some observation, sure enough, he found the achievement option in the shortcut toolbar at the bottom left corner of the system interface. The 2 achievements he had just achieved were there. Most of the other achievements were grey with A, and there was not even a hint of notes. Wu Ma guessed. This achievement or something was probably generated by the system temporarily. It would only appear when he completed an important event or task. But it was good this way. Unintentionally, he could get achievement rewards, which Wu Ma thought was pretty good. Surprises. At least it was fun. P.S. Please give flowers, urge updates, and rewards for the new book. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 009 Living Lightning Cloud OU. Wu Ma looked at the achievement reward he had obtained. Acceleration card. Use this card to make any daughter who is still in the embryonic stage enter the birth stage, and start the last 2 hours of the birth countdown. Currently eligible, 1/1. Chakra ball, small amount an edible energy ball containing a small amount of chakra. After consumption, it will increase your chakra level slightly. It's enough, but I like it. Seeing the description of the acceleration card, Wu Ma subconsciously said this. The acceleration card is very useful. Because the sooner the daughter is born, and various events unfold in daily life afterwards, then Wu Ma will get the corresponding strength feedback faster. Although I don't know what kind of bloodline limit the first daughter is, it is a bloodline limit after all. As long as the daughter is born, I will directly obtain the corresponding bloodline limit. This alone is enough to excite Wu Ma. As for the second chakra ball, Wu Ma is currently mastering swordsmanship and has never done any related training to refine chakra. But in the future, those bloodline limits and ninjutsu. But it is necessary. The acquisition of this thing. It can also be regarded as laying the foundation of chakra for the use of blood limit and ninjutsu in the future. Fu. With a thought, a blue acceleration card appeared in Wu Ma's left hand, and a blue ball about the size of a longan appeared in his right hand. Are you sure to use the acceleration card? Confirm. Wu Ma did not hesitate at all. Buzz. Fu. As soon as the voice fell, the acceleration card in Wu Ma's hand turned into a stream of light that could not be observed by the naked eye, rushed out of the hall of the mansion, and flew into the distance. Although there is an acceleration card. But at present, I don't know where my first daughter and her mother are. So the most important thing at present, I still have to improve my own strength. After thinking about it, Wu Ma opened his mouth, raised his hand and threw the blue ball in his right hand, which was about the size of a longan, directly into his mouth. A little cool. While tasting it with emotion, Wu Ma also heard the system prompts sound. You eat the chakra ball, a small amount. Your chakra has been activated. Your chakra has reached the genin level. Hearing the prompt, Wu Ma immediately focused on the personal information on the system interface. Host, Wu Ma. Current level, Janin 3.5W/20W. Next level, Quasi Shadow. Chakra, Genin level. Weapon, Cutting Steel Sword. Ability, Rurouni no Waga Kai. Ninjutsu, none. Blood limit, none. Tools, none. Pet partner, Infant Living Lightning Cloud. Summoning Beast, none. Current chakra is only genin level. According to the performance in the original world, Wu Ma estimated that his chakra amount would be almost exhausted after putting in 2 C-level ninjutsu at most. Although the amount is small, But for now, he doesn't need any ninjutsu, so genin level chakra is always better than no chakra. Since I got this young living lightning cloud last time, I haven't let it out. Since there's nothing to do now, let it out for a walk. It's young, so it shouldn't cause much harm. As he said this, Wuma moved his mind and took the living lightning cloud out of the system. Fu. Puff. In the ripples of space. Soon. A living lightning cloud about the size of a watermelon, but purple in color, with faint electric light from time to time, appeared in front of Wuma. As soon as it appeared, this little guy, it showed unusual activity. Puff puff. Looking at the living lightning cloud in front of him, which looked like Ao, with cute anthropomorphic big eyes and mouth. Infected by its cute movements, Wuma couldn't help but smile warmly. Cute. Because it is still in its infancy. It looks similar to the purple cloud, round, so it does look cute and adorable. Puff puff. It seems to know who is in front of it. The living lightning cloud floated over, circled around Wuma, and then lay on his shoulder. From the front angle. At this moment, Wuma's shoulders seemed to be hung with a purple cloud. Although, this is indeed a kind of cloud. It's not good to sleep as soon as you come out. Seeing the living lightning cloud lying directly on his shoulder, Wuma laughed jokingly. Just finished speaking. As if he remembered something, Wuma folded his hands and raised his head to think. The living lightning cloud reminds me of a guy in a certain world. Although that name is not bad, I think it's better not to have the same name as others. The name Zilly should be quite suitable for you, little guy. What do you think, little guy? Puff puff. As soon as the words fell, Wuma heard a strange sound at this moment. That feeling. It's like sucking jelly. And at the same time, Wuma also felt a little abnormal in his body. Suddenly a little weak. A kind of indescribable weakness, as if the body was hollowed out, sad. What's going on? Wuma noticed something was wrong and looked in the direction of the voice. He was stunned. He saw Zai Li lying on his shoulder. Under his soft body, chakra as numerous as cow hair was being absorbed by him. Boom boom. Accompanied by absorption. Zai Li quietly lay on his shoulder. As if he had eaten something delicious, he swayed his body from time to time, which made him look even cuter. Seeing this, Wuma was confused. Zai Li, the young living lightning cloud, was obviously hungry, and then absorbed his own chakra to absorb energy. Absorbing chakra. This is very similar to Samehata, one of the 7 ninja swords. I just don't know if Zai Li has the ability to store chakra and then return it. Thinking of this, Wuma looked at the System Interface Pet Partner column, the system's introduction to the living lightning cloud. Pet Companion, Zai Li, Live Lightning Cloud in Infancy. Attached photo. Introduction, a living lightning cloud that feeds on various high-energy things. After binding with its master, it will be loyal to its master until death. Its abilities are Release Lightning, Control Lightning, and Absorb Lightning. According to the master's imagination, as long as it is within its ability, the living lightning cloud will release the corresponding and powerful attack moves. When the living lightning cloud grows to the full stage, it will also unlock the species talent. That is, it can merge with the user to form a purple lightning entanglement mode of 1+1-2. Pet growth stages: infancy, growth, maturity, full form. Horror. After reading the system's introduction to Zai Li, Wuma couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment. Such a growth-type pet with a panel is simply beyond many summoning beasts. This is absolutely a treasure. P.S. Please give flowers, urge for updates, and reward for the new book. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 010 Kekkei is caught up in conspiracy. On the other side. Tsunagakur, Kazekage Tsunaro. 4th generation, are you looking for me? Just after entering the door, Kekkei, who changed his usual attire and wore a loose martial arts uniform over his ninja uniform, looked at the figure behind the office desk with a calm expression. Seeing the person coming, Luo Sha, wearing the 4th Kazekage's divine robe, raised his head and put his hands together on the table. Now there is a special confidential mission that needs you to do. Looking at the entire village, I'm afraid you are the only one who can complete this mission. What confidential mission? As a ninja in the village, Kekkei will not refuse to accept a confidential mission. After all, in her own heart, she also believes that she has the ability to complete it. Ah, is that so? Hearing Kekkei ask, Luo Sha's expression changed immediately, and he pretended to know something in advance and said, Anbu has found a temporary station for Cloud Shinobi ninjas. It is currently one of their medical outposts, and most of the people coming and going are genin and chnin. What I want you to do is to destroy it. It is located in the dense forest area of the river country to the northeast of the village. Before you reach the dense forest, there will be Anbu deployed there in advance to pick you up. Understood. When he nodded, Kekkei saluted Luo Sha slightly. During the war, time waits for no one. I will leave today. Kekkei bids farewell, 4th generation. Okay, go ahead. Luo Sha nodded solemnly. Soon, Kekkei left the Kazekage office. However, when Kekkei left, she did not see Luo Sha sitting behind the desk, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in the depths of his eyes. Except for a small part of the confidential tasks that Luo Sha gave to Kekkei, the rest were deliberately fabricated by him. The dense forest area in the northeast. There is indeed an outpost, but it is not a medical outpost at all, but a temporary reconnaissance camp with 2 genin and 9 chnin stationed. There are no Cloud Shinobi ninjas there. There are no Sand Shinobi Anbu to pick her up. There are only 2 Mist Shinobi Genin and 9 Mist Shinobi Chnin disguised as Sand Shinobi ninjas to avoid being exposed. The strength of 2 teams. And they are enemies. Luo Sha asked Kekkei to go alone without any companions, which is obviously pushing her into the fire pit. Under the sudden attack, even if it is a quasi-shadow, it may not be able to stop the 2 Mist Shinobi Genin and 9 Mist Shinobi Chnin in a flash. Not to mention, Kekkei now has lost her bloodline limit. Although this situation is only known to her, no one else knows. But in this case, Kekkei also chose to accept such a man-made modified confidential mission. The final result is definitely death. There is no suspense. Without the blood limit, Kekkei's own ninjutsu strength has been greatly reduced. Swish. After simply going home to pack up, taking some ninja tools, Kekkei quickly left the village. On the way. Damn, why is it so fast? Kekkei lowered his head and looked at his bulging belly along the wide collar of his martial arts uniform. His face was full of disbelief. In this situation, or when she was wearing a tight ninja uniform. Otherwise, without the restraint of the big belly, it would be more prominent. That's why, when Luo Sha was in the Kazekage Sand Tower before, he didn't notice anything unusual. Forget it, never mind. Let's talk about it after completing the mission. Kekkei didn't understand why her belly was growing so fast. But now, with a confidential mission, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Swish, swish, swish. Kekkei looked to the northeast and increased the speed of the instant jump. 2 hours later, the 4th generation master said, "This should be here." Looking at the dense forest in front of him, standing in the open area, Kekkei couldn't help but be more vigilant while looking around. Swish, swish. After a few seconds, a Sand Shinobi Genin walked out of the dense forest. Master Kekkei. Yes. Kekkei nodded in response. While responding, Kekkei secretly put his hands on his waist and placed them near the ninja tool bag. Although she didn't know all the sand shinobi genin in the village. But they all knew her, and it was impossible for anyone to ask her really, while performing a secret mission. In addition to this, she also noticed that the sand shinobi genin not far away had no respect for her. Or rather, there was a strange sense of strangeness in his expression. But at this moment, a sudden pain made Kekkei suddenly weak all over and kneeled on the ground. Ah! Hearing this sudden cry of pain, the sand shinobi genin who was planning to gradually approach Kekkei stopped without knowing why. Because he didn't know. What was the situation of this woman who claimed to be a blood limit scorch-style ninja not far away? In the dense forest, a group of sand shinobi ninjas ambushing on the treetops of the dense forest also showed confusion. Why did this guy kneel down so suddenly? I don't know. Captain, should we take this opportunity to act now? Or, hearing his subordinate's words, the other sand shinobi genin squatting on a treetop frowned slightly. I don't know what that Kekkei is doing, don't act rashly, wait for Captain Chibaidu to confirm the situation. Yes. * 9. Damn it, at this time. Ugh. The words were not finished. Feeling severe pain again, Kekkei completely collapsed on the ground, raised her head and breathed deeply. At the same time, many beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. Kekkei's action of supporting the ground with both hands made the wide martial arts uniform that originally covered her belly lose its blinding effect. At this moment, Kekkei's balloon-like belly instantly became the most eye-catching place. So, in the dense forest, a group of sand shinobi ninjas lying in ambush looked at this scene in disbelief. P.S. Please give me flowers, urge me to update, and give me rewards for my new book. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 011 The birth of Scorch Style's daughter. Bang! The sand shinobi genin, who was called Ikoto by his companions, saw this scene and released the transformation technique, revealing his true identity. Ha ha ha! I thought you had some delaying tactics, but it turns out, you are pregnant. While speaking, Ikoto, wearing a mist shinobi forehead protector and a mist shinobi genin vest, took out a sharp kunai from his ninja bag, turned it a few times, and then held it with his backhand. It's really strange. The information leaked by Yusu Nagakur said that you are a powerful bloodline limit ninja, and you are superb in Scorch style. But now it seems, that's not the case, a transport woman? Ha, that's ridiculous. Sand Shinobi is now, it's time to send a transport woman to the battlefield. While speaking, Ikoto rubbed his fingers on the kunai held in his other hand with his backhand. But since you are Kekkei, then now, please die. Swish! Chibaidu's eyes showed fierceness, and he rushed towards Kekkei, swinging the kunai to stab her neck. Soul! Dan! Looking at the figure rushing towards him, Kekkei, who already knew that this secret mission was a trap, endured the severe pain in her stomach and clenched her teeth. To be honest, she really wanted to use ninjutsu now. Even if she couldn't attack the enemy. But it would be good to use the body replacement technique to escape from the original place and avoid the enemy's attack. But now, affected by the severe pain in her stomach, Kekkei no longer had any extra strength to perform ninjutsu. Successful. Seeing the kunai successfully approaching, even from Kekkei's neck, there was only 1 or 2 centimeters left. Chibaidu was immediately happy. Fuwu. Just when the situation was critical. Suddenly, countless materialized hot flames overflowed from Kekkei's body, and then formed a counter-attack shield. Bang! With a shocking air explosion sound, Chibaidu, who was holding a kunai close to Kekkei's neck, was forced to stop at the last centimeter. Then the next second, as if he was hit by an explosive counter-air explosion, he flew backwards unexpectedly. Explosive counter-air explosion, oh alert, crossed out. Attack point D. Crossed out. What? Whoosh. Crash. The recoil force was so great. The stunned Chibaidu had no time to react, and flew backwards dozens of meters and sank directly into the dense forest. Oh my god, that's it. Captain Chibaidu. Watching the scene that happened in a flash. The surrounding sand shinobi ninjas who were ambushing on the treetops of the dense forest no longer hid. They all released the transformation technique. In the true identity of a mist shinobi ninja, he appeared on the open ground in front of the dense forest. Chibaidu. While watching the strange phenomenon in front of him, another mist shinobi Jainin Horia, who was in charge of the team, shouted loudly into the dense forest. Swish! Ahem! I'm fine. Chibaidu quickly wiped off the traces of bloodline from the corner of his mouth and appeared not far from Hori. Be careful. Don't be careless. Chibaidu, who had learned a lesson, looked forward and reminded his teammates. Who cares? Let's go together. I don't believe that she can stop our joint attack alone. As he said that, Hori began to make hand seals. Seeing this, Chibaidu nodded, and at the same time, his hands began to make hand seals quickly. The other 9 mist shinobi Chunin followed closely behind the two. Water-style water explosion. Water-style water bullet. Water-style technique. *9. Instantaneously, the water-style ninjutsu released by 2 mist shinobi Jainin and 9 mist shinobi Chunin converged and rushed towards Kekkei, who was still slumped in the same place. In a moment of crisis. At this moment, the increasingly dense heat flames on Kekkei's body expanded outward like a balloon, turning into a scorching flame ball with a diameter of several meters. Hula la! Chi chi! As the water-style ninjutsu approached the scorching flame ball, in the blink of an eye, those water-style ninjutsu were evaporated by the heat flames and turned into a large amount of water vapor. Boom! After the resistance was over, the scorching flame ball with a diameter of several meters, as if being pulled by something, quickly shrank and became smaller. Fu-wu-view! As the scorching energy gathered and gathered, soon, the scorching flame ball shrunk to the size of a microwave oven, the heat on the surface disappeared, and turned into a shiny glass surface. It looked like a fiery red glass ball. Crack! Snap! After a long time, the surface of the scorching flame ball was vitrified, and it crackled into a large number of glass fragments. Unlike glass, these glass fragments from the scorching flame ball, even if they were broken, were still transmitting heat to the outside. But this is not the point. The point is, at the center of the scorching flame ball that was broken into pieces, a curled-up little girl about 110 centimeters tall was slowly unfolding her body and landing steadily on the ground. Phew! The moment she landed, a strong heat wave airflow emanated from the little girl, instantly blowing away the remaining water vapor around. In an instant, the whole area returned to its original brightness. A little girl. How could this Lima be possible? She could be this big just after birth? And she could stand. Chibaidu looked at the figure not far away in shock. This scene was absolutely horrifying. Even if he didn't see the birth process. But he was not a fool. A newborn baby can't possibly be this big, and what's more terrifying is that the water-style ninjutsu they released earlier was offset by some kind of force. Maybe it was the action of the little girl not far away. Achoo! Although the whole body was covered with a layer of burning flames that could not be seen by the naked eye. But it might be because she was not wearing any clothes. Or, she was just born and came to a new environment and has not adapted to it yet. At this moment, the cute little girl with leaf green hair and drooping orange bangs on both sides She couldn't help but stretch out her little hand to wipe her nose. Jojo has to wear a piece of clothing, otherwise she will be frozen. Achoo! While talking to herself. The cute little girl who called herself Jojo. She walked to Kekkei, who was sitting on the ground with disheveled hair because of physical exhaustion. For the missed Shinobi ninjas on the opposite side, now is undoubtedly a good opportunity to attack. However, none of them dared to act rashly. Because they didn't know at all. Right now. What is going on? Producing babies at the speed of light? I have never seen such an outrageous thing. 8 years old? This Lima is 8 years old. Looking at the giant Neza with a sweet head and a burly figure, crossed out. Because I have to write several books, the author may have mixed mental states sometimes, please forgive me. This is all a conspiracy of Genkai. P.S. Please give flowers, urge for updates, and reward for the new book. The author has something to say. Generally, 3 chapters are updated every day, and 1 more chapter is reserved for extra updates every day. Reading books every day is fun during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 012 The big one is coming. Scorch style sunset sky flame technique. Mom Jojo needs clothes. Looking at the little girl in front of him. Kekkei, whose hair was already wet with sweat and draped over his shoulders, raised his hand in disbelief. You are. I am Jojo, Mom's daughter. Jojo, who has the same hair color and almost the same face as Kekkei, smiled innocently. Kekkei was stunned. She really couldn't imagine it. Is this a newly born fetus? Although it's unbelievable. But Kekkei can indeed feel that the little girl in front of her has a certain feeling that is common to her. She doesn't know how to describe it. But this feeling. It really exists. Well, Jojo? Did you name it yourself? It looks like me. Kekkei, who had raised his hand earlier, couldn't help but put his hand gently on Zhuozhuo's pink face and sighed. Mom, can you give me the clothes first? Jojo muttered coldly. Looking at Kekkei who was sighing in front of him. Jojo couldn't help but remind him softly. During this conversation. In her eyes, she could even see the tears that seemed to be looming and would soon take shape. Oh. I'm sorry. Mom was busy looking at you. Mom will put it on for you now. Kekkei came back to her senses and apologized repeatedly. She took off her wide martial arts uniform and put it on Jojo. Because she was already wearing a unique ninja costume, and she had chakra to keep warm. Kekkei, who took off the wide martial arts uniform, didn't have to worry about catching a cold. After Jojo was born, Kekkei's big belly feature has also disappeared. Hehe, thank you Mom. Jojo, who put on the martial arts uniform under her mother's arrangement, smiled and kissed Kekkei's face quickly. It's just that the clothes are a little too big. Jojo looks a little funny in it. Feeling his daughter's movements, Kekkei smiled happily and looked at Jojo. Jojo, Mom wants to ask you some questions, about you, and Mom's scorch style. Kekkei is very smart. She didn't miss a single scene of Jojo's birth. Combined with the previous. His bloodline limit mysteriously disappeared. It's not difficult for Kekkei to guess. The identity of this daughter in front of her, may have some connection with her bloodline limit. But she doesn't know yet. What is the connection between Jojo and her bloodline limit? And how did she suddenly get pregnant? Just when Kekkei was about to speak, Jojo broke away from Kekkei's arms, turned around and took a few steps back, smiling. Mom. Can you answer the questions later? Now, Jojo has to deal with some enemies. Without waiting for Kekkei to respond. Jojo, wearing Kekkei's wide martial arts uniform, almost dragged on the ground. Turn around. It's like changing a face. The whole person instantly became angry and murderous. Anyone who wants to harm my mother must be eliminated, evaporated. Is this a newborn baby? Took growth hormone. Chibaidu and Hori looked at each other in disbelief at the little girl not far away. Although they were confused. But now. It was the time of the battle. As the leading ninjas, Chibaidu and Hori knew that their mission target this time was Kekkei. As long as Kekkei was killed. No matter what happened during the mission. As long as there was no huge impact on the final mission target. Then. The mission can still continue. Captain. What should we do now? Seeing that the battle situation had changed and the two leaders did not move, a Mist Shinobi couldn't help asking. Hearing the question, Chibaidu tightly grasped the kunao in his hand, his eyes flashed with determination. The mission continues. You go and deal with that little girl, no matter what she is. Facing 6 Chunin, even Jainin will be a little tricky. I don't believe she can stop it. Yes. After responding, the 6 Mist Shinobi Chunin moved and ran towards Jojo quickly. Seeing this, Kekkei, who was unable to get up, looked at Jojo in front of him worriedly. Be careful, Jojo. They are Mist Shinobi ninjas, who are very good at Mist Shinobi assassination and water style. Leave it to me, Mom. Looking back and giving Kekkei a confident and cute smile, Jojo looked forward, pinched his fingers with both hands, and closed them in front of his heart. The big one is coming. Scorch style sunset sky flame technique. Buzz. Bang phew. A cage level chakra burst out from Jojo. His momentum was like a tiger descending from a mountain. In a few seconds, a scorching fireball as big as a small mountain formed above Zwazwo's head, emitting a huge heat that seemed to burn people dry. Bang! With a loud bang, the scorching fireball pushed by chakra at the bottom rushed into the sky. That is. Seeing this scene, the 6 Mist Shinobi Chunin who were originally running stopped their bodies and raised their heads in astonishment. Even Ikoto and Hori, who were not far behind and were about to make a detour to attack Kekkei, looked up in amazement at the huge scorching fireball rising diagonally in the sky. This is impossible. Doesn't the Kekkei Genkai require certain conditions and bloodlines to activate? How can there be an innate Kekkei Genkai? Can you have a Kekkei Genkai right after birth? This amount of chakra released. This amount of chakra, I have only felt it in the 4th Mizu cage. But it's just a kid, how could she have it? Everything. Ikoto and Hori obviously need someone to explain the confusion to them. But unfortunately, they don't have this opportunity. Phew. Above the sky. When it reaches a certain height, the huge scorching fireball that is as big as a hill stagnates in the air and then explodes. Beer. Thousands of scorching fireballs the size of carriages fall accurately and quickly like skyflame meteors. Hide. Get out of the way. Seeing this terrifying scene that looks like a natural disaster, Ikoto, Hori, and 6 Mist Shinobi Chunin jumped away in panic and tried to run to a safe area. Look at their terrified and embarrassed appearance. It seems that they wish they could grow 2 more legs. Beer you. Even if they run faster. But in the end, they still couldn't completely escape the attack range of the sunset sky flame technique. Bang 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 bang. A large-scale chain explosion sounded. The moment the burning fireball the size of a carriage landed, the surrounding air and soil moisture evaporated quickly. One after another, charred pits appeared. Ah! It's so hot! So hot! In the process of running away and dodging, 2 Mist Shinobi Chunin who were accidentally touched by the burning fireball fell to the ground instantly. Their clothes were set on fire. But in a moment, they were surrounded by the scorching fireballs that fell one after another, and then under the burning and huge heat, their bodies were evaporated of blood and water. Bang 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 bang. Ah! Ah! Save me! Save me! Chunin's dodge was not slow. But under the high frequency and large range of thousands of scorching fireballs as big as carriages, the only 4 remaining missed Shinobi Chunin. In just a few seconds, under the impact explosion and huge heat of the scorching fireballs, they turned into mummies with blood and water evaporated. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 013 rewards come one after another. The Land of Tea. Fujida Town, the main hall of the mansion. Wu Ma, who had already finished his meal, laid on the tatami floor of the hall with his hands behind his head, enjoying the afternoon sun pouring in from the open door of the hall. On his stomach, the soft and cute living lightning cloud Zi Li was lying motionless to rest. In such a warm scene. In his mind, the sudden reminder sound of the system completely woke up Wu Ma, who was a little sleepy. Ding! The eldest daughter was born successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 15,000 level points of maternal activity accumulation, 30,000 level points of daughter birth reward, and 20,000 level points of first battle. Congratulations, you have obtained a total of 65,000 level points. You have unlocked the achievement the first time in history. The system interface has been updated, and you can now learn physical skills, swordsmanship, and illusion. Your first bloodline limit daughter is born. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline limit Scorch style, small. Obtain the birth of a daughter item card *1, skill selection opportunity *2. My eldest daughter is born. A series of prompt sounds. Wu Ma excitedly opened his eyes, and then stood up like a zombie, his face full of excitement. Originally, he had been guessing. What bloodline limit would the first daughter have, and what kind of person would the mother of the first daughter be? Even praying. Come to a Sharingan or a White Eye or something. Although it is not the bloodline limit he imagined. But the bloodline limit of Scorch style, Wu Ma immediately thought of a figure. Tsunagakure's great beauty. Tsunagakure's outstanding female ninja. Tsunagakure's Scorch style user. In the original world, if nothing unexpected happens, Kekkei, who has the bloodline limit Scorch style, will be in the Third Ninja War. He was tricked by the 4th Kazekage, Raza, into going to Kirigakure under the pretext of a secret mission. Then, he was killed by a surprise attack by a Kirigakure ninja disguised as a friendly army when he was completely unprepared. He became a victim of the peaceful political acumen of the great country. It was a pity for Kekkei. Wu Ma also never thought that his first choice for sewing would be Kekkei. Just as Wu Ma was stunned by joy. In his ears, the system prompt sounded again. Excuse me, would you like to use the item card now and have 2 chances to choose skills? Yes. Wu Ma did not hesitate at all. Soon, the system interface appeared in front of Wu Ma. Ding! You used the item card gift for the birth of a daughter. Congratulations on getting 2 chances to choose equipment. Instructions: you can make 2 equipment choices from every 3 random options in every 2 of the 5 categories of weapons, travel, pets, medicines, and other world items. Note: the equipment and skill grades are C, white, B, blue, A, purple, S, gold, SS, red, SSS, colorful, from low to high. After reading the system introduction carefully, Wu Ma nodded immediately. I understand, let's start the skill selection now. I have nothing now. In addition to a steel-cutting sword, there is not even a qualified and attractive skill. This is not a good thing. Wu Ma himself feels a little embarrassed for the identity of a swordsman. Skill selection. You can choose 2 from the following skills to strengthen yourself. Tearing Wind, A-level swordsmanship, swinging the sword with powerful force to roll up a strong wind that tears the air. With the dual cooperation of high proficiency and cage-level strength, the strong wind can even cause damage to the 12-level typhoon. Apollo's Sun Bow, S-level physical technique, concentrate the body chakra on the feet, like Apollo's sun arrow that is about to be fired, with the power of the gods, give the enemy a fatal blow. Ashes of Night, A-level illusion, drags the enemy's spirit into the ash field of eternal darkness, making it lost. To be honest, these 3 skills are actually good. But Wu Ma knows that he has to choose the skill that can maximize his benefits. The third option is excluded first. Illusion is certainly a good skill, but the effect of A-level illusion Ashes of Night is not as powerful as the first 2 options. Illusion cannot be absent, after all, having a sword but not using it and having no sword to use are completely different things. But it doesn't matter whether there is an illusion or not at the moment. When he gets Sharingan, illusions will be available almost at his fingertips. For Wu Ma, compared with controlling the enemy through illusions, he still prefers to drive a Gundam or dance alone, just like Madara and Zuzi. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Wu Ma made a choice. I choose and dot. Ding. Skill selection completed. Ding. Excuse me, would you like to start the equipment selection opportunity now? Yes. Wu Ma confirmed. Soon, a system text box popped up. Ding. Enter equipment selection. Equipment selection type completed, pet, medicine *2. Please choose 2 from the following 3 options. Shiba Inu, ordinary Shiba Inu, useless, but you can try to waste a selection opportunity. Chakra Ball, medium 1 is better than 6, which is the comparison between 1 Chakra Ball, medium, and Chakra Ball, small. Skill Proficiency Fruit, a magical fruit that is hard to come by. After eating it, you can improve the proficiency of a certain designated skill. Note, skill proficiency from low to high is, Novice, Entry, Proficient, Grandmaster, Great Mastery. Who would choose Shiba Inu if Yamato didn't choose the latter 2 fruits that are extremely effective and can increase strength? Signing a summoning beast is more useful than it. Complained. Wu Ma confirmed his choice and took the Chakra Ball, medium amount, and Skill Mastery Fruit. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 014 Can you be stronger, you great shoe people? The naughty cat stands with his hands on his hips. You ate the Chakra Ball, medium amount. Your Chakra amount increased. Your Chakra has reached the Elite Chunin level. You used the Skill Proficiency Fruit on the A-level Swordsmanship Ripped Wind, and the Skill Proficiency, Novice Beginner, increased. The increased proficiency of the Ripped Wind will undoubtedly help improve your swordsmanship. I haven't learned any ninjutsu yet. Even if it is a blood limit, it is estimated that before the level is upgraded to medium, high, or even super, I will not use it. If you encounter an enemy or danger, swordsmanship and physical skills are still the only 2 things you can do. So upgrade the Ripped Wind first. Improve skill proficiency. It is definitely a good choice. Okay, let me see now. Wu Ma looked at his personal information in the system interface. Host, Wu Ma. Current level, Janin 10W/20W. Next level, Quasi Shadow. Chakra, Elite Chunin. Weapon, Slashing Steel Sword. Ability, Rurouni no Daiokai. Taijutsu, Apollo's Sunbow, S, Novice. Swordsmanship, Sword Drawing, B, Proficient, Rending Wind, A, Entry Level, Sword Drawing is the protagonist's own skill. Genjutsu, none. Ninjutsu, none. Bloodline Limit, Bloodline Limit Scorch Style, small. Note, most bloodline limits follow the 5 levels of small, elementary, intermediate, high, and final. For Sharingan, it is small, elementary, intermediate, high, final, super, and ultimate, corresponding to 1 Megatama, 2 Megatama, 3 Megatama, Mangeki, Eternal Mangeki, Rinnegan, and 6 Megatama Rinnegan. Items, none. Pet Companion, juvenile living lightning cloud zilly, active. Summoning beast, none. Compared to before. There are many more columns on Wuma's personal information. Whether it is the amount of chakra, or the physical skills and swordsmanship, they have all improved. Among them, there is also a scorch style obtained by the birth of the first blood limit daughter. Not bad. With this speed of strength improvement, except for those unique cheats in the future, I guess I am already the number one in the ninja world now. Feeling the flow of chakra in the body and the two new skills and knowledge in the mind, Wuma looked at his hands that were lightly clenched into fists and evaluated himself. It's exactly the same as the system said. It's really people sit at home, strength comes from the sky. There is no deviation at all. But this is far from enough. Because Wuma knows. In this world, if you don't have the basic strength of 6 paths in the later stage, you are basically a fish in a chopping board. Become an ant in the eyes and attacks of others. Or, wait to die on the spot. So now, he wants more bloodline limit daughters. In addition to obtaining bloodline limit, more is to obtain level value and improve his own level. Think about it. Wuma couldn't help but ask in his mind. System, when can I make another seed selection? Unknown. Hearing the system's answer, Wuma was also stunned, but then, he guessed that maybe some conditions must be met. Since the system doesn't know either, it should not be the time to meet the activation conditions. Okay. It seems that we have to go with the flow, and we can't be anxious. With a sigh, Wuma took advantage of the situation and laid back with his hands on his head. Sleeping on the tatami again, looking up at the ceiling with a smile on his face. Kekkei. Scorch-style daughter. Hee. The border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of River. Somewhere in the dense forest. Humph. It seems that you are not completely crooked. You are not good at fighting, but you are quite good at running and hiding. Great shoe people. Looking at the two Miss Shinobi Jainin standing side by side not far away, looking embarrassed and breathing heavily. The little girl walking towards them at this moment was like a Palu naughty cat, with her hands on her waist and a look of disdain on her face. Who? Damn you little brat! Who do you think you are? Don't underestimate Miss Shinobi Jainin. Feeling humiliated, Chibaidu quickly formed seals with both hands and used the last bit of chakra in his body. Ninjutsu Miss Shinobi technique. Bang! Phew. In an instant, fog appeared in the air of the dense forest, and it became thicker and thicker. In just a few seconds, the area centered on Jojo and the two Miss Shinobi Jainin was soon shrouded in thick fog. Outside the area, when seeing this scene, Kekkei, who had recovered some strength and could barely stand up, thought to himself that something was wrong and shouted loudly into the thick fog. Jojo. This is the Miss Shinobi technique. After the Miss Shinobi ninja releases this technique, the fog will become thicker and thicker, thus interfering with your vision. Be careful. The enemy may attack you from any place. Jojo knows, Mom. After responding, Jojo looked around without panic. The fog was so thick that he could only see a little distance around him. In the fog, Chibaidu and Hori's extremely arrogant voices, as if they had regained their confidence, suddenly sounded. Although there is not much chakra left, in this favorable battlefield environment, even cage-level strongmen cannot find us 100%. That's right. Ha. So now, have you thought about how to die? Brat. Elite Jainin's Miss Shinobi technique. It is indeed very dangerous. Without special abilities, ordinary shadows cannot find the caster in the first place during the Miss Shinobi technique. But such a situation, in Zuo's opinion, it is not a difficult problem. Although her perception is average. But don't forget. She was born from the Scorch style bloodline limit. She is the origin of Scorch style. Accurate search? Humph, Why bother? It's boring. The two uncles don't even dare to fight Jojo head on. I was thinking of giving you a little slack because you are so embarrassed. Humph. It seems that now, there is no need for this. Okay. Jojo has decided that you must all, completely. Shinobi now. As he said, Jojo, with a vicious look on his face, sank his hands, gathered chakra, and quickly flowed throughout his body. Scorch-style chakra mode. Bang phew. As the sound was transmitted, the chakra covering Zuo's body turned into extremely high-temperature scorching flames. Cover the body with extremely high-temperature scorching flames to attack or defend, so that every physical attack will have burning, scalding, and high-temperature effects. While having super high attack power, it can also make the enemy's melee attack difficult to succeed, just like wearing super high-temperature chain mail. This is Scorch-style chakra mode. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 015 Uchiha Tribe. An unexpected encounter in the Land of Fire. 2 days later. In the Land of Fire. On a wide primitive road. A figure with a tattered cloak covering his face and body, holding a little girl by the left hand, walked slowly in one direction. Jojo, you said your father is in this direction, but are you sure you didn't lie to Mom? That place is Konoha, the first ninja village in the ninja world. How could your father be in Konoha? Faced with the question, Jojo stretched out his little hand as white and tender as Kekkei's skin and scratched his head. Ah! Jojo is not sure about this, but Mom. Jojo can indeed feel the location of my father. Anyway, it's in this direction. Jojo firmly stretched out his little hand and pointed forward. Okay, in order to find that BD, it doesn't matter if I go to Konoha once. Since the incident 2 days ago. Kekkei, who saw Luosha's face clearly, did not plan to return to the village after Jojo dealt with the two missed shinobi Jainin. But he went in the opposite direction. Crossing the river country, they came to the territory of the fire country. Kekkei knew. If she had not died and returned to the village, it would only make Luosha more eager to kill him, and even make him do it himself. Now there is Jojo. Kekkei did not want to argue with Luosha. Since Luosha was unkind first, it was the best choice to leave on his own initiative and not go back to make things complicated, and even avoid casualties of villagers. Yes. From today on, Kekkei is no longer a member of the Sand Shinobi Ninja, but a wandering rebel ninja. Kekkei knew. Luosha would definitely send someone to check the place where he was on duty. If his body was not found, then Luosha would definitely be unable to sleep and eat. Becoming a rebel ninja is naturally a foregone conclusion. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to destroy the Sand Shinobi Ninja Forward Protector. Work hard for it. Do things loyally for the village. Unexpectedly. In the end, it was such an ending. It is really sad. Thinking back to what I experienced before. At this moment, she looked up at Kekkei in front of her, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Luosha. Sooner or later, I will make you pay double for this account. Even if you die, I will find your descendants to settle the account. I don't know how long they have been walking. Anyway, from noon to now, close to dusk, Kekkei and her daughter have not stopped. Fortunately, when passing through the river country, in the small villages along the way, they bought some food and water supplies and stored them in the storage scroll. Otherwise, it would not be. After walking for such a long time, I'm afraid my stomach has been growling with hunger. Ah! Mom, we seem to have taken the wrong road. Sensing the sound of ninjutsu being released not far away, Jojo was stunned and Meng blinked, and also glanced at Kekkei. Yeah. Kekkei nodded. Now is the period of the Third Ninja World War. There was actually such a battle of releasing ninjutsu in the land of fire. It was obvious that ninjas from other villages had intruded into the land of fire. But this had nothing to do with her. Right now. Hurry up and get on the road. That was the top priority. Let's go around, Jojo. This battle has nothing to do with us. The main task at the moment is to find your father. Kekkei said. Oh. Jojo got it, Mom. As a bloodline limit, Scorch style itself, Jojo said that he didn't like fighting. That would definitely be a lie. Children love to play by nature. Refers to, using Scorch style to make others feel pain. But my mother said to take a detour. Jojo, who was born with max intimacy with Kekkei, certainly cannot act arbitrarily. And she knows very well. My mother's strength is not as good as before. In essence, I am now responsible for protecting my mother. Soon. Kekkei led Jojo to bypass the battle zone not far ahead and recalibrated the direction of advance. This time, the two approached Konoha village smoothly. However, just when Kekkei and Jojo were about to reach the main gate of Konoha village, about a kilometer away from the forest, they were stopped by a figure. Stop! This is the area of Konoha village. Who are you? What are you going to do here at night? The person who spoke was a girl. The voice sounded quite nice. We are wandering refugees from the river country. A group of bandits destroyed our village. Fortunately, my daughter and I escaped quickly. Otherwise, Kekkei, who lied without thinking, showed the lower half of his face and explained in a sad tone, as if I was a victim of war. On the side. Jojo didn't understand. But following Kekkei's sad tone, she couldn't help but show the same look on her small face. WWTWT. He looked down and saw his daughter. She actually shed tears as if it was real. While Kekkei was a little amused, he also made up his mind to tell the lie to the end. Respected ninja. We, mother and daughter, don't want to do anything. We just want to find a place to rest temporarily and then buy some food and supplies. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto jumped from a large treetop in the forest and jumped to the ground. Are they really refugees? While thinking in his heart, Uchiha Mikoto, who landed on the ground, couldn't help but look at the woman in the tattered cloak and the little girl she was holding. Well, you. Although she was a Uchiha. But Mikoto was kind by nature. If the two people in front of her were really refugees, and were just looking for a place to rest temporarily to buy food and supplies, then she was willing to help them. During the current war, if they hadn't met her, but other ninjas, the mother and daughter in front of her, maybe they had already become wandering ghosts. Just when Uchiha Mikoto approached, when she was only a few meters away from Kekkei and Jojo. With the help of the moonlight, Uchiha Mikoto clearly saw the corner of the ninja waist bag exposed on Kekkei's waist. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mikoto's pupils shrank. Then he jumped back, took out a kunai from his waist bag and held it in his hand, looking at Kekkei and Jojo with a vigilant look. Damn, you actually wanted to deceive me. You are not refugees at all. Who are you? Oh. I seem to be exposed, Mom. Looking at the suddenly vigilant figure in front of him, Jojo was naively stunned for a moment. Exposed? But right now, we must not be discovered by other ninjas in Konoha. We must quickly defeat this Konoha shinobi in front of us. Let's go, Jojo. Jojo understands. In an instant, Kekkei and Jojo moved, each bursting out with sudden speed, rushing towards Uchiha Mikoto. Damn! I must tell everyone about this. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto started to run away, and at the same time took out a flare from his waist bag, ready to sound it. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 016 Uchiha Mikoto is captured. I got you, big sister. Swoosh. Uchiha Mikoto was startled by the figure that appeared in front of her. What? How can a little kid keep up with my speed? Even faster than me. Wow. Grabbing the collar of Uchiha Mikoto's ninja uniform. Before she could react. Bang. Jojo fell quickly, pulled Uchiha Mikoto to the ground, and sat on Uchiha Mikoto. How is it possible? This little girl is just... Uchiha Mikoto was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't understand how a half-grown child could have such strength. Such a child. It can no longer be described as a genius, but should be described as a demon. As a genin. Such a half-grown little girl. Not only can she catch up with herself and be faster than herself, but even the strength of her hand that just pulled her is not weaker than that of an adult. Mom, come quickly. Jojo has already caught this big sister who wants to escape. Looking at the little girl sitting on her body, saying this in a certain direction, Uchiha Mikoto immediately prepared to activate the body replacement technique to escape. She knew that if she didn't seize the opportunity in these few seconds, she would really be captured by the enemy. However, Uchiha Mikoto's seal action. After all, it was one step slower than Kekkei. Swish. Don't move. If you continue to move, I promise you that I will send you to death before your substitute escapes. Looking at the kunai against her neck, flashing a hint of cold light, Uchiha Mikoto's pupils shrank, and the action in her hands could not help but stop. You, who are you? Uchiha Mikoto's main job is not fighting. Facing Kekkei's cold and murderous words, she couldn't help swallowing. This is not the place to talk. But I need to get some information from you first, and then I can answer your question. As he said that, Kekkei reached out and lifted up Uchiha Mikoto, put a kunai on the latter's neck, and then told Jojo. Let's go, Jojo. Change to another place. Oh, okay. Soon. The two girls and the child left their original place. Walked to a hidden area in the dense forest. The dividing line fungus is building a bank building. The Tea Kingdom, Fujida Town. Ding. Battle event, the eldest daughter successfully defeated a bloodline limit ninja, Jainin. Achieved 3000 level points. Congratulations! You have obtained the bloodline limit Sharingan, and the reward level value of 5000 points for first time obtaining this bloodline limit. Ding! You now have a chance to randomly sow this bloodline limit throughout the ninja world, or, to select a specific one. Select a specific one. Wu Ma, who was sitting in the hall of the mansion and drinking tea leisurely, confirmed it without any hesitation. He is not a fool. If a bloodline limit like Sharingan, who is considered to be one of the top few in the ninja world, is randomly sown on an ordinary civilian, then he has no place to complain. After the voice was spoken, the system prompt sounded. Beep. Host, please select the background identity of the daughter's mother. Only one selection can be made. Small family. Ninja. Prestigious family. Nobles. I choose. The first choice was. The result. It was Kekkei. Scorch style is not bad. But compared with Sharingan, let alone Scorch style, most of the bloodline limits in the entire ninja world are incomparable. Because Sharingan has a very high upper limit. After Mangeki Sharingan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, not only can you open various forms of Gundam, there are even higher level Rinnegan. Possess powerful Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, and other taboo level moves. So this time, he chose a prestigious family instead of a small family. As for the nobles? Well, he didn't short-circuit his brain to choose a vase. Successfully selected the identity of a mother. The training process begins. Training time limit, 150 days. Hearing the voice of the system, Ryuma originally planned to close the system interface and continue to drink tea and enjoy the clouds. But when he heard the time limit, Ryuma was stunned and showed a curious and puzzled look. Something is wrong. System, isn't the first time limit 180 days? How come the second time is 150 days, a full 30 days less? Because you have used an acceleration card. Every time you use an acceleration card, the time limit for your new seeding, the blood limit daughter's cultivation will be shortened by 30 days. Can be stacked up to 5 times. There is still this operation? But system, when you used the acceleration card before, why didn't you tell me then? Ryuma was puzzled. You didn't ask. After hearing the system's words, Ryuma felt like he was very ignorant, and a bunch of crows flew over his head. For a long time, Ryuma came back to his senses. Every time you use an acceleration card, the time limit required to cultivate a new daughter will be shortened by 30 days, and it can be stacked up to 5 times. Such a buff. It's still very good. This means that he himself will also accelerate in terms of obtaining bloodline limits and improving his strength. Although it is only stacked 5 times. But 30 days each time, stacking 5 times is 150 days, and in the end, each daughter only needs 30 days of breeding time to be born. Such a speed of childbirth. Looking at the world, there should be no such outrageous and unheard of thing. Sharingan. Eternal Mangeki. Rinnegan. If there are a group of daughters driving Gundams, wow, how shocking the scene will be. Thinking about it, Ryuma drank a cup of tea leisurely. Looking at a cotton cloud in the sky, a smile can't help but appear on his handsome face. The Land of Fire. After subduing Uchiha Mikoto, Kekkei and Jojo, mother and daughter, quickly took her to a hidden natural cave. In the cave, Jojo held a small flame ball in his little hand, which brought some brightness to the originally dim cave. With the help of Zuazuo's little hand, the light emitted by the flame ball, Kekkei looked at Uchiha Mikoto, who was tied up with vines and had a kunai against her neck, and asked, "Tell me, if I want to enter Konoha now, how should I get in? Is there any code, or how should I behave normally and enter Konoha safely?" "I won't tell you. Give up. You cloud shinobi ninjas who want to enter Konoha to collect intelligence and even cause great damage. And if you don't do anything to me now, my companions will soon find out that I'm missing, and then none of you will be able to escape." Looking at Uchiha Mikoto, who looked like she was willing to sacrifice herself, Kekkei couldn't help but blink. "Hey? Cloud Shinobi Ninja. This female ninja from Konoha in front of him should have mistaken himself and Jojo for invaders. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 017 Uchiha Fugaku, why do I feel like I'm going to grow a brain? Actually, it's come to this. Kekkei certainly has to explain. She doesn't want to be treated as an intruder by others for no reason, and then get into trouble that shouldn't have happened. At this moment, a strange sound like a balloon inflating, and Jojo's sudden voice interrupted what Kekkei was about to say. "Mom, look! This big sister's belly suddenly bulged." Jojo's innocent voice. Uchiha Mikoto and Kekkei were both stunned. The belly suddenly bulged? The words they heard were the same. But in the minds of Uchiha Mikoto and Kekkei, the meaning of the same sentence was completely different. This. He lowered his head. Looking at her suddenly bulging belly, Uchiha Mikoto was shocked and glared at Kekkei. "Damn it! What on earth did you do to me?" In Uchiha Mikoto's mind, she first ruled out that her bulging belly was caused by an illusion. As an Uchiha, her resistance to illusions is definitely much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. The bulge in her belly just now happened in an instant, and it didn't seem to be caused by an illusion at all. Under Uchiha Mikoto's rebuke, Kekkei lowered his head, sighed secretly, and took back the kunai against Uchiha Mikoto's neck. Then he raised his hand and gently pulled back the hood of the cloak covering his head. Wow! Kekkei showed a beautiful face. A pair of orange eyes looked at Uchiha Mikoto. It seems that now, you and I are destined to embark on a road of no return without being able to return to the village. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto, who saw Kekkei's face, was stunned at first, and then said with a little uneasiness. What does this mean? The thing is like this. Kekkei took a step back, stretched out his hand to untie the vines that bound Uchiha Mikoto, and narrated. Word by word. There was no pause in between. From the inexplicable disappearance of her bloodline limit, then the magical pregnancy, then the mission, and finally the ambush in the dense forest, until the birth of Jojo. A few minutes later, after hearing Kekkei's experience, Uchiha Mikoto, who knew her identity completely, showed an unbelievable look. How is this possible? It only took less than 2 months for a child to be conceived, formed, and born. There is an acceleration card in front. I didn't calculate it carefully. 2 months. This is also my rough estimate. In fact, it may be a little shorter. Kekkei looked serious. That's right, that's right. Big sister, you can disbelieve other words, but you must believe my mother's words. Beside him, Jojo, who was holding the flame ball and responsible for lighting, also showed a serious look on his childish face. HH. Hearing this, Kekkei smiled, and couldn't help but reach out his hand and rubbed Jojo's little head warmly. No. I still don't believe it. Even though Kekkei had just let Jojo prove that she was born with a blood limit at a young age. But Uchiha Mikoto still didn't want to believe this fact. Because of this. It's too unbelievable. How could there be such an outrageous ability in this world that can make people carry things through the air? Sniff. At this moment, Jojo has already approached Uchiha Mikoto's lower abdomen. After sniffing a few times through the clothes, he stepped back and raised his head. Big sister, that's right. There is indeed the same breath as Jojo in your stomach. Could it be? Uchiha Mikoto turned her head to look at Kekkei standing aside, and asked in panic. The breath is the same. Could it be that, as you said just now, the one in my stomach now is also a child born with a bloodline limit? 100% possible. Kekkei nodded. As a person who has experienced it, although she didn't know the specific situation at first, she listened to Zuozuo's explanation on the way from the river country. In fact, she already understood why Jojo knew Scorch style as soon as he was born. Although it is a bloodline limit child, I don't know whether it is a boy or a girl. But I can be sure. Once the child in your belly is born, he/she will be born with bloodline limits and cage level chakra like Zuozu. Kekkei's words. Uchiha Mikoto was shocked. Born with bloodline limits. Born with cage level chakra. Can run and jump as soon as he/she is born, and even ninjutsu does not need hand seals, almost instant. For such a child, it is probably not enough to describe him/her as a genius. But Uchiha Mikoto had to believe it. But in her mind, she couldn't help but think of another person. What's wrong with you? Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's expression, she suddenly panicked. Kekkei asked curiously. Faced with the inquiry, Uchiha Mikoto explained. I have a fiancé, from the same clan, his name is Uchiha Fugaku. If nothing goes wrong, I will have a wedding with him in about 2 weeks. He is the next chief of Uchiha appointed by the Uchiha elders. But now you can't do it, right? Is that what you mean? Kekkei looked at Uchiha Mikoto and pointed at her bulging belly. Yes. Uchiha Mikoto's face showed entanglement. Hearing this, Kekkei couldn't help but sigh for Uchiha Mikoto in his heart. A woman who is about to get married. Suddenly pregnant on the eve of this important moment, and it's a big clan like Uchiha with strict clan style. Once the clan knows. Especially Uchiha Mikoto's fiancé knows. I'm afraid he will be so angry that his brain will bleed on the spot. Expelled from the family or something. This is considered a very light punishment. The situation is a little worse. Uchiha Mikoto is likely to be severely beaten by her clan members or even die because of the baby in her belly. Because this kind of thing is a shame for the Uchiha clan. It is also a corruption of the clan's style. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 018. Isn't it a bit too hurtful to say this? So. Come with us, let's go find that BD together and give him a good punch. Kekkei clenched her jade hands, waved them in the air, and continued. Stay here. What awaits you, is only a fatal disaster. Uchiha Mikoto showed hesitation on her face. She was confused, and she had never experienced such a thing, so she didn't know what to do. Snap! In a panic. A hand patted her shoulder lightly. Uchiha Mikoto came to her senses and looked up at Kekkei, who was patting her shoulder lightly. I am also a woman. You and I have experienced the same thing. We have the same fate. Although I am not from a big family, I want to tell you that, if you continue to stay in Konoha, or even return to the clan, then you and the child in your belly will face a disaster of death. As he said this, Kekkei half crouched down, held the little hand of Jojo beside him, and then looked at Uchiha Mikoto and said, not for others. Just for yourself and the child in your belly. Do you want your child to be killed by your own clan along with you? After hearing and seeing, Uchiha Mikoto's originally wavering and crazy tangled heart suddenly stabilized. Yes. For the child in her belly. After looking at the cute and pink Jojo, who was almost like a mold carved out of Kekkei. Thinking of the future. I will also have such a child. Uchiha Mikoto, who suddenly felt a sense of anticipation, made a decision in his heart and looked at Kekkei solemnly. Okay. I'll go with you. After making up his mind, Uchiha Mikoto followed Kekkei's mother and daughter and set out on the journey to find the man. This time, the three did not enter Konoha. Because according to Jojo's reperception, he found that the man's location was not in Konoha. Although he was not there. But anyway, the perception direction was correct, so the three of them went around the uninhabited dense forest and walked towards the south of the Land of Fire. Just after Uchiha Mikoto left, Uchiha Fugaku, who had just been rotated down from the battlefield to rest and was wearing Konoha Jonin clothes, returned to his home in the clan territory. A certain residence in the Uchiha clan territory. Is the young clan leader back? A white-haired old man wearing a robe with the Uchiha clan emblem, sitting in the hall and pouring tea for himself, looked at an Uchiha Jonin who walked into the house. To reply to the elder, it's the young clan leader. He has returned from the front line. The Uchiha Jonin stood at the steps of the hall corridor and reported respectfully. Alas! God's will cannot be reversed. Tell him the truth about Mikoto's disappearance. The white-haired old man's tone was a little helpless. Is it a bit too hurtful to tell him directly like this? The Uchiha Jonin lowered his head slightly. The white-haired old man was stunned while pouring tea. Then, he instantly became furious, grabbed an empty teacup on the tea table, and threw it at the Jonin. Hurt Lima's head. Swish! Dong bang! The empty ceramic teacup hit the Jonin's body, then fell freely, fell on the stone brick floor, and shattered. As a member of the defense ninja, Mikoto disappeared near the village. The tribe sent dozens of tribesmen to look for her, but no trace of her was seen for 5 consecutive days. This made the Uchiha elder very angry. This Chnin kid. He was still talking about whether he would be injured or not. This was undoubtedly igniting a powder keg. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku came back, he heard a terrible news that was a bolt from the blue for him. What did you say? Miss Mikoto is missing. Uchiha Fugaku, with a face full of shock, stared at the fellow Chnin in front of him who was grabbed by his collar. People who just came down from the battlefield. There is more or less murderous aura on them. So when he saw the young chief in front of him, grabbing his clothes with wide eyes, this Uchiha Chnin couldn't help but speak with a little trepidation. Yes, yes. Young Chief Fugaku, Miss Mikoto hasn't returned to the tribe for many days. According to the servants, she has never been back to her own home. Later, I told the elders, and they asked them to look around the village. But they sent dozens of tribesmen to look for her, but they didn't see Miss Mikoto for 5 consecutive days. Hearing the explanation of the fellow tribesman in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku loosened his hand that was tightly grasping the collar of the fellow tribesman in front of him, and staggered back. Young clan leader. The fellow tribesman Chnin hurriedly took a step forward. But just when he was about to support Uchiha Fugaku, the latter pushed him away. Get out of here. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to move forward in a daze. Plop. He didn't take a few steps. He suddenly knelt on the ground. Uchiha Mikoto can be regarded as a woman with both beauty and temperament in the entire family. And she is about the same age as himself. They are both in the golden age of life, 25 or 26 years old. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few days, he will marry such a beautiful and temperamental woman and complete a major event in his life. But now, his fiancée is missing. In this ninja world war, Uchiha Mikoto did not go to the battlefield in person, but stayed in the village. As a member of the defense ninja. In such a low-risk situation, she disappeared near the village. Maybe she went somewhere alone. But this is impossible. Because Fugaku knew that Mikoto would never leave home for a long time without telling anyone. As for the enemy attack, he would rather believe that the front line was lost than believe that the enemy would have the ability to penetrate into the village. Damn! Damn! Uchiha Fugaku pounded the ground with his fist in grief and anger. He was in a complicated mood now. The disappearance of his fiancée was a major blow to him. There was no evidence now. So no matter whether it was the enemy, his own people, or the village, even if he had crazy suspicions, he could only keep it in his heart. In a trance. Such a huge emotion of frustration and anger rushed to the eyes. Buzz. Don't ever let me know who did it. If I find out, I swear, I will avenge this. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and looked up ahead. In his eyes, Mangeki Sharingan was clearly visible. T-Country, Fujita Town. The lobby of the mansion. Achoo. Bang. A sudden sneeze. Ryuma, who was originally sitting on the rocking chair, flipped back and fell on the wooden floor of the corridor. Ow! Boom boom. Beside him, the soft and cute living lightning cloud Zilly looked at his master who fell on the wooden floor with some worry. I'm fine. Ryuma reached out and touched Zilly's soft cloud body, then jumped up. After getting up, Ryuma, dressed in a loose kendo uniform and looking like a wanderer, put one hand on his waist and wiped his nose with the other. Is someone cursing me behind my back again? Why did I suddenly sneeze again today? Ryuma shook his head. Anyway, he didn't have a cold or anything. Maybe, someone really cursed him behind his back. As for who it was? I don't know. Well, it's time for lunch. After looking up at the position of the sun, Ryuma walked to the steps of the outer corridor, put on his shoes, and prepared to go out. Yuji is not at home today. She went to practice her chakra archery. Although Ryuma can cook by herself, But there are no ingredients prepared in advance at home, so he has to go to the town to solve the lunch today. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 019 Ninja World Professional Soldier Plan. Speaking of chakra archery, this was something that Wuma suddenly thought of when he was inspecting the training of the warriors of the wasabi and mustard families one day. Chakra. It is equivalent to a kind of energy. Since ninjas can add chakra to shurikens and kunao, the power and throwing speed of shurikens and kunao can be greatly improved. The warriors of the Iron Kingdom. They can add chakra to weapons. Increase the damage and power of weapons. Then why not bows and arrows? Chakra archery. It is a way of using it that Wuma came up with. The first user. It was his personal maid, Yasaka Yuri. Yasaka Yuri was originally the daughter of a tea farmer. Although she was a girl, she learned superb bow hunting skills from her grandfather. Wuma can swear to the sky. He absolutely did not recruit Yaki Yuji as a maid because she was pretty, young and a lady, and she was the only one left in the family. In the end, Yuji was still gifted. After Wuma taught Yuji chakra extraction and chakra archery, she quickly understood. In just 1 month, Yuji extracted chakra and was able to skillfully add chakra to arrows, greatly improving the penetration and speed of arrows. She still had a good foundation. In those 2 years of exclusive training and Wuma's hands-on guidance, Yuji made rapid progress, and her chakra volume has been surging to the elite Jainin level. And she was also skilled. She mastered the 2 chakra nature transformations that she possessed, wind and thunder. At the same time, she developed wind-style archery and lightning-style archery, which are more powerful than ordinary chakra archery. The training of a ninja. It requires sufficient foundation and talent. If the talent and foundation are not enough, the final destination of most ninjas will only stay in Chunin and Jainin. Looking at the entire ninja world, except for a very small number of civilian ninjas, most of the ninjas who can become powerful are all people with blood or inheritance. And these? For Fujita town? None of them. Because the people who originally lived here were just ordinary tea farmers. There is no ninja foundation. But they want to form their own power. What to do? Then create and research by yourself. Yaki Yuji, who first mastered chakra archery, is a good example. Of course. Not just chakra archery. In Wuma's vision, there will be chakra guns and chakra artillery in the future. Wuma even has a big idea. He plans to develop chakra armor similar to the Yukiheim ninja scrolls one day in the future and equip it for people who do not have high ninja talent. Then distribute large caliber firearms that can fire 10 mm 30 mm caliber explosive bombs, tail fin armor piercing bombs. These people form a special force that is different from the ninja force. In his plan, the military of Fujita town will be composed of 3 armed forces. The first is the Fujita Guard Force, the ninja in the open, the second is the Fujita Anbu, the ninja in the dark, and the third is the Fujita Assault Force, professional soldiers. Wuma has already thought about it. He wants to grasp both conventional forces, professional soldiers, and unconventional forces, ninjas, with both hands. Go on 2 military lines together. Ordinary professional soldiers. They will definitely not be able to beat the ninjas in the ninja world. But once they have undergone the localized professional training of the ninja world, plus chakra armor, powered armor, plus a 30 mm caliber explosive gun? Ordinary civilians are weak, yes. But they are also human beings after all. After these ordinary civilians in the ninja world have been trained as professional soldiers, equipped with high-powered thermal weapons, they can completely fight against ninjas in an organized manner. And single soldier combat can be stronger than the samurai of the Iron Country. In other words, in the future, Wuma will bring technological power that can make ordinary civilians comparable to ninjas. A 30mm caliber bomb. Janin took one. It should be unbearable, right? You are not loyal enough, heretic. Take my 30mm bomb, ah. Bang bang bang. Completely crazy. Players who play Warhammer and Stellaris, how can they not be crazy? This is a very normal mental state. Cat hug fierce expression. A certain crocodile egg lion self-evaluated. The idea is good. But currently there is no such technology and scientific research strength to develop advanced things such as muskets and artillery. So for now, we have to take it step by step. First, improve the system of chakra archery. After Wuma's industrial expansion, the current Tengzi town is now considered to be of a small scale and can be regarded as a big village in the country. But now, there are still many areas under construction. Wuma divides the areas of Tengzi town into categories. They are low and high density residential areas, low and high density commercial areas, industrial areas, agricultural areas, animal husbandry areas, forestry areas, coastal areas, and port areas. According to the different location concentrations, each area has numbered categories such as 1, 2, 3, and 4. Above the regional classification, it is an administrative division used for administrative governance. Wuma has not yet planned to set it up, because he plans to wait until Tengzi town develops to a larger population before setting it up. These divisions, they are not born for Tengzi town now. They are prepared in advance for the future day when Tengzi town becomes a large city. Shas Hasha. Walking on a wide 4-lane dirt road with green belts and sidewalks. A purple Wuma is lying on his shoulder. He looks at the 3 different styles of Han, classical, and modern buildings around him with great success. Some have been completed. Some are nearing completion. Some are still under construction. In terms of urban planning and construction, Wuma must definitely leave behind several streets of the other 5 major villages in the world. This is also one of his unique advantages. Master Chang. Master Chang. Good afternoon, Master Chang. Good afternoon, Master Chang. While walking, people kept greeting Wuma, including women, children, old and young, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Because they knew everything in Fujida town today. Without Master Wuma, it would be impossible to have such a thriving scene. Tengzi has always had thousands of large and small battles. It is difficult to say whether they are right or wrong, but historians have noticed that it is in this small town that the rise and fall of many days and nights have been determined. So, there has been a saying since ancient times that I want to conquer Fujida. 3 years ago, I set out on a journey from the wild and began my first governance. Fujida Kaiuhei Bamboo Garden was unified. Wherever I go, the people welcome me wholeheartedly. It can be said that I have the best time. The state of vigorous vitality and the competition of all things is still in front of us. In just 3 years, this place has become my place of glory. Times have really changed. Wuma was enjoying the greetings from the townspeople. Yet, hello. Thank you for your hard work. While enjoying the respect, admiration, and courtesy from the townspeople, Wuma smiled and nodded tirelessly. He knew that these were not false greetings. They came from people's hearts. Wuma was a man of action. He rarely talked without doing anything and wasted time verbally. He was Chang, the ruler of Fujida town. The king and the people were in harmony. Although the probability of this happening in this world was very small. But he was happy to do so. Come from the people, go to the people. He no longer had to worry about his own strength. Just be a salted fish. Besides that, he had to find something else to do. So, build Fujida town. Treating it as a real-life city-building game, and often walking around to increase influence became a very interesting and fulfilling thing. Walking along Fujida Avenue, Wu Ma soon came to a commercial district. He was familiar with the road. Wu Ma walked into a restaurant that he personally directed and built, and provided operation and design plans for. Fujida Seafood Barbecue Buffet Restaurant. Business hours, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Only 300 taels or 450 taels per person. 1 tael equals 0.5 yen by Master Chang. When Wu Ma approached, at the entrance of this buffet restaurant, 2 etiquette female staff members wearing staff uniforms stood and bowed to Wu Ma at a 45-degree angle at the same time. Is Mr. Shuaki here? Hearing the question, a female etiquette staff member walked into the store and waved her hand to indicate, Mr. Shuaki is at the service desk. Please follow me, Master Chang. Okay. Wu Ma nodded, stepped onto the steps, followed the etiquette female staff member, and walked into the store. Not long after, Wu Ma came to the service desk in the lobby of the store. Boss. Master Cha Ying is here. As the etiquette female staff spoke, a middle-aged uncle who was squatting with his back to organize things at the service desk put down his work. Master Wu Ma. Seeing Wu Ma standing in front of the service desk, Yuan Muzaiyi was delighted and hurried out of the service desk. Okay, you go back to work. Yes, boss. Nodding, the etiquette female staff turned and left, returning to her workstation. After the etiquette female staff left, Yuan Muzaiyi looked at Wu Ma and said to a private room in the inner room, Please follow me, Master Wu Ma. Yes. Wu Ma nodded and followed. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 020 Business Survey. Duo Xiao. 2 million taels a month. In the 4-person box, Wu Ma and Yuan Muzaiyi sat face to face. The dining table between them. On the 2 built-in charcoal stoves, the waiter had already placed the barbecue charcoal net in a medium-sized ceramic pot filled with 2/3 of the spicy soup base. Although it is a buffet restaurant, but since it is a self-service ordering system, Wu Ma only needs to call the waiter and then check the menu to order whatever he needs. 1 serving of Fujida golden fried rice, medium portion 150 grams, 1 serving of Fujida corn cake, medium portion 50g*5, 1 serving of sliced cabbage, small portion 100 grams, 1 plate of red and blueberry platter, small portion 20 grams, 1 plate of freshly sliced pears, small portion 100 grams, 2 servings of lamb rolls, medium portion 150g2, 2 servings of beef rolls, medium portion 150g2, 1 serving of sliced lamb liver, medium portion 100 grams, 1 serving of freshly sliced beef tripe, medium portion 150 grams, 1 serving of kung pao chicken, medium portion 200 grams, 1 serving of duck meat in sauce, medium portion 200 grams, 1 serving of Fujida salted goose, medium portion 200 grams, 1 serving of Fujida roast duck, medium portion 100 grams, 1 serving of Fujida white cut chicken, medium portion 100 grams, 1 serving of salmon fillet, medium portion 150 grams, 1 medium mackerel fillet, 150 grams, 1 fried fish fillet, 100 grams. 3 tempura fried shrimps, small 30g3, 1 Fujida prawn, medium 100 grams, 1 Fujida seafood shrimp paste, medium 200 grams, 1 handmade fish ball, medium 20g6. Oh, right. Don't forget tea. How can you miss something to quench your thirst when you eat at a buffet? Add a can of Fujida oolong tea, large can 2,000 ml, no need to heat, just room temperature. Well, that's all for now. If it's not enough after eating, order more later. Watching Wu Ma barely take the menu from the sentry beside the table to look through it, he reported all the dishes. The waiter who had already written down the dishes in a small notebook beside him had his eyes flashing with admiration. It's worthy of being Master Cha Ying. The waiter sighed secretly. Wu Ma, sitting on the soft sofa seat, glanced at Yuan Mu Shuaki who was sitting opposite him. Do you want to order anything else, Mr. Shuaki? Hearing this, Yuan Mu Shuaki quickly shook his head and smiled. No, Master Wu Ma. What you ordered is enough, and I just had lunch not long ago, so I'm not too hungry. Okay, that's all. Wu Ma gestured to the waiter at the table. Understood. I'll prepare it now. As Wu Ma and Yuan Mu Shuaki nodded, the waiter left the room. When she left, she closed the door of the room. Click. Not long after, the dishes and tea ordered by Wu Ma were brought up by the waiter one after another. Looking at the dazzling array of food in front of him, Wu Ma, who poured himself a cup of Fujida oolong tea first, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a few slices of lamb rolls, beef rolls, and other ingredients and placed them on the barbecue charcoal net. Then he put a few slices of the same ingredients in the spicy soup base in a medium-sized ceramic pot on the side. Mr. Zaihui, how is the business recently? Wu Ma asked suddenly while stirring the ingredients with bamboo chopsticks. Faced with the question, Genmu Zaihui first smiled confidently, and then reported to Wu Ma. Thank you for your concern, Lord Wu Ma. The business of our store is not bad. There are 30 double seats and 40 four-person seats in the hall, and 15 four-person seats in the box. The unit price in the hall is 300 taels per person, and the unit price in the box is 450 taels per person. At present, without discounts, the daily occupancy rate from Monday to Friday can reach 70%, and it can reach 100% on Saturdays and Sundays. There are even many people who need to queue up. Hearing this, Wu Ma showed surprise on his face. According to what you said, the daily turnover of this store from Monday to Friday is close to 65,000 taels, and 93,000 taels per day on weekends. Yes. It's about this number, Lord Wu Ma. Hearing a positive answer, Wu Ma himself couldn't believe it. The current Fujida town is still in the rising stage of development. Even though the town now accommodates 1/3 of the Tea Kingdom, about 20,000 people. But the consumption capacity should be relatively limited. According to what Yuan Mu Shuaki said just now, the monthly turnover of this store can reach at least 2 million taels. 2 million taels a month. Roughly speaking, it must be 20 million taels a year. In today's Fujida town with only more than 20,000 people, this is an exaggerated income. To be honest, such a store income may be reasonable in a large village like Konoha with a population of more than 100,000. An Ichiraku ramen can be open in Konoha for more than 10 years without going bankrupt, so the money it earns must be a lot. Master Wu Ma, the current booming business is actually due to your contribution. In addition, among the dozens of stores in the town, including mine, only 3 stores are catering. Genmu Shuaki said with a smile. Only his store is open all day, although it only serves lunch and dinner. The other 2 stores. One is a snack shop and the other is a breakfast shop. What is it equivalent to? It is equivalent to the more than 20,000 people in Fujida town, and there are only 3 stores for dining out. Calculated at 50%. Even if not many people will eat out. This is more than 10,000 people. According to the per capita consumption of 100 taels per day, the current daily catering market size in Fujida town is a considerable 1 million taels, plus those foreign merchants. Oh, so that's it. Wu Ma nodded thoughtfully. This is not surprising, Prime Minister Don Barai. The early commercial market is equivalent to a golden sea. In an industry, there are few wolves and much meat. Each wolf will get a lot of meat. Without your governance policies and business development, our store would not have such a high income in just 2 or 3 months of opening. Yuan Mu Shuaki praised. This point. Yuan Mu Shuaki did not tell any lies, nor did he flatter anything deliberately. After all, he was one of the experienced people. He was originally. It was just an ordinary port in the Tea Kingdom. A daily fish vendor. In the vast sea of people, it was Wu Ma who discovered him with his wisdom after acquiring the port. From then on, the gears of fate began to turn. I was originally a daily fish vendor, until one day I was pointed out by Wu Ma, entered Fujida, and started doing business. Of course, there is nothing wrong with selling fish every day, but doing business is more open to me. Genmue Shuaki was very grateful. This favor, he will never forget it. Not only did Lord Wu Ma give him a sum of 10 million taels of discretionary funds in the initial stage, he also gave him the business process. And in the process of starting a business, he guided and trained himself step by step, and now he has become a restaurant owner with an annual income of over 1 million taels. But from a macro perspective, if it weren't for Lord Wu Ma's development, governance, and management of Fujida town, and those merchants who came here to hear the wind of trade, I'm afraid that no matter how good his business project is, no matter how detailed the process is, his buffet restaurant would not have such a hot turnover today. Well, I accept your praise. Wu Ma nodded with a knowing smile. To be honest, he is actually very satisfied with Genmue Shuaki's achievements today. Of course, the most important point. It's actually taxation. Taxation is the main form and source of income for the public finances of a country or an administrative agency. Without taxation, Wu Ma would not have extra small money in his hands to use for urban construction, or even to pay personal wages and employee wages. The main theme of the ninja world is ninjas. But even ninjas have material consumption, not to mention, there are millions of ordinary people. Wu Ma does not want to build a completely unified ninja world, because it has nothing to do with him. The tea country of more than 400,000 square kilometers is big enough for Wu Ma to display his urban construction. At least for now, he just wants to manage his own little piece of land, while improving his strength like a salted fish, and give himself some special achievements. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 021 Ninja World version of agricultural economy times trade protection. The taxation of Fujida town is divided into different levels according to the regional categories. The following are assessed values, estimated values, etc. Not the current Fujida town. Low and high density residential areas. After 1 year/2 years of the tax-free period, 9%/4% of the total value of the residential property must be paid annually for residential tax. For example, a 240 square meter low-density residential building. The assessed value is 20 million taels. The household owner living here. It is necessary to pay 1.8 million taels of residential tax to Fujida Town and Tax Center every year after 1 year of the tax-free period. For example, a 120 square meter high-density residential building. The assessed value is 4.8 million taels. The household owner living here. It is necessary to pay 192,000 taels of residential tax to Fujida Town and Tax Center every year after 2 years of the tax-free period. The residential authority is 50 years. The 50-year period is set to facilitate the scrapping, demolition and reconstruction of those old houses according to the severity of building aging after 50 years. Of course, you can also choose to extend the authority. But it is no more than twice. 5 years each time. Residential buildings in high-density residential areas. If the building is to be scrapped due to aging, at least 60% of the residents need to sign. But if it is already a dangerous building, Wu Ma will force them to leave, rearrange new houses of equal value for each resident, and then demolish the old houses. Low and high-density commercial areas. Low-density commercial areas need to pay a one-time commercial land fee, land development tax, and annual monthly regular commercial rent to Fujida Town Tax Center. For example, a low-density commercial land of 100 square meters. The estimated value is 500,000 taels. People who want to engage in business here. Need to pay a one-time commercial land fee of 30% of the total value, a land development tax of 10% of the total value, and an annual monthly regular commercial rent of 10% of the monthly profit to Fujita Town Tax Center. Except for the annual monthly regular commercial rent, which needs to be paid continuously, the other two items only need to be paid once. High-density commercial areas need to pay a one-time commercial land fee, land development tax, and annual monthly regular commercial rent to Fujita Town Tax Center. For example, a 200 square meter store. The estimated value is 4 million taels. Those who want to engage in business here need to pay a one-time commercial land fee of 50% of the total value, a land development tax of 1% of the total value, and a monthly regular commercial rent of 10% of the monthly profit to the Fujita Town Tax Center. Regardless of low-density or high-density commercial areas, those who do not meet the conditions for paying taxes and fees cannot obtain a valid tax payment certificate issued by the Fujita Town Tax Center. Do not hold a tax payment certificate. Those who want to engage in physical business in Fujita Town will not be able to obtain a business license or merchant certificate. No business license or merchant certificate. Engage in business in Fujita Town and the Tea Country. It is illegal to engage in business, or face a high fine, or face arrest and imprisonment by the Fujita Guard. Industrial area. The industrial area needs to pay a one-time industrial land fee, land development tax, and monthly regular industrial rent. For example, a 500 square meter industrial land. The estimated value is 1 million taels. Then people engaged in industrial management need to pay a one-time industrial land fee of 20% of the total value, a land development tax of 8% of the total value, and a monthly industrial rent of 10% of the annual profit to the Fujita Town Tax Center. Agricultural area. Agricultural area needs to pay a one-time agricultural land fee and land development tax. For example, a piece of agricultural land of 1 hectare. The estimated value is 10 million taels. Then people engaged in agricultural business. They need to pay a one-time agricultural land fee of 15% of the total value and a land development tax of 20% to the Fujita Town Tax Center. Animal husbandry area. Animal husbandry area needs to pay a one-time animal husbandry land fee and land development tax. For example, a piece of livestock land of 1 hectare. The estimated value is 30 million taels. Then people engaged in livestock business. They need to pay a one-time animal husbandry land fee of 20% of the total value and a land development tax of 10% to the Fujita Town Tax Center. Forestry area. Forestry area needs to pay a one-time forestry land fee and land development tax. For example, a piece of forestry land of 1 hectare. The estimated value is 100 million taels. Then people engaged in forestry business. You need to pay a one-time forestry land fee of 12% of the total value and a land development tax of 6% to the Fujita Town Tax Center. Seaside area. The seaside area needs to pay a one-time stall tax and a regular seaside rent every month according to the location of the stall or rental. For example, a stall/rental. The estimated asset value is 100,000 taels. Then people engaged in seaside business. You need to pay a one-time stall tax of 8% of the total value and a regular seaside rent of 5% of the monthly profit every month to the Fujita Town Tax Center. Port area. The port area needs to pay a storage management fee and a regular distribution center rent every month according to the storage land and container land. For example, a storage land is 3,000 square meters. The estimated value is 3 million taels. Then people engaged in port business. You need to pay a storage management fee of 10% of the total value, per 1,000 square meters, to the Fujita Town Tax Center. For example, the upper limit of the stacking of a container land is 5. Operator A holds 1. Then he needs to pay the annual monthly distribution center rent of 10% of the total value of each container to the Fujita Town Tax Center. In addition to collecting taxes at different levels according to regional categories, Fujita Town has two other taxes. One is the import tax. The other is the export tax. Whether it is by land, sea, or water, or how to transport all goods, products and industrial products that do not belong to Fujita Town. To enter Fujita Town, you must pay an import tax of 40% of the total value of the goods. For example, a truckload of goods from Konoha has a total value of 10 million taels, so the holder needs to pay an import tax of 4 million taels to the Fujita Town Tax Center before he can pass through the customs and enter the town. All goods, products and industrial products that belong to Fujita Town. To leave Fujita Town, you need to pay an export tax of 20% of the total value of the goods. For example, if a truckload of goods from Fujita is worth 10 million taels, the owner needs to pay 2 million taels of export tax to the Fujita Town Taxation Center before he can leave the town. The former is to protect local industries. The latter is to encourage exports and boost production. Although Fujita Town's current consumption and economic level is not as good as the 5 major ninja villages such as Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, it is much better than some small ninja villages. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 022 Foreign Economic Penetration Plan. After 3 rounds of meal. Gulp gulp. He drank the Fujita oolong tea in his cup in big gulps. Wu Ma looked at Genki Shuaki. Fujita is still in the process of development. Not only is the population limited, but the market also has an upper limit. How about it? Are you interested in opening a chain of buffet restaurants under the Fujita brand in other large ninja villages? His eyes flickered. Yuan Mushuaki looked at Wu Ma sitting opposite him with a face full of surprise. Master Wu Ma, are you serious? Of course. After picking up a piece of grilled mackerel fillet and putting it into his mouth, Wu Ma nodded and continued. In this regard, my suggestion is to set up a Fujita restaurant chain company, and incorporate the current Fujita seafood grilled meat buffet restaurant, and even the future restaurant chain stores, into its subordinates for vertical management. As for the funds, you don't have to worry. I will first allocate a low-interest loan of 100 million taels to you for use. The interest in addition to the principal, will be paid according to your total profit of 0.3% of the total income for the current year to the next 3 years. Same as before. In the ninja world, there is a concept of material. It's just that the issuance of currency is not carried out by the ninja village, but by the banking departments of the 5 major countries. For example, the Fire Country Central Bank. The banknotes issued with the Konoha Shinobi emblem. For example, the Thunder Country Central Bank. The banknotes issued with the Cloud Shinobi emblem. In addition to the above 2, the currencies of the other 3 countries are also issued in this way. Let's be honest. Although the technological level of the ninja world is not very good, there are no cars, but refrigerators, banknotes, etc. These things that can facilitate people's livelihood. They are not rare. The currency issuance in the ninja world is mainly carried out by the central banks of the 5 major countries. Although the ninja emblem patterns on the currency are different, both coins and banknotes, they are all unified. The texture and size of the coins, the size and style of the banknotes. There is no difference between the currencies issued by the central banks of the 5 major countries. If this is not the ninja world, it is hard not to doubt. Have the central banks of the 5 major countries reached some real man transactions in private? The daimyo of the T country is not a person who can manage things. So the right to issue currency, it fell to Fujita Town. Of course, some special means were used in the process. Wu Ma even spent a lot of money for this. He bought currency casting and printing equipment from the central bank of the Fire Country, and organized and trained a group of bank employees who were loyal to him. This is also the origin of the central bank of the tea country that obeyed Wu Ma's orders together with the Fujida Tax Center and the Fujida Guard. The denomination of coins issued. It is divided into 1 tael, 5 tael, 10 tael, 20 tael, and 50 tael. The denomination of banknotes issued. It is divided into 100 tael, 200 tael, 500 tael, 1000 tael, 2000 tael, 5000 tael, 10,000 tael, 20,000 tael, and 50,000 tael. In the issuance of banknotes, there are one more denomination of 20,000 tael and one denomination of 50,000 tael, which are used to facilitate large or super-large transactions. Other currency denominations. There is no difference between the currencies issued by the central banks of the other 5 major countries. I think, with the support of Lord Wu Ma, it shouldn't be difficult to establish Fujida Restaurant Chain Company and open restaurant chains in other ninja villages. Genmyo Shuaki looked at Wu Ma and said, "Then it's a deal." Wu Ma nodded. He believed in Genmyo Shuaki's management ability. If possible, Wu Ma didn't mind training Genmyo Shuaki to the position of group president. Let him become the first corporate giant under his own men and in Fujida town. Although his loyalty conditions have been met. But in terms of ability, he is still far from the level of group president. Hearing this, Genmyo Shuichi vowed to Wu Ma. Understood. Please rest assured, Lord Wu Ma. Shuichi will definitely give full play to his abilities and will not disappoint you in business. Earning money from the big ninja villages is of course the first priority. Because the money earned can be used to develop oneself or reverse investment. But the second priority. In fact, it is to obtain intelligence. There may be no opportunity for more in-depth intelligence for the time being. But what happened in the major ninja villages can be obtained through casual chats between civilians and merchants. It's still good. Of course. The 5 major ninja villages now are not the 5 major ninja villages more than 10 years after the 4th Ninja World War. The technology is not so advanced. At present, the 5 major ninja villages, even Fujida town, the dissemination of information and communication either rely on people delivering letters or summoning beasts. Or rely on early radio with limited communication distance and not very good. Well, it's not too early to talk about these. The plan must be made step by step. The first thing to do now is to lay a stable and upward development foundation for the future of Fujida town. After eating. After paying the bill in person, Wu Ma left the Fujida Seafood Barbecue Buffet restaurant under the watchful eyes of Genmyo Shuaki. Just as he was inspecting and strolling around. Hundreds of kilometers away. A mother and daughter, a young woman, after walking for many days, are already approaching the southeastern border of the Fire Country. As long as they enter the southeastern border where the Fire Country and the Whirlpool Country meet, and then go southwest in the opposite direction. It won't be long. They will enter a vast primeval forest that spans the Tea Country and the Fire Country. Until they completely enter the territory of the Tea Country. Zhuazu. Are you sure you are heading in the right direction this time? Looking at the distance. The primeval forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Kekkei, standing on the top of a mountain, looked at her daughter in her arms with some doubt. Mom, just trust Zhuazu. This time the direction is definitely correct. Dad's direction must be on that side. Zhuazu, whose face looked warm and delicate and cute, raised her little hand confidently and pointed to the distance. Okay. After saying that, Kekkei turned around. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto, who was sitting on a rock with a big belly and resting not far behind. Are you okay, Miss Mikoto? Who? After taking 2 deep breaths, Uchiha Mikoto, with beads of sweat on her forehead, looked at Kekkei with a smile. I'm fine, just a little tired, I need to rest for a while to relieve the fatigue in my feet. Oh, okay then. Seeing Mikoto showing off. Kekkei didn't say much about this, because the Uchiha clan never give up easily. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 023 Encounter with a bandit group. After a short break, Kekkei, her daughter, and Mikoto found a way down the mountain and set off again. They set foot on the road to the primeval forest. If I remember correctly, this direction should be the Tea Kingdom. But I don't remember any powerful people in the Tea Kingdom. During the walk, Kekkei hugged one hand and supported his chin with the other hand, and his whole face showed thinking. She remembered it very clearly. The Tea Kingdom is just a small country. It doesn't have its own ninja village. Not to mention the remote countryside. But it's almost the same. Even the Wind Kingdom, which has the worst conditions among the 5 major countries, still has special mineral resources such as gold sand as a source of income. As for the Tea Kingdom. By the way, how much money can you make from selling tea? It is estimated that the monthly sales income of a tea vendor is not as high as the reward of a Jainin for an S-level mission. In Kekkei's opinion, things like telekinesis. It definitely wasn't caused by nothing. The method must be some unknown bloodline limit. Or it may be some mysterious and unknown special secret technique. I am the first one. Mikoto is the second one. After being lucky, the birth speed of newborns is not only faster than normal cognition, but also born with bloodline limits and cage-level chakra. When a newborn is born and has a bloodline limit, the mother's own bloodline limit will completely disappear, as if it was transferred and inherited by the newborn. But in fact, fundamentally, the daughter is the bloodline limit itself. In other words, Jojo is the Scorch-style bloodline limit itself, but it has been revived. Kekkei believes it. Such a powerful and unknown ability. It must and is certain. It needs to pay a price. Or, it needs a lot of chakra support. If it is said that its owner is not a powerful person, or a person with a very high amount of chakra, beat her to death. Kekkei will never believe it. In this world, there is the ability to make people feel happy without paying any price. Mom, what are you thinking about? Seeing Kekkei's thoughtful look, Jojo, who was originally looking east and west, curiously looking at the natural scenery around, walked forward, raised her pink little hand and gently tugged at the corner of Kekkei's clothes. Hearing her daughter's call, Kekkei came back to her senses from her thinking state, smiled gently and looked down at Jojo. Hey, Mom! Mom is just guessing in her mind, what kind of person Jojo's father would be. And Mom is looking forward to meeting him. Really QWQ. Jojo blinked her cute eyes. Yeah, really. Kekkei still smiled gently. However, in Kekkei's heart, the real answer is not like this. Guess what kind of person Jojo's father is? Looking forward to meeting him? Really? Fake. In Kekkei's heart, he wanted to kill this man who made him feel inexplicably bad and did not take any responsibility. Kekkei wanted to kill him. Let this damn man taste it with Scorch style. What is scrambled eggs with sausage? What is charcoal grilled sausage? What is fire scorched eggs? What is flour sausage? It's a pity that the Scorch style on her body has disappeared. She has become her daughter Jojo. She has no chance to use the Scorch style herself. But even so, when she sees that damn man, she must give him a hard punch and then beat him up madly to avenge the accidental death. Ouch! Kekkei suddenly heard a scream from behind. Hearing it, Kekkei quickly turned around and looked at the source of the sound. It's really not easy to walk such a long way with a big belly. Don't you think so, Miss Mikoto? When she looked up and saw Kekkei not far ahead, she looked at her with a joking face. Mikoto, who was leaning over with her hands on her knees and resting for a short time with a big belly, immediately refuted Kekkei. It's none of your business. Ever since the chat, After knowing that Kekkei was a sand shinobi ninja who defected from the village, Mikato's attitude towards him, it has been fluctuating between good and bad. After all, Konoha and sand shinobi are still at war, and they are enemies as hostile as fire and water. Don't be so stubborn, Miss Mikato. Let me carry you. If we keep going at this pace, we probably won't reach the tea country in half a month, and there is a large primeval forest to cross on our way forward. Kekkei walked towards Mikato, reached out and slowly supported her body. Mikato wanted to refuse, and told Kekkei that she could do it. But at this moment, Mikato stood up straight, but looked straight ahead blankly as if there was a fishbone stuck in her throat. Hey, what are you looking at? You are so fascinated that you are frozen. Noticed Mikato's expression. Kekkei didn't understand, and out of curiosity, she turned sideways and looked in the direction where Mikato was looking. On the road ahead, a dozen men with solid muscles, capable and fierce looks, dressed like bandits, walked towards the three of them with malicious smiles. Oh, Mom, these uncles. They look like very bad people. Among the three, Jojo, who was standing in front of Kekkei and Mikato, looked back at Kekkei, who was frowning at the moment. Miss Kekkei. The other side has a large number of people, and it is possible that there will be stray ninjas. Otherwise, let's run away first to avoid being delayed on the road, Mikato suggested with a sidelong glance. Although Mikato was talking, her face showed a trace of worry, but Kekkei was an old hand in the ninja. Women understand women best. The teasing meaning in Mikato's words. She could hear it. The subtext of the words is the same as walking on the road now and being asked by a young lady, "Can you do it?" Basically, it means the same thing. Humph. Run away. If you run away when facing a group of bandits who are robbing you, then when you encounter Chinen and Janin in battle in the future, will you have to dig a hole to bury yourself on the spot? A light snort. Kekkei stood there with his hands folded. With a nonchalant attitude, it seems that he doesn't take the dozen bandits in front of him seriously at all. Jojo, give some gifts to these bad uncles. Let them celebrate the festival in advance. Kekkei said a few simple words. Okay, Jojo understands. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 024 kids, this is not funny. Ha 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 ha. A little brat. I really want to laugh. Hey, little brat. Didn't the two big sisters behind you tell you that you can't be so bold to approach the uncles who look unfriendly? Boss. Man. What are you talking to this little brat about? Cut her first. Then we will rob her and satisfy our brother's greed, hee hee. Walking. A little brother next to the bandit boss and other bandits around, they looked at Kekkei and Mikato with greed in their eyes. Ah. That's right. Why should I talk nonsense with this little brat? Just cut him directly. As he said, the bandit boss, who was not far in front of Jojo and only a dozen meters away, quickly drew the samurai sword at his waist and rushed forward to swing at Jojo. Die, little brat! Dang! A crisp sound. The imagined blood-spattered scene did not occur. Two tender fingers with chakra easily clamped the front end of the bandit boss's samurai sword. The force was so strong that he could not make the samurai sword move at all even with all his strength. How is this possible? How can a half-grown kid like you block my attack? Damn! The bandit boss was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. Nothing is impossible, this uncle. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Suazuo's cute and lovely face. You actually want to harm my mother and Aunt Mikato? Humph, how abominable! Crack! With a force from the two fingers with chakra, Jojo easily broke the bandit boss's samurai sword. On the other hand, when he saw the front end of his samurai sword being broken by the 2 fingers of the half-grown kid in front of him. The bandit boss, holding the remains of a samurai sword in his hand, staggered back a few steps in fear. "You little devil! Gurgle boss, 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 this little devil seems to be born with supernatural power. Let's retreat first." "Yes, yes." The scene in front of them made the bandit brothers behind the bandit boss retreat a few steps in fear. They had never seen such a scene before. A little devil, who was just above the waist of an adult, easily broke a high-quality samurai sword made of fine iron with 2 fingers. If this were to be told to others, who would dare to believe it? The brothers wanted to retreat. After all, even gods would be afraid of facing an unknown powerful existence. But the bandit boss didn't think so. "Retreat? If my colleagues hear this, it will ruin my reputation. How can I stay here in this area in the future? It's just a little kid. Even without weapons, I can crush her to death with my bare hands." After scolding the timid little brothers, the bandit leader threw away the broken samurai sword in his hand and waved his fist at Jojo. "Pretentious kid! Die! Hee hee! You are really a rat who won't cry until you see the coffin. In this case, then you all should go to hell." After saying this, Jojo took a step back, formed a seal in the air, and placed 1 finger in front of his lips. Scorch-style scorch flame. Boom! In the scorching flames, a sea of flames with rolling heat waves and a huge momentum swept forward. In just 1 second, the sea of scorching flames devoured all the bandits, including the bandit boss. At the same time, ding! Battle event, the eldest daughter successfully killed 16 bandits. Synchronous feedback from the battle. "Congratulations, you have obtained a level value of 800. Congratulations, your blood limit scorch style, the proficiency has increased by 3%. You still need 97% of proficiency progress to reach the next proficiency level." In Fujida Archery Academy, Wuma, who was inspecting the construction, stopped walking. Even if it is not a ninja roll, will the level value be fed back through the battle on the daughter's side? 16 bandits, a total of 800 level points, an average of 50 points each, so it looks like the previous guess was right. The source of the level value is related to the strength of the individual, and has nothing to do with whether the opponent is a ninja or not. Wuma was thinking. He suddenly stopped and thought in a daze. He may not have taken it too seriously. But on the side, Yaki Yuji, who was accompanying him on the left, took a step forward with some confusion and looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. "Muma-sama. Muma-sama." Yuji stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Wuma, who was in a daze and thinking. Hearing someone calling him, Wuma came back to his senses. What's wrong? Hey, Wuma-sama, I should be the one asking you this, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly stop and not move?" Seeing Wuma recover, Yuji, who was wearing a maid's martial arts uniform, retracted her hand, took a step back, and said unhappily with her hands on her waist. Facing Yuji's gaze, Wuma laughed and touched his hair. "Ha ha ha. It's okay, it's okay. I was suddenly thinking of something and was absorbed in it, so I suddenly stopped." "Really?" Yuji was suspicious. But for Master Wuma, who was almost like a close relative, the doubts in her heart disappeared in a moment. Even if you suddenly thought of something, you can't do this in the future. Yuji is very worried. At the end, Yuji, who didn't know why she said such ambiguous words, blushed quietly. "Well, okay, listen to Yuji." To this, Wuma, who didn't pay much attention, smiled and nodded in agreement, and then stepped forward. "Next, let's continue the inspection, Yuji. By the way, let's talk about the enrollment and teaching methods of Fujida Archery Academy in the future." "Okay, Master Wuma." Read books every day during the 11th month. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 025 Ninja Academy System Plan. Fujida Archery School is not that complicated. It can be said to be equivalent to a specialized professional ninja school. Unlike Konoha, it is different from the ninja school founded by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Fujida Archery School. It is responsible for teaching the archery ninja course, practice, using chakra archery and nature transformation, and also has some other courses, theory. It is not a simple ninja course. Of course, not only Fujida Archery School. In the parallel plan in the near future, Fujida Gun School and Fujida Artillery School will also establish and start similar training systems. The population is not large now. When the population grows rapidly in the future, it will reach 50,000, 100,000, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. In addition to military academies, we must also prepare academies such as Fujida Medical School, Fujida Commercial School, Fujida Industrial School, Fujida Agricultural School, Fujida Animal Husbandry School, etc. that involve a certain livelihood industry. It is not enough to just be militaristic. Military, economy, and industry must be taken care of together. The establishment of the college system, in addition to establishing a unique training system. Another thing is to carry out career diversion, so that people who should do what kind of positions go to the positions they should go to. That is, the community division of labor in the early commodity economy. One is to avoid the waste of population resources. The second is to optimize the allocation reasonably. Each college will be divided into elementary school, junior high school, and university departments to form an academic promotion system. This can provide a complete and sound education for the population of different ages. Considering the ninja world, the average IQ of children is good. Therefore, WUMA has temporarily decided to set the academic promotion system. 5 years of elementary school, 2 years of junior high school, 2 years of high school, and 3 years of university. Elementary school is the initial theoretical stage, junior high school is the initial practical stage, high school is the theoretical stage, and university is the practical stage. The 5-year initial teaching is to give the educated population a good foundation for future academic promotion, knowledge and cognition. The 2-year midterm teaching is to give the educated population some high-value practical opportunities and initially improve individual abilities. The purpose of 2 years of back-end teaching is to provide the educated population with advanced knowledge and cognition for future academic advancement. The purpose of 3 years of terminal teaching is to provide the educated population with more high-value practical opportunities to improve individual abilities. There is no problem with the establishment of other colleges. We have theories and methods, and we can even train teachers in person and let them teach. But this Hammers Medical College is a bit difficult to deal with. While inspecting, WUMA was reviewing his college system plan to see if there were any omissions. It doesn't matter if he doesn't review it. This time, WUMA suddenly found that he didn't seem to have any medical ninjas available. Even if he wanted to teach in person. But he himself didn't know medical ninjutsu at all. While thinking, WUMA thought of someone in his mind. As for medical ninjas, Tsunade might be able to, but it is now during the Third Ninja World War. Tsunade left Konoha around the end of the Second Ninja World War. His current whereabouts are wandering around the ninja world, without any contact information. Wanting to find such a person who appears here today and may appear there tomorrow during the war. It is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Big fat sheep likes entertainment, and it is easy to lose money. Maybe this is a good entry point. Thinking of Tsunade's personality characteristics, WUMA immediately came up with a plan, and found a way to make the other party come to him without taking the trouble to find Tsunade. 3 days later, In the newly planned high-density commercial area near Fujida Town, the foundation of Fujida Ji-Yuan Entertainment Center, which covers tens of thousands of square meters and looks magnificent, was laid. Under the construction of a large number of construction workers from Fujida Engineering Department, Fujida Ji-Yuan Entertainment Center officially entered the construction stage. The total investment is 200 million taels. Thanks to the support of local raw materials, the soil and stone in the industrial zone and the wood in the forestry zone make the construction cost of Fujida Ji-Yuan Entertainment Center much lower than the previous construction cost. Speaking of this, I have to mention the administrative management system of Fujida Town. Unlike other large ninja villages, Fujida Town adopts a 1-3 system vertical management, that is, Chang Secretary, Chang Advisory Group, and various departments. The first level is Chang. That is Wu Ma himself. As the ruler of a village, this goes without saying. It's just that Wu Ma is also the dean of the college under construction and the head of Fujida Security. It looks centralized. But he is only responsible for controlling orders. As for management, command, Wu Ma will let the acting dean/minister do these tasks instead of doing them himself. The purpose is to train these acting deans/ministers who have been promoted by themselves. After the test of time, these people may become regular employees. The first person in the second level is the T-Shadow Secretary. The current candidate is Yasaka Yuri. Although it may not be completely suitable, in the absence of other candidates, she can only reluctantly take office. Under the law, the T-Shadow Secretary controls the Fujida Tax Center and the Fujida Central Treasury, and also serves as the CEO of the T-Country Central Bank. Of course, the T-Shadow Secretary has only management rights and fund allocation rights for these three major economic, financial, and financial departments. No appointment power. The second person in the second level is the T-Shadow Advisory Group. The main responsibility is to help collect and process various reports from the departments below, and then classify them. Simple affairs, handle and solve them by yourself. More important, submit to the T-Shadow Secretary. There is the existence of the T-Shadow Advisory Group. Of the 100 paperwork reports, Wu Ma may need to handle less than 5, or even none. After all, he is a man who wants to take a break. He does not want to be overwhelmed by tedious work documents like the 5th Hokage Tsunade in the future. Of course, one must be on guard against others. Wu Ma may be a slacker, but he will not really allow his subordinates to do things that undermine his power. But the means are not now, but in the future. When Tsunade was the Hokage. According to the proportion of ninjas, the population of the entire Konoha is only about 170,000 to 180,000. Less than 200,000. There are so many work documents. It makes Tsunade busy like a workaholic. If Fujida Town, it will reach this level in the future, or even more, such as 300,000, 400,000, or even millions of people, then will he still have time to take a break? Of course, there is no time. Therefore, it is self-evident how important it is to establish a T-Shadow Advisory Group in advance to efficiently handle government affairs. This is also Wu Ma's willingness to delegate power. Otherwise, it would not be the case. He would inevitably be trapped by a variety of work documents in the future. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 026 Before fishing, fishermen need to make a nest first. The third parallel level is the Fujida departments, including Fujida Administration, Fujida Industry, Fujida Agriculture, Fujida Livestock, Fujida Commerce, Fujida Seaside and Port, Fujida Engineering, Fujida Security, Fujida Anbu, currently established. Under each department, there are also subdivided departments. For example, under the Fujida Administration, there are the Central Information Department and the Regional Administration Department. Under the Fujida Industry, there is the Clothing Industry Department. Under the Fujida Engineering Department, there are the Construction Department, the Transportation Department, and the Finance Department. In order to facilitate the dispatch of funds, materials, and personnel, WUMA even equipped each of the Fujida departments with independent finance departments and transportation departments. So in Fujida town. This is also why it is possible to see transport carriages of the same standard but different colors and logos on the wide 4-lane dirt road with green belts and sidewalks. Most of the time, you can see transport carriages of the same standard but different colors and logos. Each minister of each Fujida department. The term of office is 5 years, and the maximum term of office is 3. After 3 terms, if they have not reached retirement age or are close to retirement age, then the ministers of each department can choose to work in the T-Shadow Advisory Group and make use of their remaining energy. Or retire directly. Spend their old age in their own homes, clans, or in the Fujida Administrative Nursing Home. This administrative management system. It is a unique style in the ninja world. WUMA believes and firmly believes. Under such an administrative management system, the entire Fujida town, no matter what population level, will operate stably and efficiently. Although it is not a real finalization. But judging from the situation that it has been running for several months, this administrative management system designed by himself is obviously very good. Another 2 weeks. During this period, WUMA not only invested in building a new T-Shadow building in the center of Fujida town. At the same time, he invested the first batch of funds. Invested 500 million taels. Constructed 4 major R&D centers, which do not exist now but will have people in the future, including the Fujida Bow and Arrow R&D Center, Fujida Firearm R&D Center, Fujida Cannon R&D Center, and Fujida Comprehensive R&D Center. The largest of them is the Fujida Comprehensive Research and Development Center. The first phase investment is 200 million taels. After all, the technology to be developed here is related to all aspects of Fujida people's livelihood. On the other hand, the Fujida Epic Entertainment Center, located in Fujida High-Density Commercial District, which laid the foundation 2 weeks ago, officially opened. As soon as it opened, many wealthy civilians and merchants who heard about it or saw the promotional information on billboards along the way gathered here in an endless stream. With an entrance fee of only 5,000 taels, many people broke their heads to pay the fee to enter. If it were not for the Fujida Epic Entertainment Center, which controlled the number of admissions to 10,000 people, which was just the right scale. I'm afraid that the entire Epic Entertainment Center. I'm afraid that it will be packed with people in the end. The entire Fujida Epic Entertainment Center is divided into low field area, mid field area, high field area, and special field area. Whether it's the low field area, mid field area, or high field area, or the special field area. In each area, as long as there are people who lose epic coins, 1 tael equals 2 era coins. Then 5% of the era coins lost by the losers will be added to the regional accumulation pool as a multiplier for the winners. The winners, or those who have era coins and are ready to leave, can redeem all era coins for cash at the era coin exchange office in the Era Entertainment Center when leaving. During the process, a handling fee needs to be paid according to a percentage. For example, 5% for 100,000 taels and 10% for 1 million taels, and then the handling fee will be increased by 5% for every additional 500,000 taels. The maximum superposition does not exceed 45%. Of the handling fees drawn by the Epic Entertainment Center, 70% of the funds will be directly invested in the Fujida Comprehensive Research and Development Center to promote the scientific and technological development of Fujida town. The Epic Entertainment Center has more functions. It is a powerful food to attract tsunade, not prepared for others. To prevent others from being addicted, WUMA has formulated a series of relevant laws and regulations, including prohibiting children and adults under the age of 24 from entering the venue to play, no restrictions on leaving the venue, the maximum exchange of epic coins per time shall not exceed 30,000 taels, and the cumulative exchange of epic coins per week shall not exceed 90,000 taels, etc. At the same time, Fujita Anbu is responsible for efficient dark supervision. Prevent serious addiction incidents. There are 3 ways to play in the low-level area. They are chess, beast chess, and 3-person poker. The low-level area requires at least 10,000 epic coins to play. The low-level chess game has an upper limit of 10,000 epic coins, 2 investment opportunities, and a fixed odds of 3.5. The low-level beast chess game has an upper limit of 20,000 epic coins, 2 investment opportunities, and a fixed odds of 2.5. The low-level 3-person poker game has no upper limit, no investment opportunities, a basic investment of 300 epic coins, and a floating odds. There are 2 ways to play in the mid-level area. They are poker comparison and poker blackjack. The mid-level area requires at least 50,000 epic coins to play. The upper limit, investment opportunities, and odds of the 2 ways of playing in the mid-level area are unified, all of which are 25,000 epic coins, 3 investment opportunities, and 3.5 fixed odds. The high-level area only has 1 way of playing, poker comparison. The high-level area requires at least 100,000 epic coins to play. The high-level area has an upper limit of 50,000 epic coins, 3 investment opportunities, and a fixed odds of 5.5. The special area is a place dedicated to competitions. The competition method will be randomly selected from any of the 3 games of low, medium, and high in the form of a turntable. In your personal Epic account, as long as you have at least 1 million epic coins, or win 20 games in the low, medium, and high areas, or win 7 games in a row in the high area to achieve Super Saint Kill, then you are eligible to enter the special area. Compete with the person in charge of the Epic Entertainment Center, or even Master Chang himself. In the special area, the Epic Entertainment Center will take out 10% of the Entertainment Center's income every month and put it into the special area accumulation pool. The winner of the competition will be able to take away half of the accumulated bonus in the special area accumulation pool in addition to the epic coins in your personal Epic account. All of the above conditions. It is undoubtedly tempting. It is no exaggeration to say, if you have good skills and luck, a bicycle can become a motorcycle or something. It is definitely very likely to happen. Of course, the premise of the conditions is, you need to have both skills and luck. Obviously. Tsunade, who always loses in entertainment and has extremely unstable luck, is not among them. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 027 Tsunade. The legendary Big Fat Sheep. Fujita Town, main entrance. Wearing a tea green long gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top, a black cloth belt around the waist, and a big gambling word on the back of the clothes. Wearing dark blue cropped pants, a woman with light yellow shoulder-length hair, a big ponytail at the back, and a very good figure. Walking fast on the wide 2-lane brick road with greenery and sidewalks in Fujita Town. Not far behind her, a young girl with short black hair and a pink pig in her arms was chasing forward anxiously. Tsunade-sama. Wait for me. You are walking too fast. After entering Fujita Town, walking on the wide 4-lane dirt road with greenery and sidewalks, Tsunade looked around with interest. Rows of commercial stores with unique styles, full of natural atmosphere, and uniform and obvious store signs. A wide, clean, and fresh town road. Not far away, there are many 4- or 5-story apartments with spacious and clean entrances and neatly arranged flowers and greenery at the entrance. Seeing all these, Tsunade could not have thought that a newly established ninja village could have a lot of things that Konoha did not have, Hey, Shizuan. What do you think of this Cha Ying? He actually developed Fujida Town so well? Could this guy be an old man like the third generation? Tsunade was walking in front. He pressed his chin with his fingers and muttered to himself. Well, it seems a bit unrealistic. If the other party is an old man like the third generation, then he is probably not far from Alzheimer's disease. Hearing these words, Shizuan, who has already caught up with the pace, he couldn't help but blush. My lord Tsunade, this is in another village. It's not good for you to secretly say that the third generation lord has Alzheimer's disease behind his back? That. Mr. Tsunade. What? Shizuan. Hearing the voice coming from the side behind him, Tsunade, who was walking in front, turned his head. Cha Ying of Fujida Town is not an old man, and he is also the first generation of Fujida Town. Shizuan said. How do you know? Tsunade looked at Shizuan with some confusion. This little girl basically stayed by his side, did she know Cha Ying? This is unlikely. Over there. Shizuan stopped, holding the pink piglet Tun Tun in one hand, and pointed in a direction with his finger. Over there. Following the gesture, Tsunade stopped and looked over. Not far away, on the advertising wall along the street, there were many portrait posters with slogans. For example, unite under the wings of the respected and great first-generation Shadow Master, and work hard to realize Fujida's dream, don't forget your roots, use Fujida's principles to summarize Fujida's experience, and transform Fujida's experience into Fujida's practice, etc. The portrait on the poster. It is a handsome and heroic young man wearing a white robe and with long silver-white flowing hair. He looks to be around 20 years old. Very young. There are many styles of portraits on the poster, some sitting, some standing, and some holding swords across the waist. Of course. This also includes many different portrait backgrounds. At first glance, Tsunade made a very intuitive evaluation. Without saying a word. It is her highest evaluation. In her cognition. Even her powerful first Hokage grandfather, Senju Hashirama, was not so high profile and arrogant when he was alive. If Tsunade's thoughts were heard by Wuma, then he would definitely say, you are too young, right? Do you understand what the power of faith and the power of fishing reels are? Do you know what is called highly concentrated cohesion? Do you know what is called centralized and efficient operation? Tsunade does not know these. Otherwise, she would not have left the village directly. As a result, the Senju clan lost its backbone. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hokage advisory group interfered and sent them to various battlefields, greatly weakening the vitality of the Senju clan. Finally, the entire Senju clan that survived from the Sengoku period was in decline and depressed. Shizuan, let's keep going. Oh, okay, Master Tsunade. Hearing the call, Shizuan, who was originally looking at the portrait on the poster carefully, immediately responded, then hugged the pink piglet Tatsun and quickly followed Tsunade. After turning several streets, soon, Tsunade and Shizuan came to the Fujida Jiyuan Entertainment Center located in the Fujida High-Density Commercial District. Is this the best, largest, and most magnificent Fujida-era entertainment center in the world that the caravans and rumors say is? Tsunade, standing at the gate, looked at the huge building in front of her. It looked like a marble building. It was like a palace. In the pedestrian square in front of the palace, there was a large artificial fountain with a diameter of at least 20 meters. A large, gilded bronze statue of an unknown young woman wearing a maid's uniform and carrying a bow was standing on the white jade pillar in the center of the fountain pool. On the top of the entertainment center building, Fujida-era entertainment center, these 8 very conspicuous and uniform large signs came into view. The Fujida-era entertainment center in front of her really gave people a refreshing feeling. At least in Tsunade's opinion. All the entertainment venues she had been to were only small entertainment venues in front of the Fujida-era Entertainment Center. "Let's go, Shizuan." Tsunade grabbed Shizuan's arm excitedly and walked towards the entrance of the Epic Entertainment Center. A big casino means a big pool of funds. On such a big platform, if you can win once, you can not only pay off the debt you owed before, but you may even make a little more money. "Hey, Master Tsunade, slow down, slow down." Tsunade suddenly pulled down. Shizuan, who didn't have time to react and almost fell, exclaimed while keeping up. Although the pace was fast. But just when they approached the palace gate, Tsunade and Shizuan, who were about to enter, were stopped by two young waiters wearing white shirts, suit vests, suit pants and white gloves at the door. "Hello, ladies. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? If you don't have an appointment, please go to the entrance here and pay the entrance fee before you can enter." Hearing this, Tsunade was a little confused. "Entrance fee? Why do I have to pay an entrance fee to enter your place? Hey, you guys are not trying to cheat me, are you? I have been in the ninja world for so many years, and I have been to hundreds of entertainment venues of all sizes, but I have never heard of any entrance fee to enter an entertainment venue." Tsunade's reaction was actually subconscious. After all, she owed a lot of debts to others over the years. So when she heard about the entrance fee, she also subconsciously had a stress reaction in her heart. Seeing the other party's confusion, one of the young waiters smiled and explained, waving his hand to the bulletin board on the wall at the entrance. "That's right, ma'am. Everyone needs to pay the entrance fee to enter our Fujida-era Entertainment Center, even Master Chang himself is no exception. Wuma, I don't go through the main entrance. The entrance fee is 5,000 taels. After paying the fee and simply registering, you can enter. The admission period is 72 hours. During this period, in addition to entering the play area, you can also enjoy free unlimited Fujida buffet food and Fujida tea service. Even if you are tired, our Fujida-era Entertainment Center has free, soft rest sofas and sofa balls everywhere. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 028 Tsunade takes the bait. Food, drink, and rest. Is that so? That's a good deal. After listening to the explanation, Tsunade no longer thought about the entrance fee. Following the direction, Tsunade and Shizuan came to the entrance. Behind the service desk at the entrance, two young female staff members of average appearance but good temperament stood side by side. "Welcome, ladies, to the Fujida-era Entertainment Center. Hey, I'll pay the entrance fee. For two people, it's 10,000 ryo, right?" Tsunade looked at the two young female staff members and said, "Yes, ma'am." Hearing the answer, Tsunade put one hand on his waist and stretched out the other hand, whispering to Shizuan behind him. "Give it to me." "Ah? Master Tsunade, you want it again? We haven't paid the debt we owed to them before." Shizuan came close and whispered with difficulty. Hearing the advice, Tsunade raised her eyebrows proudly and displeased. "Stop talking nonsense. Give it to me. I was just unlucky before. With my skills, it's easy to win a few million taels, not to mention tens of millions of taels, in such a big place this time. After winning the money, I can just pay off part of the debt I owed before." Shizuan looked at Tsunade with some suspicion. To be honest, she didn't really believe it. Because before every entertainment, Master Tsunade said so, but every time he lost, he owed a big debt. There's no other way. After thinking about it, Shizuan decided to meet Master Tsunade's request in his heart, because Master Tsunade was his teacher. take out his own exclusive purse. Shizuan took out 5 2,000 tael banknotes from it. Tsunade-sama, here. After this 10,000 taels are spent, we don't have much money left, at most 100,000 taels, and we need to eat and drink later, It's just a small matter. Before Shizuan finished speaking, Tsunade quickly took the banknotes and handed the 10,000 taels to one of the young female staff behind the entrance service counter. 2 people. After saying that, Tsunade turned around, folded his hands and looked at Shizuan confidently and said, "The more desperate a person is, the greater the chance of a reversal of fate. Do you understand, Shizuan? This is my turn, draw a card." "Sorry, I went to the wrong set. Only 100,000 taels left is not scary. Please believe me, Shizuan. Just watch, see how your Tsunade-sama will use this last 100,000 taels to turn the tide and make a fortune." "Really?" Shizuan blinked. "Really?" Tsunade nodded confidently. "Well then." Shizuan said no more. "Okay, ladies, your fees and registration have been completed, and you can go in now. Until the 3rd day, you can stay in the entertainment center, even if you don't play." One of the young female staff behind the entrance service desk handed 2 admission tickets with the exclusive logo of Fujidajijin Entertainment Center on the service desk. "Okay." Turning around, Tsunade took the admission tickets, and then took Shizuan to the palace gate not far away. This time, the 2 young waiters at the gate did not stop Tsunade and Shizuan's steps. "Welcome." After stamping the 2 tickets held by Tsunade with a special seal, the 2 young waiters bowed 45 degrees, waved their hands towards the palace, and respectfully invited them in. "I wish you 2 ladies a good time." "Yes." Enjoying the excellent service, Tsunade happily took Shizuan into the art gallery leading to the interior of the entertainment center. At the same time, on the other side, Chang Building, 20th floor. At this time, Wu Ma is sitting upright in his spacious office. From time to time, he drinks tea and salted fish, and from time to time, he handles 1 or 2 important government documents handed over by Secretary Yuji. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a knight from the Wasabi family walked quickly into the Chang office. "Master Cha Ying. Report from Jiyuan Entertainment Center, Princess Katsuyu, one of the legendary Sunin in the ninja world, Senju Tsunade, has appeared in the entertainment center, accompanied by her personal disciple, Shizuan." Hearing the report from the visitor, Wu Ma, who was originally lying on the sofa office chair with his legs on the desk and his eyes closed for a nap, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured with a smile, "Finally! I'm here." Without hesitation, Wu Ma put his legs down and stood up and left the sofa office chair. "Tell Yasushi Moriyama of Jiyuan Entertainment Center. While Tsunade is playing, be sure to let her keep her winning streak and go all the way to the special area, and then let me handle it personally. Go tell her first, I'll be there later." While Wu Ma was giving orders, he put on his Cha Ying imperial robe. "Yes, Master Cha Ying." In response, the Wasabi family knight who came to report turned around and walked out of the office quickly. A few minutes later, Fujidaira Entertainment Center. Backstage Host Center. "Did you deliberately let her win? I see, is it that Master Cha Ying is going to fight Princess Katsuyu in the special area? Then, I see, I'll go and give her the order right away." After hearing the message from the Wasabi family knight, the head of Fujidaira Entertainment Center, Yasushi Moriyama, nodded immediately, and then personally arranged for several entertainers to enter disguised as guests. At this time, low-level area. "Master Tsunade, the last 100,000 taels have been exchanged for era coins by you. You have to be careful." Seeing Tsunade in the low-level area, looking for a suitable position, Shizuan on the side could not help but remind him. "Oh, I know. Shizuan, Don't worry, believe me. This time we will definitely win big. Tsunade waved his hand impatiently. Looking down. Soon. Tsunade found a good seat. Low court chess 20 tables, 0/2, waiting to be seated. Seeing the eye-catching message on the sign of the chess table, Tsunade immediately walked over there happily, and Shizun followed behind her. Soon. Tsunade took her seat, and Shizun, holding the pink piglet, stood beside her as an escort. In addition to the two of them. On one side of the chess table, there was also a serious supervisor. The current chess table is still missing one player. So you need to wait for a while. Of course. The waiting time will not be too long. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 029 Tsunade's fortune turns. Tap, tap, tap. It took about 1 or 2 minutes. A young man dressed as an ordinary business clerk came over here and sat down. Hello. Hello. After the two sides exchanged friendly greetings. The supervisor on one side of the chess table quickly explained the rules to the young man on the left and Tsunade on the right. This table is a low-level chess table. According to the regional game rules, this table has an upper limit of 10,000 epic coins, 2 investment opportunities, and a fixed multiplier of 3.5. Low-level chess is divided into red and black. The identities are the default left red and right black. Low-level chess adopts a 3-game 2-win system. If it is a tie or stalemate, the total number of games will not exceed 5. The default order of chess pieces is red first and black later. Then rotate once every game. After briefly explaining the rules, the supervisor stretched out his white-gloved hand and pointed to the epic coin placement area on both sides of the table. Before the official start, please put your respective reserve epic coins in your respective epic coin placement area. OK. ×2. In response, the young man and Tsunade put their respective reserve epic coins in their respective epic coin placement areas. Left investment area, a total of 240,000 epic coins. Right investment area, a total of 200,000 epic coins. See the two players on the left and right. All of them have put their prepared epic coins into the placement area. The supervisor spoke again. Start placing the chess pieces now. As he spoke, he took out a set of chess from the locked cabinet under the chess table that he had opened. Red side, general, 2 soldiers, 2 bishops, 2 horses, 2 chariots, 2 cannons, 5 soldiers. Black side, general, 2 soldiers, 2 bishops, 2 horses, 2 chariots, 2 cannons, 5 pawns. Wait until the placement is complete. The supervisor returned to his original state and looked at the two players on the left and right. I believe I don't need to introduce too much about the rules of how chess is played to the two guests asking this question. In fact, it is also a kind reminder. After all, no guest who really enters the Epic Entertainment Center does not know the 3 major entertainment techniques of Fujida. I know. Me too. The young man and Tsunade said one after the other. Hear the answer. The supervisor nodded. Very good, then I declare this table of low-level chess officially started. Then the supervisor pointed to the epic coin input area in front of him. Before the red side makes a move, please make the first epic coin input for this game. OK. The young man and Tsunade nodded at the same time. As a local, I'll let the lady opposite me take some time. I'll put in 5,000 epic coins first. The young man said with a friendly smile, and at the same time put his epic coin in the area, and threw an epic coin with a face value of 5,000 into the epic coin input area. Humph, young people are looking down on their elders. I won't be inferior to you. I follow. With a light hum, Tsunade stretched out his right hand, picked up an epic coin with a face value of 5,000, and threw it into the input area. First input. Both sides took out half of the upper limit of this game's input. It can be seen that the gunpowder smell in this first game is quite strong. Tsunade-sama. Seeing this scene, knowing that her teacher was in a state of entertainment, Shizune opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. After all, she knew that no one could stop Tsunade-sama, who was in a state of entertainment, from investing. No matter how big or small. The game officially begins now. Seeing that the two players on the left and right had finished their bets, the supervisor waved his hand and said, "Please let the red side move first." After speaking, the young man took the lead and moved the red cannon on the left to the edge of the river. Looking at the red cannon on the boundary of the ninja world, Tsunade fell into thought, thinking about what the young man's red cannon wanted to do. Is that so? Do you want to move the check directly in the next step? Humph, I won't let you succeed. According to the expected trajectory, after seeing the biggest threat to herself, Tsunade snorted in her heart. When she was in Tansho Street before. After all, she had seen other masters fight. She had never eaten pork. She had seen pigs run. My turn. It was her turn. Tsunade immediately picked up the elephant on the left and placed it under the pawn in the center. In this way, the opponent's red cannon, which wanted to place a checkmate directly through the pawn, was completely defeated. Seeing this, the young man didn't say much, but just frowned slightly, showing a look as if his plan had failed. Not long after, the young man stretched out his hand to move the piece. Start the rook. Knight 8 to 7. Tsunade raised his hand to place the piece. Prepare space for the rook. 20 minutes later. Move the rook to eat the elephant, chain cannon. Checkmate. Looking at the two black cannons and black rook near his 9-square defense line, the young man left the table with his hands convinced and looked at Tsunade. You win this game, lady. After the voice, the supervisor on the side spoke. In the first round, the black team wins. The 3.5 fixed multiplier takes effect. The basic investment of 10,000 epic coins will be doubled, and the red team will lose an additional 25,000 epic coins. The first round of this game, the black team wins 35,000 epic coins. The supervisor used the supervisor's clamp to take out 25,000 epic coins from the young man's epic coin placement area and pulled them into the investment area. Then, together with the original basic investment of 10,000 epic coins in the investment area, they were all transferred to Tsunade's epic coin placement area. Swish. See, Shizune. When 35,000 epic coins entered her placement area, Tsunade could not hide her excitement. Since leaving the village, she almost always loses every time she entertains. The debts she owed over the years are tens of millions of taels, if not hundreds of millions of taels. Even for the debts she owes, Tsunade no longer has any concept, because there are too many to remember. So many times. She was often chased by people for debts, but those people did not dare to do anything excessive because of Sunen's strength. Although she only won 35,000 epic coins at the moment, it was obviously a good start. I saw it, Master Tsunade. Shizune was also very excited, but her excitement was because Master Tsunade finally won once. If both parties have no objection, prepare for the second game of this game. Wait for a while. The supervisor took a short break, looked around, and then said, "No problem." "I have no problem either." Tsunade and the young man said in unison. "Very good. Now start to set up the chess pieces." Both sides rotate their identities, this time it's black on the left and red on the right. As he spoke, the supervisor placed the chess pieces of both sides. Now start the second game of this game. Please both sides invest first. I bet 10,000 epic coins. Tsunade took the lead in taking out 2 epic coins with a face value of 5,000 and threw them into the investment area. "I'll follow." The young man showed no sign of weakness. Seeing this scene, Tsunade, who was originally excited because of winning a game, suddenly became even more excited. Now the investment in the area is 20,000 epic coins. If I win this game, 3.5 fixed odds, that is 90,000 epic coins. Joint investment. I will be able to get 90,000 epic coins in the end. Win more and more. Just thinking about it is exciting. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 0:30 Tsunade, I'm too strong. Tactical retreat. Maybe Tsunade's luck really changed. In the second game, Tsunade used a rook to easily break the black side's defense and won the game. However, it was a hard-won victory. Because she had only a few pieces left, only a general, a soldier, and a rook. It was not a big advantage. Second game, red side wins. 3.5 fixed multiplier takes effect, the basic investment of 20,000 epic coins will be doubled, and the black side will lose an additional 70,000 epic coins. The second game of this game. Red side wins 90,000 epic coins. The supervisor skillfully used the supervisor's clamp to transfer all 90,000 epic coins to Tsunade's epic coin placement area, and then announced, "The right side has won 2 games in a row. I declare that this chess game is over." At the beginning, the young man entered the game with 240,000 epic coins. After losing 2 games in a row, the epic coins in his hand have shrunk significantly. Alas! He sighed. The young man left his seat with some annoyance. Ha ha ha! Looking at the hill of epic coins in his epic coin placement area, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. The feeling of winning money is really great. That's awesome, Master Tsunade. Shizuan, who was watching the whole process, was sincerely happy for Master Tsunade who won 2 games in a row. Because in the past, Master Tsunade would definitely be in debt when he came out of the casino once he entered the casino. And at least, it would start with 1,000,000 taels. "Madam, would you like to continue? If you continue, you can wait for a while and wait for the next player to take a seat." The voice of the supervisor brought Tsunade back to his senses. Hearing this, Tsunade looked at the 310,000 epic coins quietly sitting in his epic coin placement area, and then blinked. It's not impossible to stay in the low-level area. It's not bad to save more, but I can't play chess all the time. The upper limit of 10,000 epic coins is too low. Let's try something else. After making some plans in his mind, Tsunade tasted the sweetness of victory. Immediately chose to leave, and used the basket with handles given by the supervisor to carry all the epic coins and entered the low-level chess area. 15 minutes later. Black wins this game. 2.5 fixed odds take effect, the basic investment of 40,000 epic coins will be doubled, and the white side will lose an additional 100,000 epic coins. Black wins 140,000 epic coins. Another 15 minutes later. Black wins this game. 2.5 fixed odds take effect, the basic investment of 30,000 epic coins will be doubled, and the white side will lose an additional 75,000 epic coins. Black wins 105,000 epic coins. Another 15 minutes later. Black wins this game. 2.5 fixed odds take effect, the basic investment of 24,000 epic coins will be doubled, and the white side will lose an additional 60,000 epic coins. Black wins 84,000 epic coins. In just 45 minutes. Win 3 games in a row. Tsunade, whose total epic coins, including principal and winnings, have reached 639,000 epic coins, is now overwhelmed by the desire to win. That's it. Tsunade is determined to complete a 5-game winning streak in the low-level area. With Shizun and all his epic coins, he entered the low-level area, where the odds were the highest, but also the most dangerous. Low-level 3-person poker has no upper limit on investment, no investment opportunities, a basic investment of 300 epic coins, and a floating odds. Although the basic investment is low, but it is a floating odds. According to the rules, the minimum floating multiplier is 2 times, and the maximum stack is 1000 times. That is to say, if the maximum stack is reached in one game, the landlord will be able to directly win 900,000 epic coins. Because of the considerable profit. So she plans to win another game here. Then, enter the midfield area. The midfield area is one level higher, although the win will not be less. If you lose, it will not be less. Fujita Epic Entertainment Center, Backstage Host Center. How many games has the target won now? Wuma came to the Backstage Host Center and looked at the person in charge of Fujita Epic Entertainment Center, Yasushi Moriyama. It's already 4 games, Master Cha Ying. After answering, Yasushi Moriyama continued. The target is now playing 3-person poker in the low field area. If he wins another game, the target will win 5 games in a row. In the first 4 games, within about an hour, our people have lost more than 400,000 epic coins to the target. Hearing this, Wuma nodded. Very good. Keep letting her win. If the goal is to advance to the high-level area, try to let her win more than 1 million epic coins in one game in the high-level area. But it can't be exposed. It must make the whole game look like she narrowly won, so that the opponent will not suspect that we let her win. Understood, Master Cha Ying. Moriyama Yasushi nodded in understanding. Low-level 3-person poker area. Table 12. King Bomb. When Tsunade, who had an excellent tailwind, threw out her last 2 cards. For a moment, the onlookers were all dumbfounded. What kind of luck is this? A plane, 2 bombs, and a king bomb? Isn't this a blessing from my ancestors? How can this be a blessing from my ancestors? This is clearly a blessing from my ancestors. That's right, that's right. It's been almost 2 months since the opening of the Epic Entertainment Center. In the low-level 3-person poker, I have seen people with good luck, but this is the first time I have seen someone who has gone straight to nothing in 4 waves. Maybe it's really just too lucky. I'm afraid that you won't get a hand like this without burning incense for 3 years, right? Remove the word I'm afraid and it will definitely be good. Hey, who is this brother? Just now, it was said that this lady could leave within 5 waves, and then she would perform a table-chewing show on the spot. Come on, the table is over here, I've prepared it for you, don't forget to come and chew it. In the low-level 3-person poker area. Table 12 where Tsunade was, ended the fastest, but also won the most. In this 3-player poker game, call the landlord once, grab the landlord twice, bomb 4 times, and king bomb once, with a stacking multiplier of 1000 times. The basic bet is 900 epic coins. In this 3-player poker game, the peasant side loses 900,000 epic coins, and the landlord side wins. Total epic coin wins, 900,000. Hu Papa. The supervisor of Table 12 announced the result. After a short silence, the crowd of onlookers around couldn't help but applaud, celebrating this wonderful and neat game. Of course, Tsunade himself was also very happy. Not only because he received a lot of applause, but more because he won a small amount of money again. Adding the previous 639,000 epic coins. The total epic coins he now has on him have reached 1.539 million. In just 2 hours. From the original capital of 200,000 epic coins, he won more than 1.5 million, which is more than 7 times. Tsunade feels that he is really strong. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 031 Tsunade starts to get high. The psychology of winning repeatedly. It will make people feel extremely inflated. It's like you won 3 golds in the first 5 consecutive draws. Even if you didn't win later, you would still invest a lot of money in the draw. Commonly known as getting high. Tsunade is now. It's just such a state. The heart is extremely inflated and infatuated. Since you already have 1 million epic coins. Then whether it is the low field or the middle field, it has lost its temptation for Tsunade, and she plans to go to a higher field. More. I need more. I will definitely win more. Looking at the limited crowd in the high field, Tsunade made a decision in her heart. The high field only has one way to play poker, but the high field has a maximum investment of 50,000 epic coins, 3 investment opportunities, and a fixed odds of 5.5. These conditions alone are enough to attract Tsunade, who now has more than 1.5 million epic coins and is extremely inflated and infatuated. Poker can have 6 players in each game. If you only bet half of the money in a game. If you win a single game, you can get at least 500,000 epic coins. Ha ha ha, money, all money. Thinking of this, Tsunade is getting more and more excited. It seems that he has already envisioned the scene of holding a large number of epic coins and turning them into cash. Driven by the idea, Tsunade quickly entered the high field area. Holding Tuntun in one hand and carrying a bamboo box full of large epic coins in the other hand, Shizun followed slowly. After entering the high field area, Tsunade quickly found a table that was temporarily empty. High field poker card comparison area. Table 7. Different from the tables in the low field area and the middle field area. Because there are 6 players, each table in the poker card comparison area is a large semicircular table. On the right angle side, it is a station seat exclusively for the supervisor. On the arc side, there are 6 seats between each other, several meters apart to prevent the players from getting too close. Because there is no one, Tsunade was the first to choose a seat. She sat in the seat for player number 1. After adjusting the cushioned round chair to a comfortable height, Tsunade waited for the other players. She couldn't help but comment on the entire Epic Entertainment Center and the young people in the portraits on the way here. Whether it is the low field, the middle field, the high field, or the entertainment center itself, the luxury of the facilities and equipment is really the best in the ninja world. I heard that the birthplace of poker, chess, and beast chess is also here. I don't know when the Tea Kingdom has a figure like Cha Ying. These years, she has been wandering in the Fire Kingdom. She knows very little about the outside world. After all, she has been free and easy and not concerned about the world for many years. Not to mention that she spends most of her time in various entertainment venues. For a long time like this, her acceptance of outside information is even more closed. Especially for a country like the Tea Kingdom that is unknown and has almost no focus. Tap, tap, tap. It seems like there is a siphon effect. Tsunade had just sat down for a few minutes when 5 young and middle-aged men and women of different ages and wearing different clothes came one after another, carrying their own bamboo boxes of epic coins. They took their seats one after another. All of a sudden, all the players gathered. Tsunade is at position 1. A middle-aged male businessman is at position 2. A young man is at position 3. A middle-aged businesswoman is at position 4, a young woman is at position 5, and a white-collar man is at position 6. After a while, a supervisor wearing a red vest, white gloves, and the work badge of the Epic Entertainment Center on his lapel came to table 7. Ladies and gentlemen, this table is a high-level poker game. According to the regional game rules, this table has a maximum investment of 50,000 epic coins, 3 investment opportunities, and a fixed odds of 5.5. 6 players per game. Each game starts with the first investment opportunity. Each game will be dealt 5 rounds of cards. The first 3 rounds are held by the players, and each person has 3 cards. After 3 rounds of dealing, the dealer will deal 2 rounds of cards and put the cards in the display area. After the 3 cards in the player's hand are combined with the dealer's card in the display area, the one with the largest combination will be the winner of this game. If the same game, if 2 players have the same combination, the 2 players will be the winners together, and the epic coins will be invested and the 2 winners will share equally. The combinations from largest to smallest are as follows: big and small jokers plus 3 cards of any letter / 4 cards of any same color plus 1 card of a different color is the joker, 3 cards of the same color plus 2 cards of different colors / a straight of the same color is the general card. 2 cards of the same color plus 3 cards of different colors / a straight of different colors is the general card. 1 card of the same color plus 4 cards of different colors / a pair of the same color is the soldier card. 5 cards of different colors / a pair of different colors / irregular cards are the pawn card. After clearly explaining the rules, the supervisor stretched out his white-gloved hand and gestured to the 6 epic coin placement areas on the table. Before the official start, please 6 guests, place your respective prepared epic coins in your epic coin placement area. OK. Time 6. In response, 6 people, including Tsunade, took out their own reserve epic coins from the epic coin bamboo box and placed them in the epic coin placement area in front of them. Placement area number 1, 1.539 million epic coins. Placement area number 2, 1.7 million epic coins. Placement area number 3, 2.4 million epic coins. Placement area number 4, 1.29 million epic coins. Placement area number 5, 2 million epic coins. Placement area number 6, 2.06 million epic coins. This poker game. It is obviously a high-end game. Because the total number of epic coins on the table has reached 10.989 million. Seeing so many epic coins on the table, Tsunade can't say she is not jealous. That's impossible. But even if she is jealous, she has to win in the next game with her own strength. Seeing the 6 players on the left and right, everyone has put their prepared epic coins into their respective placement areas, and the supervisor immediately said, "Please start the first bet. I bet 2,000 epic coins." Tsunade took the lead in taking out 2 epic coins with a face value of 1,000. Throwing them into the betting area. Follow. The middle-aged male businessman at position 2 threw out an epic coin with a face value of 2,000 with a smile on his face. No. The young man at position 3. He chose to give up the first bet with a calm expression. Follow 2,000. The middle-aged female businessman at position 4 threw an epic coin with a face value of 2,000 into the betting area. Pass. The young woman at position 5 chose to give up. I'll follow. The male white-collar worker at position 6 threw an epic coin with a face value of 2,000 towards the betting area. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 032 Unaware of the situation. Tsunade didn't know. Except for herself, all the others at this table were actors. After the first round of dealing, the second round of betting began soon. At this time, the epic coins in the betting area had grown from a small hill to a mountain, with a total of 145,000 epic coins. The second round of betting begins. After the supervisor finished speaking, he took out 6 cards from the card box on the table and sent them out one by one. The last card. Then it went into the display area. The third betting begins. Until the third betting began, no one gave up. For a moment, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Because the cards she had now. Not good enough. A red heart Q and a red square K. If you are not lucky enough, you will form a she card if you are not careful. Although the she card is not small. But in general, the probability of winning is obviously higher if you seek a larger combination of cards. Hey! Forget it, let's take a gamble. After weighing it in her mind, Tsunade made up his mind and threw the epic coins he had prepared into the investment area, instantly reaching the investment limit of 50,000 epic coins. I'm all in. Seeing this scene, the other 5 people looked at each other and then made their own reactions. All in. Pass. 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 All in. Among the 5 people, 3 skipped the investment, and the other 2 reached the investment limit like Tsunade. The third round of dealing begins. The 3 investments were all over, and the supervisor began the third round of dealing. After 5 rounds of dealing, the supervisor turned over the 2 cards in the display area. Big King. Small King. Pass. Pass. As soon as the 2 cards in the display area were revealed, among the other 5 players except Tsunade, 4 of them chose to pass. Although the appearance of the big and small kings, it means that the highest level trump cards can be formed. But the cards in their hands, after combining with it, it is an irregular pawn. Now compare cards. At the sound of the supervisor, Tsunade and the male white-collar worker in position 6, who were the only ones left in the game, unfolded their cards one by one. "Madam, I think I won this game." As he said this, the male white-collar worker who unfolded his cards smiled confidently. "Big and small kings and black J, red plum Q, red heart K, my cards are the highest level of trump cards. Even if you are lucky, I don't believe your cards will be bigger than mine." What the male white-collar worker said is indeed correct. The trump cards composed of big and small kings and black J, red plum Q, and red K are indeed big enough. Under normal circumstances, it is basically a lock for victory. Really. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. Although I almost lost, the fact is, I won this game. Tsunade flipped open the 3 cards in her hand, displayed them completely on the table, and then said confidently, "Red Queen, Red Square King, Red Ace, I am also a trump card, but my letters are not only bigger than yours, but also the same color cards." What? Seeing this scene, the male white-collar worker stood up in disbelief, his eyes were shocked and his brows were furrowed, like the expression of the villain Chow Yun-fat who ate a lump. Yes. Just as Tsunade said, she almost lost. But this. Why is it so coincidental? Those involved are confused. But those who are watching can see clearly. Tsunade doesn't know. But the 5 actors present, and at this moment, Wu Ma, who was standing behind Tsunade on the second floor stand with his arms around the murderer, knew very well. The big fat sheep has completely taken the bait. Wu Ma couldn't suppress a smile. In this poker game, the final round of the game, 4 players give up. The first position has Q, K, A of the same color, and the 6th position has J, Q, K of different colors. The trump card in the first position is greater than the trump card in the 6th position. The basic bet for this game is 275,000 epic coins. Fixed odds of 5.5. In this poker game, the player in the first position wins the game, and wins a total of 1,512,500 epic coins. Swish! Ah! Ah! When the epic coins in the investment area and the other 5 players all gathered in their own epic coin placement area. And when they heard the 5 players around them leave the game, they sighed unwillingly. Tsunade suddenly felt a little dreamy. 1 win equals 1 million taels. Has her entertainment skills reached such a high level? Shizuan, did you see? Tsunade stood up. First, she looked at Shizuan who accompanied her throughout the whole process, and then looked at the pile of epic coins on the table, and said excitedly, "Yes, Master Tsunade, I saw it." Shizuan nodded happily. Maybe it was really a change of luck, or maybe Master Tsunade's entertainment skills really improved. Anyway, before she had never seen any entertainment game of Master Tsunade win $1 million or $2 big bucks. In the ninja world, is money important? To be honest, it is very important. Even if the main theme of the entire ninja world is still the story between ninjas, such as the loving eldest prince Naruto and the second pillar Sasuke. Money is not omnipotent. But without money, it is absolutely impossible, after all, without startup capital and connections. Starting a business in Fujita Town is just empty talk. From the daily life and consumption of ninjas, civilians, and everyone else. From the construction of ninja villages. From the planning funds of Akatsuki to Konan's 600 billion detonating tags. All these. What they maintain is money. Is 1 million ryo a lot? Not much. Is 1 million ryo a little? Not a small amount. Because you have to know that the final reward for an S-level mission with a very high risk factor is only more than 1 million ryo. In other words, Tsunade's victory in just over 10 minutes won the reward that requires a ninja to risk his life to complete an S-level mission. But even so, this will only stimulate Tsunade's inner entertainment. Because in the personal epic account, as long as there are at least 1 million epic coins, or a total of 20 wins in the low, medium, and high fields, or a super saint kill in the high field with 7 consecutive wins, then you are eligible to enter the special field. Compete with the person in charge of the Epic Entertainment Center, or even Master Cha Ying himself. Tsunade who meets one of the conditions. I got the qualification to enter the special area very smoothly. In the special area, the Epic Entertainment Center will take out 10% of the entertainment center's income every month and put it into the special area accumulation pool. The winner of the game will be able to take away half of the accumulated bonus in the special area accumulation pool in addition to the epic coins in his personal epic account. Looking at the explanation about the winner's bonus written on the display board on the wall at the entrance of the special area, Tsunade is now in high spirits. His eyes are shining even more, as if he saw a large sum of money beckoning. Shizuan, let's go. We can almost leave after winning another game. Okay, Master Tsunade. Behind Tsunade, Shizuan, who was carrying the wheeled epic coin box, followed behind him with a smile. Maybe Master Tsunade's luck has really changed today. One of the parties involved has arrived. Another had been quietly waiting on the main stage of the special area a few minutes ago. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 033 Blood Succession Limit Wood Style. Hello, the legendary Sunin, the princess of the Senju clan, Senju Tsunade-sama. Tsunade is not yet in her 50s, as she would be more than a decade later in Shippuden. In terms of strength, of course, Wuma has to use a respectful title. Although, Tsunade under the 100 healings mark looks basically the same as someone in her 20s. But in fact, she is already about 40 years old now. You know me? Tsunade looked at the young man standing on the main stage with a puzzled look. Although the name of Konoha Sunin spread throughout the ninja world after the Second Ninja World War, but it is said to be the whole ninja world. In fact, it is mainly spread in the 5 major countries. 4 other small countries with closed information flow and not so well known. The name of Sunin. It is not that loud. After all, most ordinary people who are busy with their livelihoods don't care what Sunin is or who it is. Of course, the name of Sunin is well known. Wuma smiled and nodded, praised him, and didn't say much. On the way into the village, there were at least a few hundred pedestrians on the road. But no one knew her. At that time, Tsunade once thought that she had really, completely become a wandering anonymous person. But now it seems, not really. But in the final analysis, the young man standing not far in front of her is the shadow of a village after all, and it is not surprising that he knows her name. Here, as the tea shadow of Fujida Town, the country of tea, I welcome you to Fujida Town, Mr. Tsunade. In a polite and respectful manner, Wuma gentlemanly extended his right hand. Thank you. Tsunade is not Orochimaru or Jiraiya. The other party is so polite. Of course she will not refuse her face. Seeing the prompt sound that appeared in her mind after Tsunade shook hands with her, Wuma's smile on her face suddenly became even deeper. Ding! Bloodline limit wood style detected, not activated. You can choose to extract, or directly sue the owner. On the way here, Wuma asked the system whether it is possible to extract or sew on the spot after contacting the owner of the bloodline limit. When he got a positive answer, Wuma decided to test it with Tsunade and verify this idea thoroughly when he came into contact with her. Tsunade is from the Senju clan. Although Tsunade herself does not master the powerful wood style. Not even at all. But she is the direct descendant of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and it is impossible that the powerful bloodline limit of wood style does not exist in her blood. So now, there is such a handshake scene. Facts have proved Wuma's guesses and ideas are all correct. Directly so. Wuma is not a good person, but he is not a bad person either, so he did not hesitate at all. Ding! Congratulations on manually completing the seeding of a bloodline limit, and the target bloodline limit has begun to transform. The seeding of the bloodline limit wood style is successful. The mother's identity has been successfully selected, Senju Princess of the Forest, Senju Tsunade, one of the Sunin of Konoha. The training process begins. The training time limit, 150 days. Including the previous Scorch style and Sharingan, I currently have 3 bloodline limit daughters. One of them has been born. The latter 2 are still in the process of development. Wumako has not forgotten what he gained after the birth of his first daughter. Wait for the other 2 daughters to be born. His strength, not to mention reaching cage level, is guaranteed to be quasi-cage level. In just about a year, his strength has been raised from a barely passable Jainin to a quasi-cage level. System level. Just the system's comprehensive evaluation. 6 paths Madara and 6 paths Obito are both 6 paths level. It cannot be said that because they are both 6 paths Madara equals 6 paths Obito, that's what it means. At this speed, only the 2 major protagonists of the world in the future, the eldest Prince Naruto and the second Pillar Sasage, after entering the cheating stage, can be comparable to himself. At the age of 16, he has the strength of 6 paths level. Don't say it's possible, 99.99% of people can't do it. Sharingan and Wood Style, Susanoo Tadabuda, 2 people destroy Shikoku. A bright future is just around the corner. As the third daughter began to train, Wuma couldn't help but get excited. In his excitement, after finishing the handshake, Wuma smiled and made some space, then waved his hand to the seat next to the main table. Please take a seat, Master Tsunade. Yes, thank you. In response to the invitation, Tsunade smiled politely, then returned to his original expression and walked to the main stage. Behind him, Shizuan, who was carrying the wheeled epic coin box, followed slowly. Looking at Tsunade and Shizuan behind him, Wuma, who smiled and silently looked at the back, couldn't help but move his eyes. The plan succeeded. I mentioned Wuma's Fujida College system plan before. Among them, Fujida Medical College, one of the important links, needs a person who can act as a mentor. Tsunade. Just such a person. The entire Giyuan Entertainment Center. Rather than saying it is to increase extra income for Fujida Town. Actually, it is prepared for Tsunade alone. If I hadn't heard that there is such an entertainment venue here that is known as the best in the ninja world. Tsunade, whose whereabouts are erratic. There is absolutely no way she would appear here. Giyuan Entertainment Center is the first step in the plan, and the second step, is to let her win money like crazy, which is commonly known as letting water. Tsunade's entertainment skills. Wuma still knows. Basically, she will lose every time she entertains. Letting water is to increase her confidence, and at the same time make her eligible to enter the special field area with the largest single game investment in the entire Giyuan Entertainment Center. Then 2-level reversal. Let her lose a wave of money. Don't be too much. Just owe another 10 million ryo. Tsunade's own debts are too many to count, and I think she doesn't care about a little more. Before the blood limit is verified. The last step of Wuma's plan was to lend her money to help her pay off her debts, so that she would owe him a favor and stay to teach. But after the blood limit was sown, Wuma no longer needed this high-cost method. Because even if Tsunade left Fujita on her own, he knew that she would come back on her own in a short time. Even after the debt. If Tsunade forced herself to leave, he couldn't stop her. Because Wuma didn't have the strength to do so. Not to mention him. Even if it was the entire Fujita town, or even the entire Tea Kingdom. No one could stop Tsunade from leaving freely. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 034 Tsunade, I already owe you so much, it doesn't matter. After both parties took their seats, the special supervisor of the special area began to spin the game wheel. Fu. After a spin, the pointer on the high turntable finally stopped at the game of poker blackjack. This special game is poker blackjack. The current accumulation pool has accumulated 140 million epic coins. This game has no investment, and adopts a one-round system. The final winner will be able to take away the principal epic coin and half of the prize money in the current accumulation pool. As for the loser, if it is the away party, then it needs to pay 5 times the epic coin loss including the principal. After the supervisor announced it, he glanced at Wuma at the main seat of the table and respectfully asked, Master Cha Ying. Let's start. Wuma nodded without saying much. Yes. Hearing this, the supervisor took out a deck of cards from the bottom cabinet under the table and placed it on the table. The rules of blackjack poker are as follows. After removing the big and small jokers, in the 52 cards, after 3 rounds of dealing, both parties must ensure that the sum of the 3 numbers in their hands is less than 21, and try to ensure the maximum. A card is 1 point, 2 to 9 cards are calculated according to their original points. K, Q, J, and 10 cards are all counted as 10 points. More than 21 cards are invalid. Because there are only 2 players in this game, only one of the above cards can be used by each. The rules are explained. Now let's start the first round of dealing. The supervisor shuffled the cards several times and started dealing. Wuma slightly lifted the corner of the cards on his table to take a look. A4. Not too big or too small. This game. Wuma did not let anyone off the hook or show any bias. Whether the game is won or lost. It all depends on the strength of both sides and their luck. A3. Not bad. Tsunade took her own card, looked at it, and covered it on the table. If it's a 3. Even if the second card is a 10-point card. As long as the third card is within 7 points, her chances of winning are very high. Through the previous winning streak, Tsunade is still very confident that she can win and take away half of the 70 million epic coins in the prize pool. The first round of cards is over. Now the second round of cards begins. After a while, the supervisor started the second round of cards. This time, the cards received by both sides are of different sizes. Tsunade has a 7. Wuma has a king. As of the end of the second round of cards, Tsunade's hand points are 10, while Wuma's are 14. In comparison, Wuma's card points are more dangerous. If the third card is greater than or equal to 7, his card will be invalid, and he will lose this game. although the points are high. But Wuma has no worries about it. Because he knows that if the Katsuya Princess Tsunade in front of him is not deliberately letting the game go, then the probability of her winning a game of entertainment is almost as small as the probability of winning 5 million in 2 scratch cards. Now the third round of cards. 2 more random cards fell from the hands of the supervisor in front of Tsunade and Wuma respectively. Ha ha ha. When Tsunade saw the number on the third card in his hand, he couldn't help laughing. HH. Looking at Tsunade's expression, Wuma smiled slightly, thinking that he must have touched a good card and thought he would win, right? Now, please reveal your cards. The supervisor raised his hand and gestured to the left and right. I'm so sorry. Half of your Epic Entertainment Center's accumulated pool will belong to me. With a smile, Tsunade turned over the 3 cards in his hand and spread them on the table. 3, 7, 9. The total points of the guest side in this round are 19 points. The supervisor immediately announced. 19 points are close to the ceiling. If you want to exceed 19 points, you must have more than that. I understand your feelings, Master Tsunade, but don't be too confident. After all, the victory has not been finally revealed. Wuma turned over his 3 cards one by one. A4. A King. A6. The total points of the host side in this round are 20. In this game, the host side's points are 1 point higher than the guest side's points. I declare that the host side wins this game. Ah! When the supervisor announced the final result of the game points, Tsunade's smile froze instantly, and the whole person stared at the cards of both sides on the table in amazement. I actually lost? And it was only by 1 point. Master Tsunade, you lost. Wuma glanced at Tsunade and smiled faintly. Hearing Wuma's words, Tsunade felt extremely complicated for a moment, with all kinds of emotions intertwined. She had already won so many games. But why? Why did she lose in this last game? Damn it! The feeling of falling straight from the clouds to the ground made Tsunade feel really uncomfortable, as if she had eaten winter frost, cold. Wuma knew it, of course. But this was part of the plan after all. Master Tsunade, you lost. According to the rules, you need to pay 5 times the loss including the principal. I only have the principal. Tsunade pursed her lips slightly. She was not the kind of person who was unwilling to admit defeat, but she had no other money in her hand except the principal of more than 3 million epic coins. So, you have no money. If you have no money, you owe debts. Tsunade stood up calmly, without any embarrassment on her face, as if like a habitual offender. Madam, our entertainment center never owes. The supervisor couldn't help but speak. This supervisor is not an outsider. So he didn't know about Wuma's plan to let the water go, he was just a real person. After all, this supervisor. He was just doing his job, and there was nothing wrong with his words. Wuma could understand. Hey! Seeing that the atmosphere was going in a wrong direction, Wuma immediately raised his hand to stop it and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Since Lady Tsunade wants to owe a debt, let her owe it. There are so many debtors behind her, I guess she won't care about our debt. It's more than 10 million taels, it's okay. If it's Lady Tsunade, just owe it first, and when you have the money to pay it back, you can come back to pay it back," Wuma said. The supervisor stepped aside embarrassedly and said no more. After all, he was there. Wuma was the boss. The boss had spoken, and he was a senior worker, so he just stood aside and watched quietly, and didn't need to interfere too much. The boss has arrived. Wuma kicked a certain crocodile egg lion away with 1 foot. Shinobi. Think about it, read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 035 The three people from Yekura arrived at Fujida. Hearing this, Tsunade was also stunned. Because she didn't expect that the tea shadow in front of her would be so kind and generous. For a moment, Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. But in a few seconds, this feeling was fleeting. Because she really didn't have the money to pay back the more than 10 million taels of loss. Thank you. Tsunade looked at Wuma deeply, then turned around and left with Shizuan. With Wuma's order, the two left the Jiyuan Entertainment Center without any hindrance. Original place. Do what you should do. Your person in charge will tell you the details later. After looking at the supervisor who didn't understand what was going on, Wuma patted the latter's shoulder with his hand and left here in a good mood. Yes. Looking at Wuma's back as he left, the supervisor nodded quickly. Outside Jiyuan Entertainment Center. Along the street. Master Tsunade, we are in debt again. Shizuan complained. Tsunade stopped, touched his hair with one hand, put his other hand on his waist, and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's okay. It's only 100,000 taels. It's not a big number. What 100,000 taels? You owe the entertainment center more than 10 million taels in total, okay. While complaining in his heart, Shizuan also sighed secretly in his heart. Alas! If I had known the result would be like this, I should have strongly advised Master Tsunade not to enter the entertainment center. Well, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Anyway, the money has been owed. I haven't been afraid so many times before, and this time is the same. But, as he said, Tsunade recalled the young tea shadow with a generous tone. Since they said to owe it first and pay it back later, then we can pay it back when we have money. But Shizuan was a little helpless. What if this is just a polite remark from others? But things have come to this. It seems that this is the only way. Then, Master Tsunade, where are we going next? Leave here. Shizuan, holding the pig, looked at Tsunade and asked. Leave. Tsunade looked around, glanced at the sun in the sky, and then at the streets where the crowds began to gather. It's already noon without me noticing. In that case, let's change areas. I've been playing cards for more than 2 hours, and I'm a little hungry. Let's find a restaurant first to see if there's anything delicious to fill my stomach. Okay. But Master Tsunade, you have to be careful when ordering. We only have the last 1,000 taels. As if afraid that Tsunade would not believe him, Shizuan took out the piggy bank and showed it to her while speaking. Okay, I get it. Tsunade waved her hand and said indifferently. At the same time. Is this the place? Jojo, are you sure you didn't take your mother to the wrong place? You said your father's trace is here. On the wide double-lane road with greenery and sidewalks outside Fujida town, Kekkei, wearing a tattered cloak, looked at the town not far away with his eyes in disbelief. Fujida town. The 3 large characters carved on the fan-shaped plaque on the huge main gate came into view. Not far away. Under the main gate, the busy avenue street scene. Kekkei was dazed. Too prosperous. Even Konoha doesn't have merchant carriages of this scale. Almost every few minutes, a merchant convoy enters the town and another merchant convoy leaves the town. Not to mention the town appearance that is almost exposed to the entire field of vision without the need for protective walls as the outer edge protection. Although because of the flat land, the town's appearance is not complete. But looking at the various commercial buildings, various residential buildings and the unique square column-shaped T-shadow building with the word T hanging on it, which is estimated to be tens of meters high, Kekkei felt incredible again. That's right, Mom. Jojo can now clearly feel Dad's presence, right in this big town. Jojo nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and pointed to the town with his little hand. Kekkei couldn't imagine. In the past, it was poor, people didn't poop, birds didn't lay eggs, and even the abundance of the tea country was not as good as their wind country. When did such a prosperous village come into being? Let's go in first. Looking at Kekkei standing quietly and looking at the town, Uchiha Mikoto, who was wearing a large cloak, couldn't help but suggest. We can't see anything from the outside, and aren't we looking for that guy? Anyway, we have to go in first, right? Well, let's go in. Kekkei nodded. Because Fujita town now welcomes refugees, many people from other countries have come here to escape the war. Kekkei's mother and daughter and Mikoto's refugee outfits. No suspicion. After a simple registration, they successfully passed the entry inspection at the main gate of Fujita town. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get in. I thought I would be questioned or something. Mikoto sighed and patted his chest. This is the tea country, not the fire country. Fujita town, which is not in a state of war, certainly does not need to be on full alert like your Konoha. Kekkei glanced at Mikoto. That's right. When Mingyu nodded, Mikoto looked at Kekkei, who was looking at the environment in the village calmly. But speaking of it, fate is really strange. He, a ninja from Konoha village, would actually walk with the ninja from the enemy village in front of him. If it weren't for this incident, I think this scene should be unlikely to happen. While thinking, Mikoto looked down at her belly. Kekkei was right. The growth rate of the child in her belly could not be understood with normal cognition. In the past month, her belly would get bigger almost every week, far exceeding the normal speed. At the beginning, Mikoto couldn't understand it. Even now, she still couldn't understand it. In this world, there are actually ninjutsu that can make people move through the air? Even if it is a blood limit. It's not so outrageous. But what is the truth? No matter how much she guesses, she can't guess it. All of this, in the end, can only be answered by meeting the man in person and asking him in person. Jojo, where is your father now? While walking, Kekkei looked at Jojo and said. After all, it was the first time to come here, and the wide roads and traffic network of Fujita town made Kekkei a little confused. It's there. After the pink little hand poked his lower lip slightly, Jojo quickly raised his hand and pointed to a building in the center of the town. Chang building. Could it be? After looking at the direction, it seemed that Kekkei was thinking of something. And he couldn't help but look at the advertising walls along the street around him. On the advertising wall, there are many portrait posters with slogans. Speak civilized words, do civilized things, be an ideal, wise and moral Fujita person, first generation Chang Yuma. The Fujita people's yearning for a better life is our highest goal to strive forward, first generation Chang Yuma. One belief in Chang. Each heart is enthusiastic to repay gratitude, enthusiastically engage in construction, heart-to-heart seek development, never forget the strong Fujita, move forward, and move forward again, first generation Chang Yuma. The portraits on these posters. It is a handsome and heroic young man wearing a wide robe and with a long flowing silver white hair. He looks, about 20 years old. Let's go. Kekkei wanted to find out more and more, so he pulled Jojo and walked along the street towards the Chang building. Hey, wait for me, you guy. Mikoto noticed that Kekkei was walking away with Jojo, and immediately reacted and hurriedly followed. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 036 Someone wants to set fire to the Tea Shadow building. Wuma, who had returned to the Tea Shadow building from the Era Entertainment Center earlier, was listening to Yuji's report on the town's situation in the first half of the year. The town has a population of 46,544 people and 17,577 households, an increase of 31% and 17% respectively compared to the second half of last year. The current urban fiscal deposits of the Tea Kingdom Central Bank are 300 million taels and the national deposits are 3.765 billion taels, an increase of 27% and 11.4% respectively compared to the second half of last year. The total output value this year is expected to be 6.793 billion taels, and the town's annual income this year is expected to be 1.45 billion taels, an increase of 37% and 48% respectively. The town has 3,721 low-density residential areas and 1,022 high-density residential areas, an increase of 15% year-on-year. The town has 1,021 low-density commercial areas and 513 high-density commercial areas, an increase of 10% year-on-year 7%. The town has 4,766 industrial blocks, 12,542 agricultural blocks, 9,865 animal husbandry blocks, 6,758 forestry blocks, 2,327 coastal blocks, and 18,756 port blocks. 75% of the growth in the 6 major areas is all new construction, and it is expected to be put into use in the next year and reach full efficiency in 3 years. The unemployment rate in the town was controlled at 1% in the first half of the year. The export volume in the first half of the year was 5,844 units, and the import volume was 2,134 units, 1,000 kilograms per unit. The report on the situation of the town in the first half of the year is complete. After the report was completed without missing a word, Yuji closed the file and handed it to Wuma on the desk in front of him. For the current situation, Wuma is very satisfied. It took less than 4 years for him to develop the originally poor Fujida village into the current Fujida town. It can be said that he is full of sense of achievement. Very good, very energetic. Good momentum of development. If we continue to develop like this, in 10 years at most, we will be able to surpass Konoha village and become the richest and most powerful village in the entire ninja world. Wuma nodded. The Third Ninja World War is being fought by the 5 major countries. It can be said that Fujida town is cheap. Because the kunao, detonating balls, detonating tags, etc. produced by Fujida Industrial Zone alone have created hundreds of millions of taels of income for the town during this period. There are only 300 million taels left in the treasury. It's because some of the money has been spent by him. For example, the investment in the Tea Shadow building, the investment in the 4 major R&D centers, the investment in the Epic Entertainment Center, etc. Do a good job in the development arrangements, take each stage seriously, and don't make any low-level mistakes. Wuma gave instructions. Yes, I understand. Hearing Wuma's instructions, Yuji nodded. Just then. Tap tap tap. A knight from the Wasabi family suddenly walked into the Tea Shadow office quickly. Seeing another figure in the office, the Wasabi knight first bowed slightly to Yuji. I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Yuji. After saying this, the Wasabi knight looked at Wuma behind Cha Ying's desk and said anxiously. Master Cha Ying, emergency. What is it? Wuma looked at the Wasabi knight. There are 2 women outside who are clamoring to see you. They are accompanied by a little girl. One of the women said that if she can't see you, she will burn down the Cha Ying building. At the end, the Wasabi knight's tone was a little hesitant, but even so, he finally said it all. How can this be absurd? Where did this guy come from who is so bold that he wants to set fire to the Cha Ying building if he can't see Master Cha Ying? In broad daylight, he speaks wildly. Bang phew. Wuma has not reacted yet. Yaki Yuji, wearing a martial arts maid uniform, instantly burst out with a chakra aura, which is the aura unique to elite Genin. Under his careful teaching and guidance, Yuji's strength improved rapidly. In 2 years, he was promoted from Chunin to elite Genin. He was proficient in wind style and lightning style chakra archery. Although he had not yet reached the level of perfection, he was able to suppress the same level players. In terms of physical skills, the original Sakura style, combined with chakra archery, is a perfect match made in heaven. His current strength is only Jainin. As for chakra, it is only at the level of elite Chunin. He once competed with Yuri. In the fixed time of 2.5 minutes, he was the first to lose when only basic moves and regular taijutsu were used. Because Yuri's current chakra archery is too rogue, if you can't get close, or use a full defense move like Susanoo, bow and arrow with chakra, almost impossible to defend. Fast speed far exceeds the speed of chakra kunao. At the same level, if the opponent does not have a body flicker technique like Uchiha Shisui, the final result is that Yuri's bow and arrow will consume chakra in vain, and then dragged into the double dilemma of physical exhaustion and insufficient chakra. In the room, the one who bears the most pressure, undoubtedly, this Wasabi Knight. His strength is just that of a Chunin. How can he withstand the chakra aura of an elite Jainin? Hori, don't be so excited. Put away your chakra first. Wu-ma certainly knew why Yuri was so excited. In addition to being a central building, the Chokage building is also a symbol of Fujida. Some people said they wanted to set fire to the Chokage building. This was obviously a slap in the face of her, Wu-ma. Of course she was furious. Okay, Wu-ma. As she said that, Yuri obediently put away her exposed chakra aura, then looked at Wu-ma and said, "But Wu-ma, I'm going to see what kind of woman is, who dares to say that she wants to set fire to the Chokage building." After Yuri put away her chakra aura, standing not far away, the Wasabi Knight couldn't help but sigh in his heart and secretly wiped his sweat. Hey! Miss Yuri's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Tap tap tap. Looking at the back of the angry figure who quickly left the office, Wu-ma couldn't help but smile and shook his head. If Yuri knew that others came to her to recognize her relatives, she would probably be dumbfounded. In fact, after the Wasabi Knight said it, Wu-ma had already guessed who came to her, although the other woman was unknown. But a woman with a little girl. This woman, obviously Kekkei. Let's go out and take a look. After a gesture, Wu-ma left his seat and walked towards the door. Yes, Master Cha-Ying. The Wasabi Knight, who was one step behind, hurriedly followed. Yuri, who was one step ahead, first came to the first floor of the Cha-Ying building. Out of the door, she saw that in the small green square in front of the Cha-Ying building, several Wasabi Knights intercepted 2 women and a little girl. "Madam, the captain has just gone to report to Master Cha-Ying. Please wait patiently for a while. If there is anything, please don't be so anxious, okay?" Anxious. Hearing this, Kekkei narrowed his eyes in anger. "I tell you, if I don't see that man within 3 minutes, I will burn down your Cha-Ying building later. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 037 Meeting with the eldest daughter." Humph, such arrogant words. Wind style swift arrow. Behind the Wasabi Knights, a girl's voice with a hint of anger sounded. Whoosh! A white feather arrow wrapped with wind style chakra, flying through the air. Seeing an arrow flying towards him, Kekkei glanced at it and immediately turned his body backwards and left the spot. Whoosh! Clang! The stone bricks made a crisp sound. I saw a white feather arrow inserted diagonally into the gap between the stone bricks where Kekkei was originally standing. This is... Everyone present, including Kekkei, looked at the arrow. Mikoto's eyes were filled with confusion. "I've only heard of chakra warriors from the Iron Country, but in this tea country, there are people who use chakra bows and arrows." Jojo tilted his head, Oh, what's this? Unlike Kekkei, Mikoto, and Jojo, after seeing the white feather arrow, several wasabi knights immediately dispersed and made way for a wide aisle. Tap tap tap. At this moment, Yaki Yuji, who was holding a lacquer bow, carrying a quiver on her back, and wearing a martial arts maid's uniform, walked down the steps. Walked closer. Miss Yuji. As the person approached, several wasabi knights standing around bowed their heads slightly and saluted respectfully. Yes. After nodding to several wasabi knights, Yuji set her sights on Kekkei, who was a few meters away. Lady, please respect yourself. Respect yourself. Little girl, you asked me to respect myself, so what's the sneak attack you just now? Is this the way you treat guests in Fujita town? Looking at the young girl who looked only 18 or 19 years old not far away, Kekkei couldn't help but curl his lips. Hearing this, Haori raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, facing someone with hostility, there is no need to give any hospitality. As he said, Yuji took out 3 arrows from the quiver behind him and put them on the lacquer bow in his hand. Now, I ask you to take back what you said just now. Otherwise, Kekkei is not a coward. Seeing this, her face suddenly turned cold, and she was ready to seal with her hands. I still say the same thing. If I can't see that man, I will burn down your T-shadow building later. Humph. You asked for it. Hearing this, chakra flashed on Yuji's hand, instantly covering the 3 arrows, and she drew the bow and pulled the arrows in one go. Wind style. Fire style. Stop it. Just when both sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice of stopping came. Hearing the voice, Yuji, who had originally drawn the bow and arrow, put down the bow and took back the released chakra. Seeing this, Kekkei also stood up and returned to his original state. Master Wuma. Just when Yuji turned sideways and looked at Wuma, who was walking over, wanting to say something, a petite figure suddenly rushed past her. Dad! Jojo ran and jumped up quickly, and with a fierce and cute pounce, rushed into Wuma's arms. At this time, in Wuma's mind, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding! Special event, you successfully met your bloodline limit eldest daughter. Congratulations on obtaining a level value of 50,000 points and a 5% increase in bloodline limit scorch style proficiency. Bloodline limit illustration has been opened. Bloodline limit radar has been opened. Bloodline limit illustration. Your bloodline limit and related daughters and mothers will be registered. Bloodline limit radar. When the bloodline limit daughter herself approaches you, or the mother who is pregnant with the bloodline limit daughter approaches you, the radar will automatically remind you. Wuma did not immediately pay attention to the eldest daughter. Instead, he hugged her gently. All my thoughts were on the system interface in my mind. Host, Wuma. Current level, Janin 15.8W/20W. Next level, Quasi Shadow. Chakra, Elite Junin. Weapon, Slashing Steel Sword. Ability, Rurouni no Daiokai. Taijutsu, Apollo's Sunbow, S, Novice. Swordsmanship, Sword Drawing, B, Proficient, Ripwind, A, Entry Level. Illusion, None. Ninjutsu, None. Bloodline Limit Scorch Style, Small, Proficiency 8%. Items, None. Pet Partner, Infant Living Lightning Cloud Shirai, resting in system space. Summoning Beast, None. First meeting with my eldest daughter. Not only did I get a level value of 50,000, but my proficiency in Scorch Style also increased by 5%. At the same time, I got the Bloodline Limit Illustrated Book and Bloodline Limit Radar, 2 convenient system functions. It can be said that the rewards are rich. It's simply 4 joys on one side. Hee. As expected of my daughter. Thinking back to reality, Wuma looked at Jojo, who was lying tightly in his arms, lovingly. Seeing a scene. Haori, who had just reacted to the little girl's dad just now, and a group of Wasabi Knights were dumbfounded. Dad! Dad! This little girl is the daughter of Master Cha Ying. Hey, no way! That's right! I know that Master Cha Ying has not married yet, how could it be possible? How could a daughter suddenly appear? Hearing the exclamations and discussions of the Wasabi Knights around. At this moment, Yuji's beautiful face suddenly showed a trace of loss. Unable to contain curiosity, Yuji took a step forward and looked at Wu Ma, seeking an answer. Master Wu Ma. What on earth is? In the intermittent words, Yuji glanced at the little girl in Wu Ma's arms, and her eyes revealed a little disappointment. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Wu Ma was filled with the joy of the reward after meeting his eldest daughter, and did not notice Yuji's abnormality. Faced with the question, Wu Ma just smiled happily and answered Yuji briefly. It's a long story, but now is not the time to talk about this. I will tell you the whole story later. Okay. Yuji did not get the answer she wanted. After hearing this, she just stepped aside with a calm face, just like a normal maid guard. But if you look closely, you can see it. The emotions revealed in Yuji's eyes at this moment clearly showed that she was in a complicated state. Zhou. Who told you to go there without your mother's permission? Come back quickly. Seeing his daughter surrender to the enemy first, Kekkei felt helpless in his heart, and at the same time, a serious look appeared on his face. After turning his head and looking at Kekkei who was calling him, Zhou, who was originally in Wu Ma's arms like a kitten, raised her pink cheeks and looked at Wu Ma with her beautiful eyes. Dad! Mom called me, so I have to go back first, otherwise, Mom will be angry. Okay, go. Wu Ma smiled gently, squatted down, and put down her daughter in her arms. Hee. Zhou smiled cutely. Then he turned around and trotted back to Kekkei's side. Really? Kekkei looked at Zhou pretending to be angry. I'm sorry, Mom. Seeing Kekkei's expression, Zhou at this moment stretched out his fingers apologetically and poked each other. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 038 Please call me. Pineapples no, crossed out. I can't do anything to you. Zhuo's appearance is basically the same as his own. Facing such a daughter, Kekkei, who was overflowing with maternal love, couldn't bear to say anything harsh to her. Tap. Just then, Wu Ma walked closer, 2 meters away, and gave Kekkei a gentleman's salute. Hello, mother of the eldest daughter. After saying this, Wu Ma stood up straight, looked at Kekkei with soft eyes, and introduced himself. I am Wu Ma, the first generation Cha Ying of Tengzi Town, and also the father of the eldest daughter Zhou. It's an honor to meet you. With the system, Wu Ma knew the name of the eldest daughter at first sight. At this moment, looking at the young man not far away, wearing a white robe, with a long silver white flowing hair, giving people a handsome and heroic temperament, he gave himself a gentleman's salute. On Kekkei's face, first, a trace of absent-mindedness appeared. Then, in a fraction of a second, resentment and anger surged in his heart. You! Damn you, BD! Kekkei's jade hand clenched into a fist, and a fist full of complicated emotions was swung at Wu Ma. Snap! Wu Ma easily caught Kekkei's fist. Subconsciously, he couldn't help but stretch out a finger and gently touched the back of Kekkei's hand. Tisk, moist. BD. Looking at the person in front of him, under the originally elegant and heroic temperament, suddenly showed an action. In addition to shame and anger, Ye King entered a rampage state, and kicked Wu Ma's fatal part with a kick. "Go to hell, you pervert!" Swish! Seeing this, Wu Ma quickly let go of his hand and stepped back, leaving Ye King's kick empty. "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Be careful, you won't be able to use it in the future. You!" Hearing this, Ye King's face was even more furious. "UBD! Do you want to harm other women besides me and Mikoto? You playboy! Please call me Pineapple Blowing Snow," crossed out. "Give me Nishiyuki." Without using ninjutsu, Ye King just punched Wu Ma, using taijutsu completely. Bang bang bang! In just a few seconds, the two of them exchanged fists and legs for more than 10 times. But the special thing is, Ye King is the attacker, and Wu Ma is the defender. Now that Ye King has lost his bloodline limit, his overall strength is that of an elite Genin. Although Wu Ma is just a Genin, the amount of chakra is barely at the elite Chunin level. But in a short period of time, he can resist the attack of an elite Genin using only ordinary taijutsu. He still has no big problem. Bang! After raising his arm to block a kick, Wu Ma looked at Ye King with curiosity. "You just said Mikoto? Which Mikoto? Is it the Mikoto from the Uchiha family? Damn it! You did something yourself, and you lost your memories so quickly. Are you still a man?" Hearing this, Ye King was furious. I really don't know about this," Wu Ma said. This is not Wu Ma pretending to be stupid. But before seeing his daughter, he really didn't know the identity of the second daughter's mother. When the second daughter made a choice, he chose a prestigious family. In the ninja world, the only prestigious families are those from the Sengoku era to the present. It's not that he didn't think about the Uchiha family. After all, Sharingan. If it is sown, a woman from the Uchiha clan is not impossible. But who knows? The system is so random. Uchiha Mikoto was chosen and became the mother of his second bloodline limit daughter. Wow! At this time, Mikoto, who had been observing but not speaking, reached out and took off the hood of his cloak, and looked at Wu Ma with eyes full of answers. "Yakura. And me. What is going on?" This is a long story." Wu Ma looked around and said, "This is not a place to talk. You all come with me to my mansion, and then I will explain to you." Although they are all family members now. But after all, there are many people and eyes, and some things can be better not to say in such a public place. Of course, Wu Ma is not a fool. Even if he explains, he will not reveal the existence of his cheat. Because this is the biggest trump card in his hand. What is confidential? Only he can know. He still knows this. Hearing this, Ye King and Mikoto looked at each other in surprise. For a long time, Mikoto answered first, "Okay then." After saying this, Ye King couldn't help but glared at Wu Ma fiercely. "Be honest. If you want to play any tricks, you will see what's going on. Don't dare." Wu Ma smiled and shook his head. After saying this, Wu Ma looked at Yuji and whispered softly, "Yuji, I'll leave this to you." The latter did not respond. Seeing this, Wu Ma couldn't help but walk to Yuji's side, and then spoke again, "Yuji. What's wrong, Master Wu Ma?" Suddenly, Yuji came back to his senses from silence and looked up at Wu Ma. "Are you distracted?" Wu Ma said seriously. "No. Nothing, Master Wu Ma." Yuji's eyes dodged for a moment and replied. "Oh, okay then." Wu Ma nodded, and then continued, "Then I'll ask you to clean up here. I'll take the three of them to the mansion first." "Okay, Master Wu Ma." Yuji nodded obediently. After giving the order, Wu Ma left the place and walked in front alone, leading the way for Kekkei's mother and daughter and Mikoto. Master Wuma. Looking at Wuma's back as he left, Yuji stood still, feeling a little complicated for a moment. She didn't know what was wrong with her. But now, there was an impulse driving her, wanting her to secretly follow and see. No. I can't do this. Yuji shook her head. Although she shook off the idea for a while. But after a while, Yuji's rationality was completely suppressed. Unconsciously, Yuji walked away from the place. Miss Yuji, where are you going? Seeing Yuji leave, the Wasabi Knight captain and the Wasabi Knights in the lead all showed curiosity and confusion. I have something to deal with. Hayori, who said this, quickly disappeared at the entrance corner of the green square. What should we do now, Captain? The Wasabi Knights were stunned. What should we do? Work. What else can we do? The Wasabi Knight captain retracted his gaze and rolled his eyes at the Wasabi Knights. Miss Yuri left. Then the task of cleaning up here naturally fell on them. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 039 I carry a curse. Under Wuma's personal guidance, the group soon arrived at the Chang mansion in the central area of Fujita town. Ladies, please take a seat. In the hallway of the mansion, Wuma took off his shoes first and stepped into the hall, then waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so intimate, BD. Kekkei, holding Jojo's little hand, looked at Wuma coldly. Okay. Wuma nodded and smiled. Tap tap tap. Although Kekkei did not show appreciation for Wuma's invitation, she took Jojo and Mikoto and took off their shoes and entered the hall of the mansion soon. After a long time, Wuma, Kekkei, and Mikoto sat face to face on the ground. But the distance between the two sides was still quite far, at least 2 or 3 meters. Kekkei was on the side. Jojo looked at Wuma with her big eyes. This was because Kekkei was there, and she didn't want to make her mother angry, otherwise, she would have jumped into Wuma's arms now. Tell me what you want to explain. Kekkei folded his hands and looked at Wuma closely. On the side, Mikoto also looked at Wuma. Facing the interrogative gazes of the two women, Wuma first took a deep breath, and then showed pain on his face. I carry a curse. And this curse will accompany me for the rest of my life. If I hadn't saved the woman who was supposed to perish, then every 3 years, I would have endured the torture of illusions that would last for 3 months, like thousands of arrows piercing my heart and thousands of knives. That feeling is really worse than death. As he spoke, the pain on Wuma's face was also mixed with 3 points of gloom and 2 points of sadness, and he looked extremely pitiful. Driven by the emotions, Kekkei and Mikoto couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy on their faces. Oh. After a short pause, Wuma raised his hand to wipe his eyes, calmed down, and continued. Under this curse, I gained a special ability, which may be explained as a secret technique, or a special blood limit. This special ability is that I can make a wish through fate, so that the blood limit women can be pregnant, thus changing their original fate of disappearing. Hearing this, Kekkei, who felt the same, couldn't help but recall a series of scenes that happened before. If there was no inexplicable pregnancy before, if there was no birth of Jojo, I am afraid that I would have disappeared in the mission assigned to me by Luo Shat. Wuma said. It almost corresponds to her fate 100%. For a while, Kekkei's original vigilance and resentment caused by the sudden pregnancy in his heart could not help but dissipate a lot. So, Mikoto looked at Wuma blankly. Faced with the question, Wuma nodded quickly and replied, yes, that's right. One day in the future, your life will suddenly end early when you are just in your prime. This point. He was indeed right. After all, Mikoto died in her 30s, and was killed by her own filial son, Ichiki. This is not a sudden end to life. As for whether the first and second pillars will be born according to the original route after Mikoto leaves, Wuma is not very worried. Because he knows that when Mikoto, the original character, leaves her place, the fate of the world will arrange another person to replace her. Just like Wang is gone, there will be Li and Zhang. It's the same reason. Well, I forgive you. After first looking at his daughter beside him, Kekkei looked at Wuma with relief. Me too. After listening to Wuma's explanation, Mikoto's original uneasiness in her heart all dissipated. Really? Wuma looked at Kekkei and Mikoto expectantly. Although in reality, it was not the case at all. But the magical explanation of fate wishing was not outrageous in this ninja world where the dead could be resurrected. After 1 or 2 times, I got used to it and was not surprised. Of course it is true. But I have 2 conditions. The first condition is that no matter who the woman who comes in the future is, I must be the leader. The second condition is that you have to be responsible. Kekkei raised his jade hand and raised 2 fingers. Of course, no problem. Wuma nodded. The first condition sounded a bit serious and tough, as if Kekkei must be respected. But in fact, Kekkei's daughter Zhou was originally the firstborn among his future daughters. As the eldest daughter, there was nothing wrong with other women later taking Kekkei as the leader. Besides, Kekkei also had this ability. After all, if Luo Xie hadn't framed her, there was a chance that she would not be the future 4th Kazekage. As for the second condition? Well, as a husband and father, he would certainly take responsibility. Any other conditions? Madams. Wuma looked at Kekkei and Mikoto. Yeah. That's right. You have to prepare a place for us to live. As for the room, Mikoto and I should be close together. In case of any situation, it will be convenient for me to take care of her. And you have to pay for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and Zhou's living expenses every month. After a pause, Kekkei raised 2 fingers again. No problem. Wuma nodded, then smiled, and took out a stack of banknotes from the inner sleeve of his robe and placed it on the coffee table. Here is 200,000 taels. You can use it for the time being. If it is not enough, ask me for it, or ask Yuji for it. Yuji. Hearing this, Kekkei blinked. Is it the girl who opposed me in the square? Yes, it's her. Wuma nodded, then smiled, and continued. Although Yuji is the secretary of Chaiying and my only guard maid, she doesn't know the reason for the matter. She is also to protect me. Madam, don't blame me. After speaking, Wuma briefly introduced Yuji's background and identity to Kekkei and Mikoto. Only a moment. Well, I understand. Don't worry, I know what to do. Since I have become the eldest sister of the whole family, I will take care of the whole family for you when you are away. Kekkei looked at Wuma solemnly. Well, thank you, madam. Wuma smiled and glanced at Kekkei, then said, well, since the child is already born, then we will do it tonight. Seeing Wuma's inquiring eyes. Although he has not done that kind of thing, Kekkei, who has learned a little from books, knows the meaning of this look. In a moment, Kekkei, who thought of something in his mind, blushed first, and then seriously rejected Wuma. No. No. Kekkei's eyes dodged for a moment. Now it's too sudden, about that kind of thing at night, let's talk about it later. That kind of thing. Could it be? On the side, Mikoto, who saw Kekkei blushing, couldn't help but blush suddenly. Because at this moment, she already vaguely knew in her mind what that kind of thing was. Ah! What are Dad and Mom talking about? Zhou looked at it with cute curiosity. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 040 The fourth person eavesdropping. So, is that what happened? In the outer corner of the hall, Yuji, who had been eavesdropping silently throughout the whole process, showed relief on her face. But after a while, the relief on her face suddenly became complicated, as if she was making a decision. Raising her eyebrows and silently looking at the direction of the mansion hall, Yuji quietly retreated and left the place. At this time, in the mansion hall, Jojo, come here and give Dad a hug. Wuma sat cross-legged, opened his hands and looked at his eldest daughter gently. Jojo did not rush over immediately, but first looked up at his mother Kekkei beside him. Okay, now the misunderstanding has been cleared up, go and give your dad a hug. Kekkei touched his daughter's hair lovingly. Oh yeah. Hee. With a happy smile on his face, Jojo moved his feet and rushed towards Wuma in small steps. Pounce. Dad. Looking at his eldest daughter who jumped into his arms. Wuma, feeling warm, lifted her up high and looked at her. Hey. Let Daddy see if you have lost weight after all the twists and turns along the way. No, Daddy. Jojo, who was lifted up high, raised her little hand and said cutely. Although we hunted wild boars, rabbits, and wild fruits along the way, Mommy is a good cook, so Jojo always had a full meal. Ah, really? Yeah. Jojo nodded. That's good. Wuma smiled and put his eldest daughter down, and then let her sit in front of him. Jojo, Daddy will give you a playmate, okay? In case Daddy and Mommy are busy, this will prevent you from being bored. Okay. Jojo blinked cutely. Seeing this, Wuma moved his mind and summoned Li from the system space in front of the three people. Fu. A small Uzumaki appeared. Soon. A living lightning cloud about the size of a watermelon, but purple in color, with faint electric light in it, appeared in front of Wuma. Boom boom. As soon as he came out, Li, who felt the breath of his master, was of course very happy and excited. But not when he saw three other strange figures present. Li, who had cute anthropomorphic big eyes and mouth, suddenly changed his face. Like a cat with its fur blown up. The whole body of the cloud burst out with purple lightning. Boom. Although it was in its infancy. But the purple lightning that burst out has already begun to show its power. Boom. /W/boom. Li, whose body burst out with purple lightning, looked alert, as if he would start fighting if the situation was not right. But at this moment, bang! Wuma raised his hand and tapped Li's soft buttocks, reminding him. Put away your lightning, Li. They are my family. They are your future mistresses, not enemies. Pooh. Ow pooh. Hearing this, Li instantly returned to his original cute and silly look, and then his eyes showed great confusion. At the same time, Kekkei, Mikoto, and Jojo all looked at this magical little guy with their own eyes. Is this summoning beast? Kekkei pointed with doubt. It shouldn't be. Doesn't the summoning beast need the summoning technique to be summoned? But I didn't see him use the summoning technique just now. Mikoto blinked in confusion. Hearing what the two women said, Wuma stroked Li's soft back with his hand, and then explained. Li is not a summoning beast. To be precise, it should be equivalent to a special pet. It's like a tailed beast that is sealed in a human body and becomes a sealed-tailed beast. If it is outside, it can also be summoned through the summoning technique. So that's how it is. Kekkei and Mikoto nodded in unison. As he spoke, Wuma reached out and grabbed Li, and then gently placed it in Jojo's arms. She is my eldest daughter Jojo, and also your little master. You will play with her in the future. Piwoo. Ow piwoo. After being stunned for a while, Li, who reacted, flew into Zhou arms. At this moment, I saw Zai Li lying in Zhou's arms. Under her soft body, the chakra as much as cow hair was being absorbed by her. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by absorption. Zai Li, who was held in Zhou's arms. At this moment, he seemed to have eaten something delicious, shaking his body from time to time, looking very cute. This scene. It was very similar to the scene when Zai Li sucked his chakra before. Feeling the difference in chakra in his body, Zhou raised his cute eyebrows, looked at Wu Ma, and asked in confusion, "Dad, I feel the chakra in my body is flowing away. Is Zai Li absorbing my chakra?" "Well, Zai Li is a special pet that feeds on chakra. It should like your chakra." Wu Ma smiled and touched Zhou's head. Feeding on chakra. Hearing this, Kekkei couldn't help but mutter and think, this is very similar to the same hata of the 7 Mist Shinobi. Mikoto didn't say anything. But the look she gave her obviously agreed with Kekkei's point of view. "Okay, take Zai Li to play in the garden outside the mansion hall. Dad has something to discuss with your mother and second mother." Hearing Wu Ma's words, Zhou, who was holding Zai Li in his arms, nodded obediently, "Yeah, I know." Before his daughter left, Wu Ma used the system to quickly glance at his daughter's information data. Name, Zhou identity, bloodline Genkai daughter birth rank, 1 strength, cage level chakra, cage level ninjutsu, scorch style sunset sky flame technique, scorch style chakra mode, scorch style scorch flame bloodline Genkai scorch style, high, proficiency 1.61%, scorch style is okay. To be honest. But after all, it is not as good as Sharingan and Byakugan. If there is only scorch style, when the proficiency is raised to the final level, it is still possible to surpass cage level. As for cage level and above, some external power may be needed. For example, fairy arts. For example, powerful summoning beasts. However, it is too early to say these things now. When my strength comes up, taking my daughter to visit the 3 holy places is also a feasible plan. On the other side, Mikoto blushed when she heard the address from Wu Ma. Second mother or something. It seems that this man treats her equally and will not ignore her just because Kekkei is the most respected. While thinking, Mikoto couldn't help but look at her belly. According to the time, her child is indeed the second child. Then she can be the second wife. There is nothing wrong with it. Tap tap tap, seeing Zhou walking out of the hall with Zai Li. Not long after, Wu Ma sat up straight and looked at Kekkei and Mikoto. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 041. What's the difference between the main and deputy? If I say you are the main one, then you are the main one. Both ladies are not ordinary people. I will tell you the truth directly. Today's Fujita town seems prosperous, but in fact this prosperity is not stable enough, or, it has not yet reached the state of true prosperity. Now Fujita town needs talents in all walks of life. Without the participation of various talents, Fujita town cannot become truly prosperous. Wu Ma, who was sitting upright, looked at Kekkei and Mikoto. Hearing the words of the man in front of him, Kekkei and Mikoto nodded in agreement. They are not civilians. As ninjas with powerful strength, they understand the importance of various talents to a village. Perhaps the power of an ordinary person is negligible. But the labor force provided by itself can provide a village with the power of construction and production. One person is like this. Then wait until there are hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people. Even hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions. Then the power of the entire village will be extremely powerful. Ordinary people are still like this. Not to mention scholars, medical personnel, ninjas, mechanics, engineers, architects, financiers, businessmen, etc., who can play a leading and knowledge-radiating role in the village. Why is Konoha so strong? In addition to the unique geographical and natural resources, the most important point is that Konoha has a unique talent training mechanism. That is, the ninja school training system created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although from Wuma's point of view, Konoha's ninja school training system is not perfect enough. But how to say it? It is true that Konoha has remained strong. But later, a group of Hokage high-level leaders headed by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Konoha's pot shadow Shimuradan's death, leading to Konoha's lack of talent. If it weren't for the eldest prince Naruto, I'm afraid that when Pain Six Paths attacked Konoha, Konoha had already been wiped off the map of the ninja world by a spicy tensai. Then what should we do? Yekura paused, then looked at Wuma with a serious face and said, "No. It should be, what should we do? To help you, husband." Looking at Yekura, who was not much older than him. But he said something shocking. Mikoto blushed again, and then said very embarrassedly, "Husband, husband. Hey, Miss Yekura, it's not good to say this word now, I'm not ready yet." Hearing this, Yekura looked at Mikoto, pointed at the latter's belly, and smiled slightly. What preparation is needed for this? Didn't this guy cause us such a result when we were unprepared? Hearing Yekura's words, Wuma's mouth twitched. He originally thought Yekura had changed and accepted himself in his heart. Now it seems accepted, but not completely accepted. The address changed freely from husband to this guy. It can be seen. Yekhang's heart, the resentment towards himself has not been completely eliminated. This, you seem to be right. After a slight pause, Mikoto looked at her belly and nodded. At this time, Wuma first looked at Yekhang. "Yekhang, I think you are the most suitable for the position of Fujida's Deputy Chief of Security." "Me? Deputy Chief of Security?" Yekhang was stunned, pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. As the former mainstay of Tsunagakuer, Yekhang is very clear about the importance of the position of the Chief of Security. The security department is responsible for the important tasks of the entire village, such as security, patrol, stability, vigilance, and guarding. It can be said, it is a completely powerful position. And the rights and interests are not small. Acting Chief of Fujida Security. Although it is only an acting position, it is actually not much different from the real Chief of Security. Before becoming a regular officer, there are no candidates for the Chief of Security. If someone takes office, it is basically handed over to someone with the best ability to act as an agent. And this acting person is the official Chief of Security in the future. At least in Tsunagakuer, every acting chief is officially appointed in this way. Because I have seen such things. So Yekhang was shocked when Wuma directly appointed me as the acting chief of Fujida Security. "Ah, that's right." Looking at Yekhang's reaction, Wuma nodded and continued, "I believe you can do it." "Well, I will try my best." Yekhang did not make any boasts, but just nodded clearly, because she knew that big promises were all fake. It's not that she is not confident in her ability. It's just that Yekhang understands. Once you make a boast, but it doesn't meet expectations, not only will she be disappointed in herself, but the man in front of her may also be disappointed in her. So, it's better to be pragmatic. Yet, Wuma smiled, and then looked at Mikoto, who was sitting next to Yekhang. "Mikoto, your words. The current task is to wait for the baby to be born. Then after a period of physical training, you will go to Fujida Archery Research and Development Center to serve as the Archery Research and Development Director. It just so happens that there is a shortage of research and development directors there. Your physical fitness and ability are more suitable for the rear, not for frontline combat." Listening to Wuma's words, Mikoto blushed and nodded. Okay. After some twists and turns, Kekkei and his daughter Jojo, as well as Mikoto, officially moved into Wuma's private residence. After a few days of rest, the new official Kekkei left home in a hurry and went to the Fujida security headquarters in the central area of Fujida town. It has to be said, Kekkei was one of the candidates for the 4th Kazekage. As soon as he took office, Kekkei took control of the Fujida guard headquarters. For example, he cut the excessive salaries of the guard members, and established a reasonable promotion system. An ordinary guard member actually had 300,000 taels per month. The monthly financial expenditure of the entire guard headquarters, just for personnel salaries, was as high as 370 million taels. It's not that no one is suitable for such a high salary. It's just that most people don't deserve the salary. In the long run, the entire Fujida guard headquarters will slowly become a pool of mud in the comfortable corruption. As for why Wuma didn't do these things before? The Fujida guard headquarters was established only a few months ago, and it was not established by him alone. It was temporarily established by Captain Wasabijiro. There were other concerns during this period. So Wuma naturally didn't pay much attention to the establishment of the Fujida guard headquarters, the recruitment of personnel, and other matters. Captain Wasabijiro? The training of reserve soldiers is okay. He knows nothing about setting up a security headquarters. He was asked to do this just to create an opportunity for Kekkei to take the position. Yes, it was intentional. Wuma's purpose. It was to hand over the somewhat messy Fujida security headquarters to Kekkei. After she dealt with it, she also established her personal prestige. Of course, this was her idea after knowing that Kekkei was Jojo's mother. Those who were parachuted into the job would be looked down upon. Kekkei was no exception. Taking office as the acting head of Fujida security is a very good opportunity for training. 042 Changes in Fujida Police Headquarters. The current Fujida security headquarters. There are not many personnel. Most of the combat personnel are knights from the Wasabi family and the Mustard family. In terms of combat power, these nearly 1,000 people gathered together may not be able to beat a Jainin team of Tsunagakuer. So weak. Can this be called the Fujida security headquarters? Of course not. So as soon as Kekkei took office, he made drastic changes. The first item. It is what I said before. The original overspending and excessive salaries of the security members were cut, and a reasonable promotion system was established. Promotion from small to large. In order, they are first level security, Genin, second level security, Chnin, third level security, elite Chunin, first level superintendent, Jainin, second level superintendent, special Jainin, third level superintendent, elite Jainin, and security director, Quasi Cage. Each level of the promotion system requires conditions. Of course, it is not a single condition. The promotion of each security member needs to be comprehensively evaluated in 5 aspects: accumulated completed affairs, seniority, ability, outstanding contribution, and personal strength. Salary arrangement. Adopt a step-by-step approach. The monthly salary of the first-level security guard is 100,000 taels, and the monthly salary of the second-level security guard is 200,000 taels. The monthly salary of the third-level security guard is 300,000 taels. When it comes to the security director, the monthly salary is 700,000 taels. Although the monthly salary is fixed. But with the increase of seniority, the salary of each level of security members will receive a corresponding proportion of seniority growth bonus. Seniority growth bonus is based on the basic salary. Increase annually. The first level is 3% per year, with a maximum increase of 40 years. The second level is 5% per year, with a maximum increase of 35 years. The seventh level is 15% per year, with a maximum increase of 10 years. when it was first said that the change was going to happen. Most people in the entire security headquarters actually held opposing opinions. After all, no one wants to lose their original high-paying job. Hundreds of thousands of taels per month. Looking at the entire ninja world, jobs with such a salary level are extremely rare, or even non-existent. But Kekkei was parachuted in. And when he took office, at the special security headquarters meeting, she also introduced her identity. When they heard that the parachuted deputy security minister in front of them was the eldest wife of Master Cha Ying, the entire security headquarters, most people's original objections were immediately washed away as if by cold water. There was no other reason. It was just because in Fujita town today, Wu Ma's personal prestige was almost at its peak. In terms of faith, it might be a bit too much to say that he was a god. But in reality, in fact, he was already very close to this level. After hearing the first content of Kekkei's reform, the entire security headquarters, the original discussion gradually returned to calm. Reducing salaries within a reasonable range, while improving the rights and interests of security members at all levels. This kind of thing kills two birds with one stone. They naturally agreed. But Kekkei himself did not set a salary standard for himself. First, it is unnecessary. Because if you set a salary standard for yourself, whether it is too high or too low, it will easily cause criticism. Secondly, her current status is the eldest wife of Cha Ying. Expenses. She can apply to Wu Ma, the supreme ruler of Fujita town. There is no need to set any salary for herself. As for the latecomers, that will be a matter for the future. The second item of change is to issue a direct order to integrate the Wasabi family and the Mustard family into a non-staff night group of the security department, used as the selection base for reserve personnel of the security headquarters. Kekkei knew this is not something that can be done overnight. So she is also willing to spend time waiting for the appearance of those reserve personnel. The third item of change is to implement the division of security areas. The original regional security was chaotic, some security areas were large, and some security areas were small. Even in it, many security members were responsible for overlapping areas. As a result, the security force, there was no efficient management and deployment. Originally, Kekkei did not have a very good solution, and even she wanted to manage the deployment of the security forces of Tsunagakure and the other 4 major ninja villages. Go for reference and reference. But after going to the Chaing building to find Wu Ma for a report, Kekkei learned from Wu Ma about the future vision of Fujita town and a hierarchical management method. Completed the entire ninja world. A unique security management deployment. That is, the 1+1+2 plan of headquarters regional branch block substation and patrol team. Overall, the security headquarters is responsible for managing the security of the entire Fujita town. In terms of dispersion, each area of Fujita town has 1 to 5 security branches depending on the size of the area. Each security branch, it is commanded by 3 third-level police officers, elite Jainin, and a security director, Kwei Cage. At the same time, it is equipped with hundreds of security members. Under the security branch, each block substation, it is commanded by a first-level police officer, Jainin, and a second-level police officer, Special Jainin. At the same time, it is equipped with 9 security members. The patrol team integrated with the neighborhood substation is composed of these 9 security members. There are 3 patrol teams in total. Each patrol team consists of a third-level security guard, Elite Chunin, a second-level security guard, Chnin, and a first-level security guard, Genin. Grid-based security management deployment. Compared with the previous chaos, the efficiency is definitely not a little higher. Although the change has been achieved. But after all, the talents are not in place yet, and a large number of positions above elite chunin are vacant. So if you want to really see the Fujida security headquarters fully staffed and operating efficiently, it may take a few years to wait. But fortunately, the current Fujida town has a small population and the public security is not complicated. A few years can still be waited. Time flies. While Kekkei was busy with the security headquarters, the child in Mikato's belly also came to the day of birth. Chaying Mansion. Belongs to Mikato's bedroom. Ah! My stomach hurts so much. On the soft bed quilt with black rattan tea leaf pattern, Mikato, with a bulging belly, was groaning in pain with sweat on her forehead. There is no other reason. It's just too painful. Beside, Kekkei, Jojo, Wuma, stood in the room, accompanying her closely. Oh, is my little sister going to be born? Jojo blinked her big eyes at the scene in the bedroom. Hearing her daughter's words, Kekkei smiled and stretched out his finger, indicating, "Shh, don't rush to conclude, Jojo, is Mikato's second mother's belly a boy or a girl? We don't know yet." 043 The second blood limit daughter. Hearing the conversation between Kekkei and Jojo, Wuma, who was standing aside, didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. As the origin of the bloodline limit, his eldest daughter. Of course, she knows best whether the child in Mikato's belly is a boy or a girl. Besides, there is no boy. When the system asked me to choose the gender of the bloodline limit child, I had already welded the option. Miss Kekkei. Excuse me. When Jojo was born, were you also in such pain? Suddenly, hearing Wuma's question, Kekkei, who felt that Wuma was asking knowingly, rolled his eyes at him, and then asked back. What? Do you want to experience it? Well, I know you don't have this possibility, but I know how to make you feel similar pain. Kekkei glanced down slightly. Seeing this scene, Wuma stepped back in shame. Don't do that, madam. I was wrong. Besides, if it's broken, you and Mikato won't be able to use it in the future, right? Hearing this, Kekkei retracted his gaze, blushing and disdainfully said, Bah! No way! Bang fu. Just as the two were talking, a burst of white chakra condensed into substance emerged from Mikato's belly. Then, like a wave of air, it quickly hit the surrounding environment. Crash! Looking at the teacups and books that were making strange noises around, Wuma glanced at Kekkei. Just in case, we need to release a chakra barrier. The main reason for releasing the chakra barrier was that he didn't want Mikato's bedroom to be destroyed by his second daughter. If in the future, each daughter did this, then the cost he spent on repairing the mansion would probably be equal to the annual expenditure of the entire T-Shadow building. Understood, husband. At this critical moment, Kekkei nodded seriously without any ambiguity. Then let's start. Yes. After that, Wuma stood up and made a seal with his hands. Kekkei followed closely. Chakra barrier technique. Chakra barrier technique. Buzz. 2 chakras were released. Soon, the entire bedroom where Mikato belonged was wrapped by a special chakra barrier. Although it could not prevent external attacks, but it could greatly reduce the impact of the birth of the second daughter on external things. Fu. The white chakra condensed into substance, gradually began to shrink and aggregate. Soon, a white energy ball appeared in the air above Mikato's belly. This is... Wuma had not seen the birth of his eldest daughter with his own eyes, so he was very surprised by the scene in front of him. But he was not incomprehensible. After all, the way a bloodline limit daughter is born is unusual, which is reasonable. He is a time traveler with a wild imagination, and this little scene is nothing. It's just the first time I saw it with my own eyes. I was surprised. Although Jojo was also born in this way, but I still feel incredible when I see it again. Kekkei showed a look of emotion on the side. Well, I understand your feelings. Wuma nodded. The child was born in the form of energy aggregation. Such a scene can probably only be seen in myths. What is the ninja world? It was Tsutsuki Kagaya who gave birth to Hagoromo and Hamura, and they were born properly. Except for his own daughter. Where else in the ninja world would there be such an outrageous birth? Just as Wuma and Kekkei were sighing, the white energy ball changed. Swish, swish, swish. A swirling sound of airflow was heard. During the sound, Mikato's originally bulging belly began to slowly drop and return to normal. At this moment, the white energy ball suspended dozens of centimeters above Mikato's belly slowly unfolded one petal at a time, like a lotus in summer. Little hands, little feet, little head. Not long after, a little girl with long straight black hair and black pupils, who looked like she was carved out of the same mold as Mikato, appeared in the peeled energy ball. It only took a few seconds. The white energy ball gradually became transparent and dissipated in the air. The little girl slowly fell down, and the little Pigu sat on the bed next to Mikato. Ah! It seems that she was just born. She is still unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. The first time, the little girl sitting on the quilt blinked, and then in less than 0.1 second, her watery eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. Wuverwa. The sudden crying of the little guy made Wuma and Kekkei unable to react in time. Ayo, this little guy. The crying echoed in the chakra barrier, and Kekkei couldn't help but cover his ears with his hands. At this moment, even Wuma was not feeling well. As for Jojo, that's even more needless to say. Dad, my sister is crying so loudly. Well, Dad knows. The voice fell. Wuma made hand seals. Chakra barrier technique release. Fuwu. At the moment when the chakra barrier was released, in Wuma's mind, a series of familiar system prompts sounded. Ding! Second daughter was born successfully. Congratulations on receiving the birth reward level value of 30,000 points. Your second blood limit daughter was born. Congratulations on receiving the blood limit Sharingan, small, receiving the daughter's birth included item card 1, skill selection opportunity 2. The rewards given for the birth of the second daughter are not as rich as those given for the eldest daughter Jojo. But it doesn't matter. A pair of Sharingan is enough. Not to mention, the main concern at the moment is not the rewards given by the birth of the second daughter. Are you feeling okay, madam? Walking to Mikato's right side lightly, Wuma slowly sat down and said with gentle concern. Hearing this, Mikato, lying on the bed, looked at Wuma, and smiled on her wet hair. Well, it's okay. Mikato, who also heard the crying of the child, immediately raised her head and tried to sit up. Maybe it was because of excessive physical exertion. Although the action was simple, it was a bit strenuous for Mikato at the moment. Seeing this, Wuma quickly reached out and supported Mikato's body, letting her sit up. Husband, the child. Hearing the question, Wuma smiled and glanced at Mikato, then gestured to the side not far away. The child is right next to you. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 044 The power of Sharingan's daughter. Is this my child? Looking at the little girl who looked nothing like a newborn, Mikato had a dull face. Ha ha ha. I've said it before, you'll have this expression sooner or later. Seeing the dull Mikato, Kekkei, holding Jojo's little hand, couldn't help but walk closer with a smile. Put clothes on the child first, Kekkei. Wuma took out a set of simple black clothes suitable for the second daughter from the closet. Okay. Coming to the little girl sitting on the bed next to Mikato, Kekkei sat cross-legged, put clothes on her, and then stretched out his hands and gently lifted her up. Hee hee. Little guy, I'm your aunt. Hearing the words of the person in front of him, Bye-bye, whose crying had just eased, quickly formed consciousness. But after a while, Bye-bye's whole face showed timid doubts. What is auntie? Auntie is your sister's mother and your father's wife. Kekkei, touched by Bye-bye's pitiful appearance, explained gently. While speaking, Kekkei turned Bye-bye around and handed her to Mikoto, who was nearby. At the same time, he pulled Jojo, who was walking over, into his arms, and then said, The one holding you now is your mother, and the one I am holding is your sister Jojo. Mom? Sister? Bye-bye looked back and forth, very cute. Seeing this scene, including Mikoto, Kekkei, and Wuma couldn't help but smile knowingly. So cute. At this time, Mikoto seemed to have remembered something and looked at her daughter in her arms. Jojo was born with a blood limit and cage level chakra, so what about my daughter? It should be the same. Kekkei responded. After hearing the two people's words, Wuma did not say anything, but looked at his second daughter. Name, Bibai. Identity, daughter of Kekkei Genkai. Birth rank, 2. Strength, cage level. Chakra, cage level. Ninjutsu, fire style great fireball technique, fire style Hosen fire, fire style dragon fire. Eye technique, Manjiki Suzanu, white, Manjiki Amaterasu, left eye, Manjiki Fuku no Ebisu, right eye. Special ninjutsu, Yasaka no Megatama. Kekkei Genkai, Kekkei Genkai Sharingan, high, proficiency 0%. Although the introduction is simple, but the panel of this second daughter is really too strong. It should be said that it is worthy of Sharingan. They are all of the same level. But the high-level Sharingan is not just a little bit better than the high-level Scorch style. The strongest form of Scorch is probably after the Scorch style Chakra mode is activated. But even so, Bye-bye, who has the Manjiki Sharingan, doesn't even need a half-complete form once Suzanu is deployed. Half-body Suzanu. Bye-bye can restrain Shoshu in all aspects. In addition to Suzanu, Bye-bye also has Amaterasu, and another one that he has never heard of, but he must be very powerful. 3 major eye techniques. This is already very powerful. As for the fire-style ninjutsu that Bye-bye mastered, Wuma guessed that it should be randomly inherited from her mother's memory. But at the same time, he did not doubt his daughter's creativity. After all, Shosha's Scorch-style Chakra mode and the powerful Sunset Sky Flame technique were created by her in battle. Fukuno Ebisu? What kind of eye technique is this? Is it an illusion? After reading the information data of the second daughter, Wuma couldn't help but become interested in Ebisu in the second daughter's right eye. Accompanied by curiosity, Wuma quickly let the system start the introduction. In the introduction, Wuma was shocked. Manjiki Fuyu Ebisu, after releasing this eye technique on yourself, or a designated target, or a designated target group, the recipient's chakra recovery speed, injury healing speed, ninjutsu power, and physical recovery speed will be greatly improved, and the improvement effect will gradually weaken with the range. Wuma knows Ebisu. Ebisu is the god of wealth and business in Japan. The image is embracing a sea bream. Like those wood and stones with special shapes floating from the distant sea. People will give those things the beautiful meaning of the name of Ebisu and worship them as mascots, in the hope of bringing good luck. In the ninja world, Ebisu, who became the name of Manjiki eye technique, is simply too powerful. After releasing this eye technique on yourself, a designated target, or a designated target group, the recipient's chakra recovery speed, wound healing speed, ninjutsu power, and physical recovery speed will be greatly improved. What does this mean? This is equivalent to adding an extremely powerful recovery buff to the body during the battle. And it is released by a cage-level strongman. This effect. It is simply carrying Tsunade and Katsuyu on your back during the battle, a portable field hospital. The enhancement effect gradually weakens with the range, although the specific degree is not clear. But since it is a Manjiki eye technique, it is the same as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and other eye techniques. It can't be that weak. Our second daughter, Bibai, has a Sharingan, and it is a Manjiki Sharingan. Wuma was overjoyed. He happily shared this news with Mikoto, who was sticking to his side, and Yekeng, who was sitting on the side. Ah! Manjiki Sharingan! Both Yekara and Mikoto were shocked. Compared to Mikoto, Yekara, who was not a member of the Uchiha tribe, didn't know much about the Manjiki Sharingan. But the reputation of the Sharingan. It had already become famous throughout the ninja world along with the Uchiha Shura and Uchiha Madara. But what Yekara didn't know was, although Mikoto was a member of the Uchiha tribe, she didn't know that much about the Sharingan. What she knew, only the family elders had passed it down orally. The tribe members who possessed the Manjiki eye would have unrivaled cage-level strength. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two women, Wuma smiled and said, "You don't seem to know much about it, so I will tell you about the levels and origins of Sharingan." A few minutes later. "Husband, according to what you said, it is above 1 Megatama, 2 Megatama, and 3 Megatama. In addition to Manjiki, is there an even more powerful eternal Manjiki?" Faced with Mikoto's question, Wuma reached out and touched his second daughter's cute and watery face, and said, "Yes. To say the difference between Manjiki and eternal Manjiki, the former will cause blindness after excessive use, while the latter completely eliminates the defect of blindness, and the pupil technique becomes more powerful." Wuma didn't say too much. He knew that some things should be mentioned in passing, and it would be troublesome to explain too much. Blindness? This. Mikoto looked at her daughter in her arms with some concern. Seeing this, Wuma comforted him. "It's okay. It is said that you can be promoted to the eternal Manjiki. Of course, the blindness in the Manjiki stage will not be a permanent state. Yet." Mikoto couldn't help but slowly put down the stone in her heart. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 0:45 already. Now I can really become a swordsman. Bye Bye is really daddy's lucky treasure. Wuma happily took Bye Bye from Mikoto's arms. "Dad, Jojo is also." Jojo, who was sitting in Yekeng's arms, raised his little hand high and shook it. Ha ha ha. Seeing his eldest daughter's action, Wuma laughed and pulled Jojo from Yekeng's arms to his own arms. Looking at his daughters sitting on the left and right in his arms, Wuma smiled and said gently, "Not only Jojo and Bye Bye, but your other sisters will also be daddy's lucky treasures in the future." Yet. After speaking, the enthusiastic and cheerful Jojo and the quiet and elegant Bye Bye couldn't help but show lovely smiles. Seeing this warm scene, Yekeng and Mikoto looked at each other, and both of them showed happy smiles on their faces. A harmonious and happy family. What a warm and beautiful moment. The second day after the birth of the second daughter Bye Bye, Wuma and Yekeng left the mansion and returned to their jobs. The physique of a ninja is undoubtedly strong. Moreover, because the way Bibai was born is quite special, Mikoto himself did not suffer any harm. At most, he was physically exhausted. After a few days of rest, Mikoto went to the Chang office to formally receive the appointment letter, and came to the Fujida Archery R&D Center to start working as the head of Archery R&D. The R&D Center is not small. It covers an area of 1 km x 1 km, and the standard construction of 1 square kilometer is equivalent to the size of 140 football fields. There are 3 floors above and below. In here, there are all kinds of production tools, equipment, and venues. For example, bending machines for testing the hardness of bows, grinding machines for making arrows, experimental shooting ranges for testing bows, and tensile machines for testing the tension of bow ropes. Although it is just the beginning. But Wuma's investment in R&D funds. There is no stinginess. The budget allocated by Wuma to the Fujita Archery R&D Center. It is as much as 100 million taels. And this is only for the first half of the year. After this year's income is settled and counted, we will invest more next year. The current main research and development directions of Fujita Archery Research and Development Center are divided into civilian and military use. Civilian use refers to hunting bows, and military use refers to recurve bows. As for whether Fujita Archery Research and Development Center will accidentally come up with something special, Wuma doesn't know. But this is what Wuma hopes for. After all, no matter what world, many great scientific creations are created inadvertently. For example, Happy Fat House Water. After Mikoto took office as the head of Archery Research and Development, Wuma, who stayed in Chang's office and finished the tasks of the past few days, now has time to check the rewards he received before. Excuse me, do you want to use the prop card now and choose 2 skills? Yes. Looking at the system interface that appeared in front of him, Wuma didn't hesitate at all. Ding! You used the prop card gift for the birth of a daughter. Congratulations on getting 2 equipment selection opportunities. Description: you can make 2 equipment selections from 3 random options in each of the 5 categories of weapons, travel, pets, medicine, and other world props. Note: the equipment and skill grades from low to high are C, white, B, blue, A, purple, S, gold, SS, red, SSS, colorful. Let's start with the skill selection now. Wuma, who was familiar with the process, nodded directly. My current self. I am much stronger than before. My original self, except for a steel-cutting sword, did not even have a qualified and attractive skill. Until the birth of my eldest daughter. The situation has improved significantly. As a reward after Jojo was born, I chose an A-level swordsmanship and an S-level physical skill. For this time, Wuma certainly hopes to get 2 more good ones. Skill selection: you can choose 2 of the following skills to strengthen yourself. Breath of the Wind, A-level swordsmanship, used with ripwind or knockback skills, flash to a knocked back enemy or multiple enemies, and perform 7 slashes with the power of a hurricane. Meow Meow Punch, C-level physical skill, like a cat fight, perform a series of punches that last for 6 times. This skill is relatively useless, so it is recommended to choose carefully. Wang Chai Flying Kick, B-level physical skill, like Wang Chai, use a flying kick on the enemy. This skill is relatively useless, but it is unlikely to be useless, so it is recommended to carefully choose. The options popped up. Wuma's face twitched instantly. Forget Breath of the Wind. If you want me to be a wind man, just tell the system directly. But the last 2. This Meow Meow Punch and Wang Chai Flying Kick. What the hell? Are you here to prank me? System, why are there such outrageous skill names and... I understand that they are random skills, but is it necessary for the randomness to be so outrageous? Wuma, who was curious, couldn't help asking. All skill composition and naming in the skill selection are random, and anything can become part of the skill composition and naming. The system gave an explanation. Oh, okay then. After getting the explanation, Wuma was no longer too entangled. It was the first time such a skill appeared, and it was normal for him to have this reaction. But if possible, he wanted to use up both skill selection opportunities and not waste any of them. Meow Meow Punch and Wang Chai Flying Kick must not be selected. Even if the latter one is a B-level physical skill. If it is in battle, use Meow Meow Punch or Wang Chai Flying Kick on the enemy. Tisk tisk. That scene is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. So Wuma decisively passed. Even so, Wuma did not intend to waste the extra skill selection opportunity for no reason. System, if I only choose one skill this time, can the extra opportunities be saved for the next skill selection? Wuma asked. No. The system decisively rejected it. Immediately afterwards, the next sentence of the system made Wuma's heart a little gloomy, and it was swept away. Skill selection opportunities cannot be saved for the next skill selection, but they can be recycled and converted into fixed level values. Hearing this, Wuma said happily, then recycle them. After the voice, the system responded quickly. Ding! One skill selection opportunity was successfully recycled. Congratulations on obtaining a 2W level value. 046 Learn from Aokiji to ride a bicycle to fight. Surprised face? 2W level value seems a bit low to Wuma, but it is still better than wasting a skill selection opportunity. As soon as the recovered level value arrived, Wuma immediately used up the remaining skill selection opportunity. I choose. Ding! Skill selection completed. Ding! Do you want to start the equipment selection opportunity now? Yes. Wuma confirmed the moment. System text boxes popped up one after another. Ding! Enter equipment selection. Equipment selection type completed. Weapon *2, travel. Please choose 2 from the following 3 options. Ordinary kitchen knife, a kitchen knife that can be used for daily chopping of melons and vegetables. It is not very useful, but the overall quality is good. Jade Dragon Bow, from the hand of a master craftsman in Otherworld, the bow is made of various top-grade materials and has the characteristics of energy channel. It can increase the power of the user's wind-style archery and lightning-style archery by 30%. Carbon fiber mountain bike, adapt to a variety of complex environments, the maximum speed can reach 45 km per hour. Don't underestimate mountain bikes. An admiral in a certain world is very fond of bicycle travel, low carbon environmental protection, economical and affordable, green travel. Carbon fiber mountain bike. Looking at the 3D display picture that the system released along with the item introduction, Wuma couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Looking at the introduction, are you really going to let him ride a bicycle to fight others? Others are piking each other's ninjutsu. He passed by wearing a white robe and riding a mountain bike, and then said, "Hey, hello?" The picture is so inconsistent. Besides, he is not Kyuzan. As for whether there are ordinary bicycles in the ninja world, at this point in time, it is estimated that there are none. It will probably be available in a few years when Shippuden officially begins. After all, at that time, like the snow country, there are things like early power trains, bicycles and so on. It shouldn't be difficult to build it. Well, but it's okay overall. It's a carbon fiber mountain bike after all. Riding this cool bike is still very cool. Choose and. Ding! Equipment selection completed. The selected items Jade Dragon Bow, Carbon Fiber Mountain Bike have been distributed to your personal item storage column. With this idea, Wuma put what he needed into his bag. It's a bit inconsistent, but it doesn't matter. After all, this is the ninja world. What? A carbon fiber mountain bike with a unique appearance and cool shape can be regarded as a good means of travel. The second option item. It is selected for the Hayori, has the characteristics of an energy channel, and can increase the power of the user's wind-style archery and lightning-style archery by 30%. This can be regarded as a good match for a beautiful woman. After all the selections are completed, Wuma looked at his personal information. Host, Wuma. Current level, Janin 20.8W/20W. Next level, Quasi Shadow, Advanceable. Chakra, Elite Chunin. Weapon, Slashing Steel Sword. Ability, Rurouni no Daiokai. Taijutsu, Apollo's Sunbow, S, Novice. Swordsmanship, sword drawing, B. Proficient, ripwind, A. Entry level, gust of breath, A. Novice. Genjutsu, none. Ninjutsu, none. Bloodline limit. Bloodline limit scorch style, small, proficiency 8%, bloodline limit Sharingan, small, proficiency 0%. Items, Jade Dragon Bow, Carbon Fiber Mountain Bike. Pet Companion, Juvenile Living Lightning Cloud Zilly, active. Summoning Beast, none. Oh, I didn't notice it yet. The level value has actually reached the level where I can advance. Looking at my personal information. Wuma was inevitably surprised by the 3 red words with an exclamation mark at the end of the second column. As expected. Salted fish style enhancement is so cool. With the birth and existence of the daughter with bloodline limit. His own strength. It is completely rising. How long has it been? Less than a year. His own strength has already stepped into the quasi cage. If time accumulates longer and there are more daughters, it is not impossible to reach the super cage before the official start of Shippuden. Wuma knows how deep the water of the ninja world is. From now on, including a few years later, the cage of each village is already the strength ceiling of the ninja world. But in fact, in the Fourth Ninja World War more than 10 years later, cage level strength can only be regarded as self-protection, but cannot make a greater impact on the final outcome. If you want to be truly not suppressed by others, Wuma's strength must reach the super cage or half-step 6 paths, so that he can have his own place in the Fourth Ninja World War. Otherwise, you can only become cannon fodder under the hands of others. For example, the 5 cages, what is the final outcome, is a miserable defeat at the hands of Uchiha Madara, and almost all of them lost their lives. Promote. As he spoke, a golden light flashed on Wuma's personal information panel. Ding! Your level has been promoted. Your chakra volume has been increased. Ding! Level gift pack, Quasi Shadow 5W level value, Skill Proficiency Fruit 2, Mysterious Deed 1, Blood Limit Proficiency Fruit *1 has been issued. When several messages popped up, Wuma already felt that the chakra volume in his body had been sublimated and improved in quality. Suppose the chakra in the body before was a stream. Then the chakra in the body now is a river. Host, Wuma. Current level, Quasi Shadow 5.8W/100W. Next level, Shadow. Chakra, Jainin level. Weapon, Cutting Steel Sword. Ability, Rurouni no Daiokai. Taijutsu, Apollo Sunbow, S, Novice. Swordsmanship, Sword Drawing, B, Proficient, Ripwind, A, Entry Level, Breath of the Wind, A, Novice. Genjutsu, none. Ninjutsu, none. Bloodline limit, Bloodline limit Scorch style, small, proficiency 8%, Bloodline limit Sharingan, small, proficiency 0%. Items, Jade Dragon Bow, Carbon Fiber Mountain Bike, Skill Proficiency Fruit 2, Mystical Deed 1, Bloodline limit Proficiency Fruit *1. Pet Companion, Infant Living Lightning Cloud Zilly, active. Summoning Beast, none. Quasi Shadow or something, in fact, this is a systems evaluation of comprehensive strength. What's really important? Actually, it's chakra, which is called the energy engine of the human body. There is no doubt about this. With the same strength, the amount of chakra not only determines the endurance of the battle, but also has a huge impact on the final victory. For example, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Their battle in the Valley of the End. With the same strength, Senju Hashirama is better than Uchiha Madara. Why? Because of the endurance. Uchiha Madara's chakra, although it can be called massive, after all, driving a Gundam for a whole day and a night, the amount of chakra consumed is not something that ordinary people can do. Like the first pillar and the second pillar. It is possible that while driving, the chakra is exhausted and the eyes are blinded. Especially like Suzuki, he has the mysterious confidence of the sky is clear, I can do it again when nothing happens. Let's get back to the topic. Compared with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara's chakra is not massive enough. Not to mention, Senju Hashirama's sage body and wood style can both continuously supply energy and absorb chakra replenishment. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 047 Preliminary Infiltration Plan times Sharingan Advancement. 2 Skill Mastering Fruits, a Mysterious Deed, and a Blood Limit Mastering Fruit. I know the Skill Mastering Fruit. This mysterious deed should be the deed of a house or land. Where? Within the 5 great countries? Or outside the 5 great countries? As for the Blood Limit Mastering Fruit, Wuma looked at the prop column, and saw the introduction of the 2 props he got for the first time. Mysterious Deed, this is a physical asset deed from Konoha. With this deed, you can exchange for a commercial land with an area of no more than 1,500 square meters in the most prosperous commercial street in Konoha. Blood Limit Mastering Fruit, a fruit of heaven that is hard to come by. After eating it, you can improve the proficiency of a blood limit. The mysterious deed is a good thing, and it can be exchanged for physical assets in Konoha village. In this case, you can completely build an entertainment city, and then let Fujita Anbu set up a secret intelligence agency in the entertainment city. Obtain a lot of intelligence through mobile personnel. The scale doesn't have to be big, but it must be sufficiently secretive. Even you can support Minato vigorously after the establishment in exchange for the support of the future Idame. Although it will not be long in the future. Idame will die on the day of the Nine Tails Rebellion. But what does it matter? As long as you get the support and endorsement of the 4th Hokage. Even if the 3rd generation comes to power again in the future, under the support and endorsement of the 4th Hokage, the 3rd generation can only continue to choose to win over. As for whether being targeted by the pot shadow Danzo hiding behind. After operating under the hands of 2 generations of Hokage, the probability will be much smaller. Besides, Fujita Anbu does not have any masters to show now, but this does not mean that they will be eating dry rice in the future. Talents also need a certain amount of time to cultivate. You used the Blood Limit Fruit of Mastery on the Blood Limit Sharingan, and the Blood Limit Mastery, small primary, increased. The moment the Blood Limit Fruit is used, Wuma immediately felt his eyes warm, as if a hot towel was applied to them. This is a rare fruit of God. It can be used later. For example, when the 3 Megatama is upgraded to Manjiki, or when Manjiki is upgraded to Eternal Manjiki, these 2 times are more suitable than now. But Wuma doesn't plan to do so. In his opinion, there is no difference between using it now and using it later. He can't predict when it will be when he will be upgraded to Manjiki. If he uses it now, it will speed up the progress of upgrading to Manjiki. Because it is equivalent to 1 stage of 100% proficiency is missing. If you activate Sharingan, Wuma has no experience of using Sharingan. But as a time traveler, even if he has not eaten pork, he has seen pigs run. If you run chakra, Wuma gathered chakra on his eyes. Buzz. At this moment, a touch of scarlet appeared from the pupils of his eyes. The pupils are the center. A black ring and spiral appeared. On it, there are 2 black Megatama facing each other. This is Sharingan. Went to the mirror in the office bathroom, Wuma carefully looked at his eyes. With his eyes open, Wuma clearly found that the world in his eyes had some double images, just like a camera lens with a layer of hollow. But not everything in the bathroom in front of him is static. Sharingan is good at capturing dynamic and high-speed moving objects and seeing a person's chakra flow. It is not good at capturing static objects. So this is probably the reason for the double images. In addition to motion capture and seeing the flow of chakra, Sharingan can also create illusions and copy the opponent's ninjutsu. For example, Kakashi is a good example. After all, he is a copy ninja. As for why I chose to upgrade Sharingan, I didn't choose Scorch style. Of course, it was because of the upper limit of my ability. Since the blood limit fruit is a fruit of heaven that is hard to come by, it must be much more rare than the skill fruit. Wuma didn't know. When would I have the opportunity to choose the blood limit fruit again? Scorch style has only 5 levels. But Sharingan has 7 levels. If I prioritize Sharingan, my Sharingan will be able to upgrade to the next stage faster as my second daughter Bai's proficiency is synchronously fed back. Just like what I said before. It's equivalent to shortening 1 level. Well, not bad. Wuma's eyes instantly returned to their original clear and bright white background and black pupils. Leave the bathroom. Wuma, in a good mood, glanced at the few documents left on the desk and rubbed his chin. There are only a few documents for today. Let's deal with them when we come back in the afternoon. Let's go eat first. Well, it's decided. It was just time for lunch, and he didn't call in advance today, so he didn't know if the family had prepared food. If he wanted to, let's just have a meal in the nearby commercial district today. It's not the first time anyway. Jemima Cat, a happy star cat. With the dual idea of consuming delicious food and filling his stomach, Wuma, in a very good mood, hummed a little song and left the office. At the same time, low-density commercial area Fujida Tropical Park. Sister, wait for me. Sister Bibai, come on, this slide is so fun. At a large slide. After Jojo climbed the platform first, he slid down the slide. Woohoo! Tengzi Tropical Park is one of the contents of the Tengzi Park Landscape Series project, which is under the charge of the Tengzi Engineering Department. The park is a large-scale comprehensive scenic park. From the sky, the whole park looks like an 8. The total investment budget of the plan is 3.4 billion taels, but because it cannot be completed at one time, it is built in phases. According to the progress calculation, it is estimated that it will take 4 years to completely complete the Tengzi Tropical Park project. The total area is 240 hectares. In the tropical park, there are light green grass and lush tropical forests, as well as a large slide, 2 large carousels, an open-air theater, 2 small zoos, a park lake where you can go boating on the water, fishing areas, open-air swimming pools, barbecue squares, and other facilities and scenes. Tengzi Tropical Park has not yet been completed. Now only half of the ground renovation has been completed, and a small part of the park facilities have been placed. In theory, the tropical park is not open. But unfortunately, Jojo and Bibai are the 2 daughters of Master Chang. And they want to go in and play on the slide. The person in charge of the project who is in charge of supervising the project here is a little helpless, but there is no choice but to let the 2 young ladies go in and play on the slide. Of course, this is not a big deal. As for how they knew the identities of Jojo and Bibai? On that day, in the small green square in front of the Chang building, the scene of 2 girls looking for their parents was heard more or less by most of the administrative staff of Fujida from the mouths of those wasabi knights who experienced it personally. After all, Master Chang did not say that it could not be said. In this way, everyone naturally knew. The young and promising Master Chang has 2 lovely daughters. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 048 Tsunade, I'm going to kill him. Sister Jojo, I'm hungry. After all, she's a little one. After playing for only about an hour, Bibi, standing on the high platform, rubbed her belly with her little hands. Under the slide. Jojo, who was about to climb up again, stopped when he heard this, raised his head, and pointed his finger at his chin. Well, if you want to eat, then go to Gua. As she said, Jojo stretched out her little hand and took out a stack of banknotes from the cute red heart bag on her waist. What do you want to eat? Sister will take you there. Second mother gave me a stack of money this morning. Okay. Bibi nodded obediently, jumped up, and landed lightly beside Jojo. Hee, sleepy. Let's go to eat next time. Jojo stretched out his hand. Bibi, whose little hand was held by Jojo, laughed. Jojo and Bibi are not children of ordinary families after all, and their real identities are not simple. For the two of them, Wuma, Kekkei, and Mikoto unanimously agreed to adopt a free-range style. From the perspective of strength alone. Unless they are old-fashioned cage level or above. Otherwise, any individual ninja. It is impossible to easily defeat 2 cage level strong men. Moreover, these 2 cage levels are not ordinary cage levels. One is a tricky scorch style, and the other is a powerful Sharingan. Even if these 2 cage levels are 2 little girls who look just above the waist of an adult. But if look down on them because of their appearance, then their lives will not be long. Of course. Before Jojo and Bibi became famous in the ninja world, there must be someone who would do this. Just like a certain Princess Katsuyu. Low-density commercial area. Fujida boutique snack chain restaurant. Damn guy. What did he do to me? I must tear him apart with my own hands. A corner of the restaurant. Tsunade, sitting on the soft couch, suppressed the anger in her heart, clenched her fists with a cold face. Unlike the previous clothes. At this moment, Tsunade wore a large robe on the outside, covering her whole body. You can't see anything from the outside, but such unusual clothes are obviously covering something. Tsunade-sama. I also feel that this is outrageous. The last time, you just shook hands with the T-Shadow, but how could this be? Shizuan, who was sitting on the seat. He glanced at Tsunade's belly with a puzzled look. The details of the matter. We have to go back to the day after they left the Jiyuan Entertainment Center. That day. After leaving the Jiyuan Entertainment Center, Tsunade and Shizuan, who was holding the pig, planned to leave Fujida Town and return to the Tansho Street in the Land of Fire. Return to their previous lives. A life of no fixed place to live and wandering around. But not long after leaving, Tsunade suddenly found that her stomach had grown abnormally large. Tsunade was the best at medical ninjutsu. Just a slight touch. She knew clearly why her stomach had grown large. Inside her stomach was a life. This discovery made Tsunade feel like being struck by lightning and fell into a state of numbness. Because of this situation, she had never seen it, or rather, such an outrageous thing could not possibly exist. Although she had a first love boyfriend. But the two had only met a few times. Then, her first love boyfriend died during the Second Ninja World War, and she never talked about a new one afterwards. Even so, how to nurture a life? Tsunade still knew. But, in the past 20 years, she has never had that kind of contact with any opposite S**X, and it is impossible for others to get close to her. Huayuan? This is simply impossible. After Shizuan learned about Tsunade's situation, she was also shocked at the first time. Discuss. They can only explain this sudden situation as remote luck. After recalling the memory, Tsunade and Shizuan quickly locked the suspect. That is Fujida Town first-generation T-Shadow Wuma who had shaken hands with Tsunade. So this is why Tsunade and Shizuan returned to Fujida Town. They want to find that man to ask clearly. Tsunade-sama, if it is really caused by the other party, but the other party is the shadow of a village after all. If the attitude is too tough, it may lead to Fujida Town and Konoha, Tea Country, and Fire Country. Shizuan reminded in a low voice. Of course, the question must be asked clearly. It makes no sense that someone suddenly got pregnant, and the biggest suspect is the shadow of a village. Anyone would be angry. I know, but, even if that's the case, as long as it's confirmed that he did it, even if I don't tear him apart, I must beat him up. I'm going to beat him so hard that lemon juice comes out of his stomach. Hearing this, Shizuan didn't say anything more. She was considerate. She could understand her teacher's current mood very well. 2 guests, the chicken soup is here. A&D. This is the cabbage and beef brisket pot, cold cuts and sliced lamb shanks, and a large plate of rice that you ordered. The two had just finished chatting. A waitress came to their table with a tray of dishes and placed the dishes ordered by the two on the table one by one. After doing all this, the waitress put away the tray, stepped back, smiled and bowed slightly to the two guests. Please enjoy. Wait for the waiter to leave. Tsunade picked up the bamboo chopsticks from the bamboo tube beside him, and handed a pair to Shizuan, then said calmly. Let's eat first. Okay, Master Tsunade. Shizuan took the bamboo chopsticks and nodded. Just as the two of them were chewing their food slowly, Jojo, who chose this restaurant by random method, whoever is called is the one, walked into the restaurant with Bibai. Under the guidance of the waiter, Jojo and Bibai walked in small steps and happily came to an empty table soon. 2 little friends, what do you want to eat? A young waitress in charge of taking orders smiled and looked at the 2 little girls in front of her gently. Oh my! They are so cute. I really want to touch their little faces. Hey! Sister. I want to eat this maru, my mother bought it for me last time, it's delicious. Bibai turned the menu around and stopped at a page, stretched out her little hand and said excitedly. Okay. Jojo looked at his excited sister, nodded and smiled, and then continued, besides this meatball, what else do you want to order? Well, let me see. Bibai flipped through the menu again. 2 minutes later. Well, 1 hand-pulled lamb, 1 roasted beef meatball, 1 steamed cod, 1 charcoal crispy roast duck, 1 steamed prawn, a large plate of rice, 2 large cups of hot beef, okay. After recording the dishes, the young waitress squatted slightly, lowered her body, and looked at Jojo and Bibai gently. 2 children, are you sure you want to order so much? Can you finish it? In the waitress's opinion, so many dishes can be said to be family-sized, completely exceeding the appetite of 2 children. Okay, big sister. Jojo nodded affirmatively and waved his hand confidently. Seeing this scene, the waitress didn't say anything more, as long as the 2 children didn't waste it. Then you can't waste it. Waste will be fined according to the weight. If you can't finish the food, try not to eat it. The big sister will return the food and money for you. The gentle waitress reminded Jojo and Bibai. I know, big sister. Jojo and Bibai raised their hands in unison. 049 Jojo and Bibai are being followed. That's fine. The waitress nodded, then tore off the bill attachment for the order and placed it on the table. The total is 7,500 taels. Okay. Jojo opened the cute red heart-shaped shoulder bag on her waist and took out a stack of banknotes from it. Well, first, second, third, 4th. Here you go, big sister. Jojo obediently took out 7 1,000 taels and 1 500 taels from the stack of banknotes and placed them on the table. Okay, then big sister will go and place the order for you. The food will be here in a while. The waitress put away the 8 banknotes skillfully, smiled and stood up, and before leaving, she reminded Jojo and Bibai. Okay. Jojo and Bibai nodded together. Because the table where Jojo and Bibai were sitting was not very far from the table where Tsunade and Shizuan were sitting. It happened to be on the diagonal line. So Tsunade, who was eating leisurely, noticed the two little girls at the first moment. That little girl. Little girl? With you? What little girl? Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizuan, who happened to have a piece of beef brisket in his mouth, turned his head and looked vaguely. The look of that little girl reminds me of a friend. Tsunade frowned slightly. No, or rather, the eyes, face, and appearance of that little girl are just like a smaller version of Uchiha Mikoto. 1b. In this world, except for clone technique, it is impossible for two people to look exactly the same, not to mention a child. Gurgle 970. Ah! Master Tsunade, you said that little girl looks like a smaller version of Miss Uchiha Mikoto. Hearing this, Shizuan, who chewed and swallowed the beef brisket in his mouth, couldn't help but look at her carefully. Long straight black hair, black pupils. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. At this sight, Shizuan, who beat the little girl, seemed to see a familiar figure. It's true. Stuttering in disbelief, Shizuan turned his head and looked at Tsunade, who was frowning opposite him, in a low and urgent voice. Master Tsunade, you are right, that little girl does look like Miss Uchiha Mikoto. As Tsunade's chief disciple and assistant, Shizuan, who worked with Tsunade in Konoha Hospital, also met Uchiha Mikoto several times. When Uchiha Mikoto was still Chunin. When she was injured and went to the hospital, she was a regular visitor. So after a few visits, they got to know each other. Master Tsunade, the country is not me. Shizuan suggested. Hearing this, Tsunade signaled with his eyes, no, let's talk after dinner, then we will secretly follow and ask. Okay. Shizuan nodded knowingly. The dishes you ordered are here, two little sisters. It took only 10 minutes. The waitress who was in charge of taking the order for Jojo and Bibai returned with another waitress, each carrying a tray of dishes. There were many dishes piled on the two trays. One hand-pulled lamb, one roasted beef meatball, one steamed cod, one charcoal crispy roast duck, one steamed prawn, a large plate of rice, and 2 large cups of hot beef. The rich dishes made people's appetite increase. Let's start eating, Sister Bibai. Jojo smiled. Bibai nodded happily, and then picked up the bamboo chopsticks. Slurp. Gulp. Although they are two little girls, they have special physiques after all. In a gust of wind, all the dishes on the table and 2 large cups of hot beef were completely wiped out by Jojo and Bibai. Verb. Perhaps it was telepathy. After dinner, Jojo and Bibai, who were leaning on the sofa, both burped at the same time. Ha 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 ha. After noticing the same action, Jojo and Bibai looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Sisters Wazwo's burps are so loud. Hee, Sister Bibai is the same. Okay, let's go home. Yeah. Take a short nap. Sisters Jojo and Bibai left the restaurant hand in hand happily. As soon as the 2 cute kids left, Tsunade and Shizuan holding Tuntun walked out of the restaurant. We, little girl A. Yeah. Master Tsunade. After looking at the backs of the 2 little girls who had left a short distance, Tsunade quietly followed them, and Shizuan followed closely behind. Sister Jojo, I feel someone is following us. Hearing what her sister said, Jojo, holding Bibai's hand, continued to move forward calmly, and said with a smile. Sister Bibai feels the same as me. What should we do now? Bibai looked at Jojo and asked quietly. Although Bibai has higher potential for growth in strength than Jojo, but Bibai will not look down on her half-sister because of this. They are both blood limit origins. They are born with a very high affinity. The one following us may be a bad guy. If he is a bad guy, just take him to a remote place and solve it. There are a lot of people here. If they hurt innocent passers-by, flowers, plants, or buildings, it will be bad. Jojo, with an innocent expression, looked around and said seriously. Yeah, okay. Bibai nodded deeply. Wu Ma and their respective mothers agreed that they could roam freely in Fujida town. 0145121224 Fila 1611311251. But on the other hand, they were also told not to use their own power at will in crowded places. This is a kind of protection for the village. Once the 2 cage levels are activated, and there is a Mangeki inside, this level of range destructive power is enough to destroy large areas of streets. For the entire village, it is undoubtedly a very heavy loss. Of course, it is not complete, it is not allowed to use one's own power. When encountering danger, people must be led to an open place before using their own power. Or control the power within a certain range. To the greatest extent, reduce or avoid the impact and damage to villagers and buildings. At the moment, the stranger who was sensed following them was obviously regarded as a bad guy by Jojo and Bai. Fujida Fire Headquarters Project Construction Area. Not long after, Jojo and Bibai walked hand in hand at a leisurely pace, turned several streets, and came to a large construction site where the foundation had just been laid. It was lunchtime. So on the construction site, in addition to the neatly stacked building materials and several large scaffolding buildings covered by green curtains not far away, there was nothing else. There is nothing else. Outside the construction area. Tsunade-sama, they. Looking at the 2 little girls who entered and disappeared into the construction area, Shizun looked at Steelhand with some hesitation. As if asking whether he should go in. It seems that things are not as simple as I thought. Were we discovered by leading us to such a place far away from the downtown area? Tsunade saw the intention of the 2 little girls at a glance. You know, she and Shizun followed them at a distance, just like ordinary passers-by. There was no sign of following at all. The 2 little girls in front actually led them here. Was it intentional or accidental? Think about it. Everyone knows that this is definitely intentional. As for the purpose, Tsunade is not very clear. But the little girl with long black hair and black pupils is really too much like Uchiha Mikoto, just like they were cast in the same mold. About this matter, she must ask the truth. Let's go in. They are just 2 little girls. What kind of threat can they pose? They are just children. Who is she? She is Tsunade. Princess Katsuyu, one of the Sunin of Konoha, is afraid of 2 little kids? If this gets out, I'm afraid others will laugh at her. Okay, Master Tsunade. Shizun now has a bad feeling in her heart. But she can't say it. No way. Since Lady Tsunade thinks it's okay, then she has no problem either. After all, they are 2 little girls. No matter how special they are, can they be stronger than Lady Tsunade who has cage-level strength? Obviously not. After confirming the plan, Tsunade and Shizun stepped into the construction area, and then explored the surroundings while moving forward. Just when the 2 walked to a flat open space, suddenly, 2 small figures, Jojo and Bibai, walked out from behind a pile of construction materials. 2 ants, you are the bad guys following me in way, right? Ah, auntie. Hearing the other little girl addressing the 2 of them, Tsunade's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Although he and Shizun's age, in the eyes of the 2 little girls in front of her, she can indeed be considered an aunt. As a woman, the one who likes to be called by little girls the most is definitely sister. Not aunt, hey. 2 little brats. Tsunade curled her lips and said nothing. Although she was mistaken for a bad guy who was following her, Tsunade didn't care much. After all, she came to ask questions. Hey! Little brat, I want to ask you. What is the relationship between the little girl next to you and Uchiha Mikoto? Tsunade said directly. Hearing the question, Bibai, who was attracted by the key words, subconsciously showed doubts. Ah? Auntie, do you know? At this moment, Jojo, who was standing next to her, suddenly reached out to cover her mouth, and whispered quickly in her ear. Damimi. Sister Bibai, have you forgotten what Dad said? You can't reveal your identity casually outside, it will cause trouble. Bye-bye, who was covered by her mouth, nodded obediently and made a humming sound. Not far away. Tsunade, who saw this scene, couldn't help but become more curious. What are these two little brats doing? Curious, Tsunade quickly looked at the little girl who was obviously the backbone, and smiled and said. You should be her sister, then. Can you tell me, is there any relationship between the little girl next to you and Uchiha Mikoto? No. Jojo, who had already let go of his hand, looked at Tsunade with a smile and shook his head. Damn little brat. Seeing the little girl not far away, who didn't want to answer him at all, Tsunade was immediately angry. Humph. Since you don't say it, when the big sister catches you, you will be tortured. Seeing Tsunade rubbing her fists and clenching her palms, Jojo and Bye-Bye, who knew what the aunt not far away was going to do, immediately raised their alertness to 100%. Sister, what should we do now? Bibai is not without subjective consciousness. But now that her elder sister's Wazoo is present, she must ask her sister's opinion first. Facing bad people. Only fight. Zwazu, whose temper is completely inherited from Kekkei, said the simplest and crudest solution with a cold expression. Oh. Bibai made an O shape with her mouth and nodded as if she understood. The conversation between the two little girls made Tsunade feel unbelievable, and at the same time she smiled disdainfully. Just two little brats, you. Swish. The words were not finished. The cute little girl with leaf green hair and orange bangs on both sides who was standing in the same place before disappeared and appeared in front of Tsunade. At the same time, a small fist enlarged in her eyes. What? In surprise. Tsunade, who has rich practical experience and especially quick reaction, immediately punched her without any hesitation. When it comes to physical skills, Tsunade is most famous for her super strength. Precisely control chakra, concentrate chakra in any part of the body, and then burst out with powerful force, which can easily break the wall. It's as simple as eating and drinking water. This is super strength. 014512124161131251. Tsunade at full power. One super strength punch, even a half-complete Susanoo will suffer a lot of damage. Put it on an ordinary person. Even if it is cage level, it must have a unique or strong physique, or extraordinary means. Direct contact. Even if it doesn't die, it will be half disabled. Bang! An accident happened. After a head-on punch collided steadily with the small fist that appeared in front of him. The scene of direct crushing that he imagined didn't happen. Phew. Blown away by the airflow. Tsunade looked at the air in front of him in disbelief. The little girl who fought head-on with him and didn't lose at all. 050 a brief but intense battle. How is this possible? A tiny little girl can actually fight me head-on. Although I didn't use my full strength in this punch. But even if it's Jainin, the end result of a head-on fight is only pain and injury. This little girl in front of me. Not only can she fight me head-on, but she also didn't lose at all. What does this mean? It means that this little girl in front of me. The strength is definitely better than Jainin, even Quasi Cage. But is this possible? A little girl. But she's just over the age of an adult's waist. Quasi Cage? Tsunade would rather believe that her grandfather Hashirama will crawl out of the ground and revive. She will not believe that a tiny little girl has the strength of Quasi Cage level. Hashirama, hey, see you in a dozen years. After all, she is not good at physical skills. As time goes by, Jojo, who relies on his own strength, eventually loses to Tsunade. Fu. A leap backwards in the air. Using the remaining force of the fist attack, Jojo quickly pulled a body distance away from Tsunade. During the process, Jojo quickly formed seals with both hands and placed one hand with the fingers erected in front of his lips. Scorch style scorch flame. Boom. In the scorching flames, a sea of flames with rolling heat waves and a huge momentum swept forward. Although the chakra output was controlled, the power was reduced a little. But the original power of scorch style scorch flame, which is equivalent to sea-level fire style ninjutsu, is still as powerful as A-level fire style ninjutsu. Scorch style? Isn't this? Hearing the name of the ninjutsu and the flames released by the little girl that were different from ordinary fire style, Tsunade couldn't help but think of a figure. Although he had never met, in the intelligence database of bloodline limit ninjas in various villages collected by Konoha, there is a figure who is famous for using scorch style. Painful sky kick. The crisis is approaching. Tsunade didn't have time to think too much, and stepped heavily on the ground. Boom. Amidst the loud sound of cracking the ground, dozens of irregular huge 24 stones stood up, and then firmly blocked the mighty sea of flames. Master Tsunade. The stones are actually burned red. Shizuan, who was hiding not far behind Tsunade, pointed at the changes in the stones in surprise. Following Shizuan's reminder, Tsunade, who saw the changes in the stones, couldn't help but frown. Although these huge stones are irregular, but the thickness of each one is solid. At least not less than half a meter. In these few seconds, these huge stones were actually burned red under the impact of the sea of flames. You can imagine how high the temperature of those flames is. Is it worthy of the blood limit scorch style? Crack the red burned stones soon broke. Tsunade looked solemnly at Jojo, who was several meters away. Just why? Why does a little girl of this age have powerful chakra and bizarre bloodline limit? Could it be a freak of a different species? Sister, do you need help? Not far behind Jojo. Looking at her sister, she failed to take down the ant not far away in 2 attacks. Bibai couldn't help but shout and waved her tender little hand. Hearing this, Jojo responded calmly. This auntie is still a little bit powerful. If I can't take her down next, Bibai's sister will come with me. Oh. Okay. Bibai responded quickly. As soon as the voice fell, Jojo, with a solemn expression, sank his hands, gathered chakra, and quickly flowed throughout his body. Scorch-style chakra mode. Bang phew. With a sound like an explosion, the chakra that originally covered Zuozuo's body turned into a scorching flame with a very high temperature. This little girl. Tsunade looked at this scene in surprise. Tsunade had seen chakra mode before. The third Reikage of Cloud Shinobi village had a lightning armor similar to lightning-style chakra mode. Use electric current to stimulate cells. To achieve the purpose of strengthening one's body's motor function and improving body defense. It is said to be developed by the second Reikage. It is a B-level secret ninjutsu. Unique ninjutsu of the Land of Lightning. Today, she was also enlightened. She didn't expect that the blood limit scorch style users can also use such ninjutsu. First of all, let me make it clear. I'm not a bad person. Tsunade's body burst out with amazing chakra, as if the faucet was opened at the maximum flow rate. I'm going to be serious. Wow! Tsunade took off the large robe that was hindering his movement and threw it to Shizuan, who was not far behind him. Then he rushed up. 0909. Fit. Jojo was not to be outdone. Without any intention of retreating, he turned on the scorch-style chakra mode and rushed forward directly. Swish! The next second after the air collided, two figures, one big and one small, instantly fought each other and collided with each other with physical skills. Fist shadows continued and leg shadows intertwined. For a moment, the originally flat open space with Tsunade and Zuazuo's physical skills collided, causing cracks and dust to fly. Xinei. Seizing a gap, Jojo, who was 70% cute and 30% fierce, punched at Nash's face. Damn kid! Tsunade dodged it by leaning back. This extremely hot punch with rolling heat waves, if it hits, mild burns will be considered light. She doesn't want to be disfigured. Fu. After dodging the attack, Tsunade took advantage of the momentum to turn around, and suddenly kicked the ground and rushed forward. Bang! With a loud bang, Tsunade's powerful punch with chakra protection hit Zuazuo's abdomen. Ah! Zhao Zhou was hit in the abdomen. Instantly in pain. The whole person flew backwards from the ground and fell on the roof of a metal shed that sheltered building materials from wind and rain. Sister, are you okay? Bibai jumped over. He looked at Jojo with a worried look on his face. I'm fine. Jojo rubbed his belly and stood up again to show that he was fine. Jojo is indeed cage level. But in comparison, Zuazuo's current strength is at most a mid-level cage, compared with Gang Xiao, who has been in the cage level for many years. There is still a big gap in strength. Zuazuo's Scorch-style chakra mode is equivalent to a kind of ninjutsu. But you have to know, Tsunade's strange power is extremely restrained by taijutsu. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to gain an advantage. Moreover, Jojo, who is a newborn calf, does not have a rich grasp of personal ninjutsu and taijutsu. He is fighting entirely based on genetic experience. If Kekkei, as a mother, also has cage-level chakra and strength, then she, who is experienced in combat, will have no problem in keeping a 50-50 match with Tsunade and not losing the upper hand for a period of time. Let's go together, sister. Teach this bad ant a lesson, then catch her and her follower holding a piglet, and bring them to daddy. As he said this, Jojo unfolded all his chakras, and the burning flames on his body became more intense. Bibai understands, sister. Buzz. In response, Bibai gathered chakra in her eyes, and a pair of rose-shaped Sharingan appeared in her pupils. Kalala. White bones that materialized chakra appeared on the outer circle of Bibai's body. A large amount of chakra surged. Bibai directly skipped the arms and ribs of the initial form, entered the first form, and materialized into a half-body white skeleton giant. Tsunade-sama, that's it. Hearing Shizun's exclamation, Tsunade, who had already looked over, was also shocked by the scene not far away. This is the Uchiha clan. Suzano, who has a unique Mangeki Sharingan, can use it. Tsunade frowned. What happened today was too weird. I saw a little girl who looked like my friend Uchiha Mikoto, and I just wanted to follow her to ask her. I didn't expect it. These two little brats. One is Scorch style, the other is Mangeki Sharingan, both are Kekkei Genkai owners. No, please ask. Is this bullying her because she has never seen a Kekkei Genkai, and you want to show it to her? I racked my brain. Tsunade couldn't imagine how two little girls who were only half a person's height could have Kekkei Genkai and cage-level strength at the same time. Previously, when facing a cage level, with combat experience, skills, and strength, Tsunade could still suppress it firmly. But facing two cages, especially one of them is the legendary powerful Mangeki Sharingan, Tsunade was unsure for a moment whether he could really take down these two brats safely. Obviously, a more intense battle was about to begin. But at this moment, Sister, Bibai sister, stop it, there is a kind of breath in that ant's belly. Jojo, who was standing side by side with Bibai on the metal shed, took back his chakra first, pointed in a direction with surprise and excitement, and shouted. Ah! Bibai couldn't react for a while. But as her eyes turned, Bibai soon sensed the breath of the same kind in the ant's belly not far away. Really? Sister, there is really a kind of breath in that ant's belly. Bibai withdrew her chakra, and her Manjaki Sharingan returned to its normal black pupils, and her expression became excited. Why did you stop suddenly? What kind of breath is there? What are these two little ghosts talking about? Hearing the conversation between the two little girls standing on the metal shed not far away and shouting excitedly, Tsunade was confused. At the same time, there are many people, because of the huge chakra raised by Jojo, Bibai, and Tsunade, rushing here, and Chang building. Because Bibai can use Susanoo, I think the opponent must be very strong this time, at least not weaker than cage level, right? 730 Tsunade. Wuma stood in front of the open window of the office with his hands behind his back, looking in a certain direction. After a while, Wuma retracted his gaze. He looked at the three green dots in his mind, on the system panel, and on the blood limit radar not far away. The identities of the three green dots are easy to guess. So far, the blood limit daughters that have been born are only Jojo and Bibai. The third one, if we trace back, is obviously only Senju Tsunade, who is pregnant with a wood-style blood limit daughter. Tsunade will return to Shijhen. This was originally in Wuma's imagination. This is part of the plan. Anyone who suddenly got pregnant with an unknown child in Fujida town, first of all, must come back to get to the bottom of it. Can't leave it like this. Not to mention, the protagonist of this incident is Princess Katsuyu of the Senju clan, one of Konoha's sunin. What Wuma didn't expect was that, after returning to the village, Tsunade did not go directly to find the murderer himself, but encountered his eldest daughter and second daughter. A few minutes ago, when he saw the sudden burst of sky-high chakra and a half-white skeleton giant in the direction of the low-density commercial area, Wuma already knew. Jojo and Bibai encountered Tsunade. Yekeng should have noticed the movement over there, so let her deal with it. Now that I meet Tsunade, I guess she will punch me, muttered. Wuma couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to be punched. Others might really be shy punches. But Tsunade coughed, coughed, coughed. If he was not disabled by this palm, he would have to lie at home for several days. On the other side. Quick, quick, surround this place for me. Yes. Someone actually dared to start a ninja fight in the commercial district of the town. This is no longer an ordinary ninja. We must strike hard. Under the call of a leading security officer, many people wearing Fujida security uniforms surrounded the entire construction site. Fu Yakura, wearing Fujida security deputy chief's formal uniform, fell from the roof of a high-rise building and entered the construction site. Seeing the person coming, the leading security officer, who had already entered the construction site and was on high alert, saluted him. 0145121224 Fila 1611311421. Report to Acting Chief Yakura. All merchants, residents, and people in the nearby area have been evacuated. Very good. Yekeng nodded to show his praise.